Hey Froggy friends, Kirostyle here, welcome back to Unicorn Overlord. Thank you so much for joining here on stream. Kieran, welcome in, congratulations on being first. CB, thank you. Thank you for the sub, I really appreciate it, 22 months. That's awesome. I appreciate all your support. Hey Ash, and Timbit, and Gora, and Cole. Hope you guys are all doing well today. This, as mentioned on my Twitter, this is my last stream before I go on vacation. So I'll be away for about 3 weeks. Unfortunately, we won't be able to finish Unicorn Overlord before then. That was my original plan, but then things kind of changed a little bit. So we'll finish it when I get back. And I also didn't have time to prep any videos for while I'm away. So sorry for that, but hopefully maybe there's something on the backlog on the VODs that you might be interested in watching. Last time when we played Unicorn Overlord, a couple days ago, we finished the Colosseum and recruited Amalia. We also did all the monuments to the Anemoi, and we also got Elaine's best sword in the game by defeating Gerard. We also wrapped up a couple other extra side quests. Now before we head into the final battle, we need to look at some report conversations and do the rite of the Unicorn and Maiden. Now I want to talk about that for a little bit here before we get going, just so you have an idea. So this game has report conversations, which are basically like support conversations in Fire Emblem. Now, I've went and farmed out all the report conversations that we didn't already have off stream. It only took about less than 2 hours. It costed about 260,000 gold, which luckily we had that after defeating the Colosseum ranks. In addition, I also used 6 free meal tickets. So if you look at the way that the reports work in this game, so every character has 3 hearts that you basically reach with doing reports. The first heart takes about 100 points to reach. The second and the third hearts actually take more, but I don't have an exact number on exactly how many more points you require to reach rank 2 and rank 3. Now originally I was not going to do all the report conversations in the game. There was too many. Especially since Elaine has reports with everyone, and a lot of characters have many, although a lot of the later characters in the game have less. But then it turns out there's actually less report conversations in this game than I thought. Now if you look at the top right corner of the screen, it says no conversation available or conversation available. That's because if you look at this chart, not every heart has a conversation. For example, if I look at this one with Albin, the second one with Albin does not have a conversation. So I was like, oh, that's actually a lot less than I thought, because there's actually a lot of characters that don't have full conversations at every point, which is a little bit of a shame. And I was reading an article about how when they've been developing Unicorn Overlord for almost 10 years before it came out this year, and they ran into a lot of budget problems towards the end. In fact, apparently Vanillaware ran out of money towards the end, and the company executive basically had to shore up some of that money himself in order to finish the game. So we'll talk a little bit more about that towards the end of the game when we finish it, but that does account for a lot of the reasons why there's stuff at the end of the game that feels like, you know, Albion, for example, feels like it was a little rushed. It's because they actually did run out of money doing it. So that could explain why not every character has full report conversations. Hey Leon, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Now, basically there's 3 different permutations. Either someone has 3 report conversations at every stage, like Lex here with Elaine, or they have 2, which in that case, it's only the first heart and the last heart, like Albin here. Or there's characters that have, like Jeremy here, who only has a conversation at the beginning and then no conversations after that. It is unfortunate, in some ways, that the characters that only have 2 conversations, it's the first and last heart. So that means I still needed to farm out report all the way to the last heart. I couldn't just go to the second heart and stop. So the characters on the left side of the screen, they're listed in the order that they join your party. So the order here might be different if you're looking at someone else's game. However, the order within the window is preset, so which again is kind of weird. I wish they would just set it preset. And the order here doesn't actually even make sense. Like they end off with Renault for some reason. So I want to point out a couple other things too. So someone compiled this on Reddit, and it's actually kind of interesting, so we'll go over it. So this is Reddit user Fly2555. So if you count up all the reports in the game, so first, if you look at all the non-Elaine reports, because Elaine has reports to everyone, there's actually only 5 support chains in the entire game, besides Elaine's, that have 3 full conversations, which is really weird. These combinations are Clive and Monica, Travis and Bruno, Travis and Berengaria, Morden and Kitra, and Nina and Bryce, which is a really weird choice. Because, I mean, Clive is a main character, well, a semi-main character, so I understand that he would get one with his fiancée. Travis is kind of a semi-main character too, so I could see him getting one with his sister, like Berengaria, so I'm surprised they gave him one, or 2 of them, one with Bruno and with Berengaria, that have 3 chains, because, I don't know, let someone else have a chance, Travis. I like Travis though, so I'm fine with that. Nina and Bryce, I get that they're close, but also neither of them are main characters. The Morden and Kitra one is very strange, because they don't have any interactions outside of their reports. I mean, they're both stonemasons. They're both the characters to help you repair bridges in the game, but it's so weird that they picked their conversation to be one of the very few in the game that last 3 conversations. There are 55 report chains that are only 2 conversations, and there's 126 that are just 1 conversation, which is really such a shame. But again, I'm gonna say that it's probably because of budget stuff, so I can't completely blame them, but it is kind of sad. Now, if you look at Elaine conversations, there are 16 characters that only have 1 conversation with Elaine, 26 that have 2 conversations with Elaine, and 19 characters that have all 3 conversations with Elaine. Elaine gets a lot of conversations. Let me say, when we went to the taverns to eat food in order to max out conversations, Elaine was eating good. He was eating it almost every single combination for me. I tried to do it as efficiently as possible with the least number of meals, but man, it was a lot. Hey Sucker welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. So for Elaine's, I made a chart so I just have a visual guide on who has how many conversations with Elaine. Someone made a chart like this already on Reddit, but they only did it for the girls. So I did it for all the characters, so you can kind of see the distribution of who has 3 conversations with Elaine, who has 2 conversations with Elaine, and who only gets 1, unfortunately. So you kind of see their priorities. A lot more of the females get more conversations, with Elaine especially. I guess that wasn't unexpected. But it's kind of interesting to see where the distribution is as well. And you can see like a lot more of the early game characters that you get earlier have a lot more opportunity to develop the reports. Hey Key Energy, welcome in. Thanks so much for dropping by today. So we'll be hearing a lot of Elaine today, let me put it that way. The other thing I want to show is this. This is made by the same Reddit user, Fly2555, and I know it's a little small for you guys there on the screen, but you can find this on Reddit if you search up Unicorn Overlord report chart. But this user went ahead and basically made a chart showing all the conversations that last 2 or 3. Keep in mind, remember again, only 5 of these conversations in total are complete 3-chain conversations. The rest of them are 2-chain conversations. Excluding Elaine's, of course, because Elaine has ones with everyone. You can kind of see the distribution. Unfortunately, you can see some characters actually got 0 conversations that last more than 1. Fidokia, Tatiana, Jerome, Amalia, and Selvi don't get any conversations that last more than 1, which is kind of sad if you think about it. They only get single one-off conversations, and we've already seen a bunch of them too, because I use a lot of these characters. The nice thing about this chart is it's a kind of nice way to see groups of characters that might be good to group together in squadrons to develop reports. Now luckily for me, a lot of my groups, my unit squadrons, all had reports with each other, so that when I was playing, by the time I had to farm out reports at the end of the game, there were some big groups that I didn't need to bring to the tavern, or I only need to bring to the tavern once to fill it out. But you can kind of see, in the bottom, let's start in the bottom right, you know, there's who I call Team Desert. You have Liza, Magellan, Albin, and Jeremy. Then if you look to the left of them, there's like the Bastorius characters. Just above them, there's all the Elheim characters. Then you just have like Melisandre and Colm on their own, Rolf and Auk on their own, Nina and Bryce on their own. You have Mandarin, Gamel, and Celeste all together. You have, on the far left, you have like the Rose Knights, Fran, Miriam, Keitra, and then randomly Keitra with Morden. Above the Elheim characters, you see you have all the Albion characters, and a lot of them don't have multiple conversations with each other. They all just share conversations with Scarlet. Then in the middle, you have all the Knights. And then towards the top, you have Jack and Hold and the Tricorin Knights, and then Sharon and Oglis. I do find it weird that Gloucester only has one with Aramis and not with any of the desert kids in the bottom. So for me, I still had to get Gloucester to partner up with Aramis a lot because, well, at the tavern, because he was in a group with Liza, Magellan, Albin, and Jeremy. Anyways, I just thought that was kind of interesting. This is kind of a neat representation of who has reports with who. Oh yeah, and Radiel only has ones with a 3-chain with Chloe. Or, sorry, a 2-chain with Chloe, actually. Okay. That's enough talking. Let's do report conversations. It's going to be a lot of reading today. I'm going to try to get them all done today, but I don't know if I'll be able to. We did a lot of them just naturally through the progression of the game, so we'll see. If I do finish them all today and we have time, I want to do the rite of the Unicorn and Maiden. In other words, the marriage ceremony at the end of the game, because you need to do that to get the good ending, and visiting the sanctuaries. But if we don't get to that, then I guess we'll save that for when I get back. We'll see. Okay, that's enough talking. Let's get going. So I won't start with Elaine, because again, he has ones with everyone. So let's start with Scarlet, and then we'll just kind of go down the list from there. Say, Scarlet, you think you'll end up going back to Polivia once this is all over and done with? Why do you ask? I don't know, I was just thinking. Elaine and I spent all those years there training for the war. But looking at it now, you kind of realize how peaceful a life we really had. Of course, I'm not planning to move home myself, but I'd do anything to go back to the way it used to be. I guess Elaine will be king by then, so he'll be living in the royal palace, not tucked away on Polivia. It's hard to say where we'll be either, really. One thing's for certain, no matter where we end up, I'll never forget the time we spent here. The way you and Elaine would train together on the beach every morning. Or the way you'd run into the cathedral afterward, interrupting my prayers with your childish arguments. You always look so bad. I thought you were gonna kill us. Well, I was upset, but I'll look back on it fondly all the same. Me too, Scarlet. Me too. I wish that this menu would remember your cursor location though, so I don't have to keep going back. Gosh. I don't know which one's which. Nope, that's not the one. There we go. Wow, so this is the Valley Shallow, huh? Just as I remember it from all those years ago, yes. Did you spend a lot of time here, when you were young, I mean? Now and then. A friend and I used to race to see who could run across it the fastest. And in the summer months, we'd leap from the balustrade and cool ourselves down in the river. I can picture it now, plain as day. Chloe, when I first found out you were the Pontifex's daughter, it came as a real shock, you know. I'm sorry for keeping it from you. That's not what I mean. I don't think I would have told anyone either if I was in your position. I guess what I'm saying is it feels like there's this distance between us now. One I'm not sure we'll ever be able to repair. You say that, Chloe, but nothing has changed between us. I'm the same person I've always been. I know you are. But it still hurts, you know, knowing I was oblivious to such an important part of you. That's not the kind of friend I want to be. I didn't realize you were so taken with me, Chloe. This isn't a joke. Sorry, I couldn't help it. And I am really glad to hear you say that. Then maybe you could tell me more about your life here in Albion. I'd be glad to. Good. Now come with me. Where to? I was thinking you could share those stories of yours over a little snack on the bridge. That sounds perfect, Chloe. Just when I was getting hungry, too. I knew you'd say that. Am I really that predictable? Scarlet, what are you doing over there? Perfect timing, Virginia. Look at the little friend I found. Isn't he adorable? That foul beast is no friend of mine! What do you mean? He's harmless. Make haste, Elaine. A grotesque new evil threatens to ravish our lands. It's just a caterpillar, Virginia. We used to catch them all the time back on Polivia. See? There's nothing to be afraid of. Stay back! I'll not hear another word, vile temptress. Oops, he crawled into your armor. Oh, there he is. I'm glad you're safe, Sir Caterpillar. Virginia? What's the matter, Scarlet? We came as quick as we could. Hey, Elaine, the princess isn't looking too good. Oh, it just ends like that? I do like how the rapport conversations sometimes involve other characters besides the ones who are, like, principally talking. Oh, Scarlet and Melisandre. This one might be interesting. It's gonna fight over Elaine. Here we are then. Are you ready to begin? Do we really have to do this, Melisandre? I'm sorry to say we do. As Elaine's old friend and my greatest rival for his heart, I have no choice but to defeat you. Now come, today we learn who can fashion the ensemble Elaine likes best. Oh, what a gorgeous pendant. Do you mind? I saw it first. Liar, you were just off buying a necklace at the shop next door. Huh, very well. I'll just have to settle for the bracelet beside it then. That's the one I was looking at. It matches Elaine's eye color almost perfectly, see? I was just thinking the same thing, actually. Fine, you can have it. It will look even better on you anyway. Are you sure? I am, but I want that sapphire brooch instead. Oh, why do our tastes have to be so similar? It's strange, Scarlet. Despite the competition, I rather enjoyed shopping with you. As did I. Let's do again sometime, but maybe as friends instead of enemies. Oh, their conversation just ends like that? Okay. I would have liked to see more between those two. Thank you for the frog, CB. I feel like that's going to be a common expression I'm going to be saying today. I wish there was more conversations between certain groups. We're making good progress, though. Just then, a horrible monster emerged from the blizzard, covered in thick fur from head to toe. The entire town trembled, ready to meet their fates, until they realized it was just a traveler wearing one too many coats. And that's the legend they tell every kid in Pistorius to teach them to welcome strangers instead of fear them. That was wonderful, Unifi. Far more comforting than the horror story I was expecting. Speaking of which, I love horror stories. Do you know any? Yes, I think I do. There was once a young human maid, about your age I'd say, who worked for an angel over in Albion. One day, while cleaning the manor, she opened a door, only to find nothing but his wings lying on the ground. You mean, without the man attached to them? Yes, naturally, she started to wonder if all angels could remove their wings like her master had. And can they? Of course not. And what she saw on the floor was actually just a wrinkled old blanket. That's like my story with the monster. Makes you think, doesn't it? Maybe all our fears boil down to little more than simple misunderstandings. Perhaps we could hear a tale of Dragonhold next, hmm? Well, that would be lovely, but... Scarlet? Who are you talking to? Wait, it just ends? I thought someone was gonna pop out and give him a scary story. Which one is the right one? I guess all of Amalia's take place around here. There we go. Tending to your feathers, Renice. Ah, Lady Scarlet. Indeed, I fear they've grown rather dry, with what little time I've had to groom myself of late. I can't imagine the Dragonhold air is helping either. By the way, is that what I think it is? The same rose oil I used when you were a child, yes. Both for myself and for you when I brushed your hair in the mornings. You always made me feel so beautiful, Renice. Did I? Well, I would be more than glad to do so again if you'd like. Now, you mean? I would love that. As you wish. I'm glad to see your hair still shines like the finest silk in the land, my lady. And I think we can once more share the same aroma as we did all those years ago. 'Tis the greatest honor I could ever ask for. In truth, most angels groom their feathers in private, somewhere none would be able to walk in on them. Yet as I stood here earlier, I secretly hoped you would do just that, my lady. Really, if you want to spend time with me, all you had to do was ask. And ask I shall next time. Thank you for asking me here, Renice. I could never get enough of this rose oil, even as a child. I'm glad you're willing to let me brush your hair again. Though today I was thinking we might make use of these cosmetics as well. These are gorgeous, Renice. When I first served as your lady-in-waiting, you were too young to have need of them. But I often dreamt of sharing makeup with you once you had become a woman grown. Of course, you're already radiant as it is, yet a few embellishments here and there could only serve to enhance that beauty. You would really do that for me? Oh, how long I've waited for this day. As have I, my lady. Now just stay still a moment. Huh, that tickles. Worry not, I'm almost done. And there. Gaze into this mirror and tell me what you think. Wow, this is incredible, Renice. I barely even recognize myself. I'm pleased to hear you like it. And to know that I'm the first to see how greatly it magnifies your natural charm. Thank you for this, really. Please, you needn't mention it. Though, What would you say to a stroll through town before we remove it? Perhaps we could find some clothes to match your new look. That sounds wonderful. Then let's be off at once. Oh, I can't wait. Nope, that's not the one either. Could be this one. And that one's on the other side of the river. Where am I going? Here? Humorous, what are you doing out in all those thorns? Picking flowers, of course. Come look. They're beautiful. I don't think I've seen these anywhere before, not even in Albion. Neither have I. I'm not sure if I've told you this, but I've recently started pressing flowers from every war-torn land we come across. Far too often I find the most gorgeous blooms crushed to death under the boots of clashing armies, while the flames of war have driven countless others to complete extinction. So I decided to preserve at least one of each type, that I might remember them in years to come. I'm sure the flowers appreciate what you're doing for them, Humorous. Though it's a shame you can't take them back alive. They would look incredible all growing side by side in your garden. Well, that's what seeds are for. I was planning to plant a few once we got home, actually. Really? Then can I be the first person to see them once they're finally blossomed? As if you even have to ask, Scarlet. There's something I need to tell you, Humorous. Now that you've joined the Liberation, I want you to become the knight you've always dreamt of being. What do you mean by that? When I first saw you again after all those years, armor-clad and blade in hand, I could have sworn you'd finally done what you set out to do. But I didn't realize the opposite was true, that you were suffering more than you had words to describe. I'm sorry, Humorous. Don't be ridiculous, there's nothing to apologize for. You say that, but even now I can tell you're not being completely honest with me. Well, I won't stand for it, not anymore. So please, do it for me. Chase the dream we both know you've always wanted. Scarlet, I used to think that everything would work itself out once I attained the strength to fight. But the moment I did, I was forced to point my blade at a dear friend. To abandon the very essence of who I was. It was then I started to question why I even aspired to knighthood in the first place. It wasn't for power, at least not for its own sake. It was to protect the people I loved. Something I failed to do twice over when I let my brother be taken hostage, and when I turned against you. Enough, Humorous. That's all in the past now. I'd much rather hear who you're going to be. A brave, kind knight who shields us all. Thank you, Scarlet. I couldn't ask for a finer friend. Hey Menma, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Is this one on the bridge? Yes, there we go. You really don't need to be working this hard, Senatio. It seems like every spare moment you're either standing watch or making preparations for our next battle. You barely even find time to sleep. I guess I'm just worried you're not taking care of yourself. I thank you for the concern, Lady Scarlet, but I assure you it's entirely unnecessary. A sinner such as I must strive to atone every waking moment. And should I fail to do so, I would be renouncing my very right to live. You say that, but the only thing that's going to kill you is the strain you keep putting on yourself. Don't forget that rest is a natural part of life, too. Why do you treat me with such kindness? After the horrors I inflicted upon our lands, I deserve nothing but scorn and contempt. That's quite enough of your self-loathing, Senatio. Do you remember playing here together when we were young? We decided to race from one end of the bridge to the other to see which of us was faster. That was before either of us knew about my sacred duty, of course. At first I found myself in an early lead, though you soon grew tired and started flying instead. It was a blatant violation of the rules, mind you, but you thankfully agreed to come back to the ground. And before long you were trailing behind me again, gasping for air. I couldn't help but laugh at the sight, which in turn made you start laughing too. In the end, we forgot the race entirely and walked together the rest of the way. I miss him, you know, that innocent boy who always wore a smile no matter what. But things are different now. Day and night you torment yourself with the talk of atonement and little else. I hadn't realized you still remember that. A time when we were merely friends rather than servants of the Orthodoxy, bound by obligation. I can never forget it. That's what you've always been to me, not a priest or a sinner, but a friend. My lady, Very well. I shall take better care of myself from here forth. And by the Father's grace, I'll not cause you any greater grief than I already have. Thank you, Senatio. Is something funny, my lady? Oh no, just happy to have you back at my side, Senatio. It's quite a difference from the way you used to walk behind me when you first joined our army. Yes, I suppose it is. Lex often claimed I look like a poor newborn duckling blindly following its mother. Well, that's a rude way to put it. And while I can't say I enjoyed being likened to a juvenile fowl, I'm rather pleased to note that his acerbic wit can no longer harm me. Is that what this is all about? You're only here next to me because you didn't want Lex teasing you? No, Then what's the reason? My lady, you would consider us friends, would you not? As such, I had only hoped to behave in a manner that might bring you joy rather than solitude. Wait a moment, I see what you're doing here. Please, go on. You simply mean to mock me just as Lex did. Perhaps I should go on ahead if that's what you want. I'm so sorry, Sonatio, I didn't mean it. And I won't do it again. I promise. Huh? Forgive me, my lady. I simply couldn't help but partake in a jest of my own. You what? I thought you were really upset with me. Then all went precisely to plan. It's good to see you smile again, Sonatio. And I merely pray I can one day be the very friend you remembered me as. Hasn't anyone ever taught you it's dangerous to be out alone in the middle of the night? Oh, if it isn't the Dark Elf who's decided to join us. Yes, and you're the attractive little friend Elaine seems to be so enamored with. I wouldn't say he's enamored with me, or that I'm attractive for that matter. Though we have known each other for a long time now. Is there a reason you've turned away from me? I'm just trying to be friendly, you know. You and Elaine seem to have gotten rather close quickly. Closer than even I tend to get with him. That seems a simple enough fix to me. Just stand right beside him and tell him exactly how you feel. Don't make it sound so easy. Besides, we're at war. There's no time to be distracting him with something as trivial as love. Trivial, is it? And I guess you wouldn't mind me stealing him away while you're busy holding yourself back. Of course I mind. Ugh, I knew you had your eyes set on him. Who's to say? Well, I'd love to put that theory to the test. Elves like you live a lot longer than humans. Is it even possible for you to happily marry one of our kind? Perhaps not, but time and age mean nothing when it comes to matter of the heart. Ugh, mark my words, Rosalinda. I won't lose the fight for Elaine, even to someone as gorgeous as you. What an adorable girl. It only makes me want to tease her all the more. He loves me, he loves me not. He loves me, he loves me not. He loves me, he loves me not. Oh, I could do this 1,000 times and it would always end the same way. Well, then you're doing it wrong, Scarlet. What offense have our flowers committed to see you tear an entire field apart petal by petal? Eltolinda, well, I was hoping I might do a little flower reading, and I thought there'd be no better place than Elheim. And what's that, pray tell? You not know it? You pull the petals off a flower while saying, he loves me or he loves me not, with each petal picked. Whichever you say as you pick the last one tells you how a person feels about you. I see. This is difficult for me to say, Scarlet, but if you only ever use one type of flower, like the ones found in this field here, the results will always be the same. That is, they all have the same number of petals. Hence, if you want this ritual to end with a favorable result, you'll have to first find the correct breed of flower. One with an odd number of petals, I mean. You surely can't be serious. If you already knew what would happen before you started, then it wouldn't be much of a game now, would it? And that's true, yes. But are you not doing this in pursuit of a positive fortune? I'm certain it would be painful indeed to be met with failure at every occasion. Yet if you find the divination process itself to bear meaning, then I suppose no amount of disappointment could ever subdue you. This is a matter of the heart, Eltolinda, not logic. Here, maybe you'll understand if you try for yourself. I brought this flower from Cornea too, so you'll have no idea how many petals it has. If that's what you wish, then very well. And forgive me, I should never have offered my opinion without first experiencing it on my own. Elaine loves me, he loves me not, he loves me. Wait, why did you choose Elaine? He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. Not so fast there. You still have a petal left. I do, yes. Did you give me that flower knowing it had an even number of petals? I wouldn't dream of it. But now you understand, right? How horrible it feels to end on a he loves me not. Indeed. I can't say I was terribly concerned about my relationship with Elaine before. This reading has only served to sow deep the seed of doubt in my heart. My mind is set. I'll not rest until I find an odd-petaled flower capable of mending this grave portent. Hold on, Altalinda. Something tells me you're still not getting the point of all this. Which one is it? You hear that, Lord Fedokia? The abbey there must be holding services. I'd recognize those hymns anywhere. As would I, yes. During my rule of Paeston, my citizens would often flock to the church in order to raise their voices in dutiful song. Yet the guiltless echoes of their chants felt more akin to a curse in my ear. Despite the atrocities they inflicted upon my family, they sought one of their own amidst the Father's embrace. Still, I knew salvation was far beyond them, no matter how fervently they reached towards the heavens. Just as it were for me, the thought alone mocked me day in and day out. And now to hear those hymns once more, freed as I am from my mournful past, it feels as though fate itself mocks me as well. Come then, let's head back to camp. Lord Fedokia? I refused to avert my gaze any longer. For years I chained myself to a city which had wronged me, to a tragedy, the pain of which I struggled to overcome, until you and the prince arrived to open my eyes to the truth. Yet 'tis only now I realize, casting aside my faith, shall ever deny me the progress I so desperately seek. Thus I pray that none shall ever have to suffer that wretched sorrow I have. Then let me join you. I have some words I'd like to offer the Father myself, both for you and for your son. You have my thanks, Lady Scarlet. Hey Fate, welcome to the stream. Thanks for calling Kirby. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, we're done with Scarlet now. I mentioned in the last stream that, like, a common complaint people had about Scarlet was they said that she's so fixated on Elaine that all her conversations are about him. I didn't really find that to be true until we got to the last couple ones, and even then it was kind of a more lighthearted approach. I can definitely see where people's complaints come from, though, when it comes to Scarlet, but I didn't see too much of that here. Okay, now let's move on to Lex. We left off with our next conversation with Joseph. Lex, what are you doing out here? Just thinking about my mom, I guess. And what I'm gonna do once this war is finally over. Elaine will be busy being king and all, so there's no going back to the way it used to be. Doubt he'll want to keep me hanging around the place either. Nonsense. As one of His Highness's most loyal retainers, you shall surely be able to come and go as you please. Not a chance, Joseph. A guy like me just can't cut it with all that stuffy noble types. Is that truly what you think? Then imagine yourself in His Highness's position if you would. What would you wish for your dearest friend upon taking the throne? Well, Do you understand now? 'Tis a fair worry His Highness's coronation should put distance between you, yet that distance is merely one of your own creation. You're probably right, yeah. But knowing the problem's only half the battle, I still gotta figure out what to do about it. Simply do whatever you feel is right, and that should be enough. Sorry? You see, Lex, true friendship shall always transcend, no matter how wide the gulf may seem at times, such as the ironclad bond you and His Highness share. Thanks, Joseph. I don't know where we'd be without you. It's funny, I'm not usually the kind of guy to get all worried like this. But that's enough pouting for one day. There'll be plenty of time to think about that stuff after we beat Galerius. Indeed. Whichever path they choose to walk, their bond shall endure forevermore. Oops. Apparently that was still considered part of the cutscene. Such abundant wounds. Hasn't Sir Hodrick taught you better than this? Always remain calm and always be cautious. Those are the first rules of any combat. Well, yeah, but ow! I just can't help myself when I see people in danger. But hey, at least I'm not the only one who got hurt. Would have been totally fine too if those other guys hadn't been hiding in the bushes waiting to get the jump on me. All for those you've never even met. I think I see now why Elaine trusts you so implicitly. You're like a sturdy shield, parrying away any blades and arrows that come in our direction. One who gives us the strength to fight on despite our lesser numbers. Who, me? I do like the sound of that. At times I find it such a magnificent sight I simply can't avert my gaze. You wear that heavy armor yet move with such swiftness. All to stand in defense of those who need it most. But remember, you'll just make us worry if you try to do everything yourself. You're special, Lex, both to our army and to me. Where have you been, Lex? His Majesty's... Oh, sorry, didn't realize you were still getting treatment. We're just finished, actually. But he'll need to take it easy for a while to give his wounds the chance to heal. You might recover quicker than most, Lex, but pain will still strike if you aren't careful. Now go, I'll be praying for your continued safety in the meantime. Thanks for everything, Sharon. And come on, Lex, we can't keep His Majesty waiting. Any day now. Yeah, sorry, coming. Ugh. A normal guy would fall head over heels hearing such things like that. Good thing I'm not a normal guy. I'm sure she was just being friendly. What are you muttering about over there? Oh, Lex. I've been wondering, Raulinor. Is there a reason you elves stay kind of light on the armor? Yeah, to say the least. There is. The Fae who grant us their blessings despise apparel made of iron and steel, so we dress ourselves in as little of it as possible. I mean, that still doesn't account for the fact that you could be wearing more cloth. But doesn't that mean you get hurt even more easily? If the enemy is able to hit us, yes. But fencers such as I prefer to evade attacks rather than guard them. As I mentioned before, the Fae can bestow upon us the protection of the wind. Whoa. In battles between fellow elves, arrows are the greatest threat to our safety. Yet the wind's protection allows us to nullify their strength and close great distances in the blink of an eye. Hey! Even still, this manner of combat poses quite a substantial problem. One which became all too apparent when Zenora's armor-clad forces overran our nation. Try as we could, none of our usual tactics were able to surmount their defenses. Our pride was our downfall, as was the keen adaptability of humans such as yourselves. You do well to make use of such a valuable trait. Huh? Didn't realize there was that much to it. Here I could have sworn they just liked how it looked. It's too bad Selby doesn't get any more conversations more than a 2 or a 3 chain, because her conversations are kind of funny usually. Where is it? Another day, another patch of ruins. Huh? Selby? That's correct. Fevrith is home to countless sites of great archaeological interest, as you may well know. And it's only through careful, diligent study we can unearth their secrets. The context of their creation, the history of these lands, even the customs and rituals of bygone civilizations. You can seriously get all that from a pile of rubble? Well, not exactly. Many of these revelations live within the realm of pure speculation. It's not as though I could truly peer into the past, after all. Makes sense, I guess. Hey, you ever wonder if some of these people built this stuff just because they wanted a nice view? That's what I'd do if I were them. You mean for aesthetics rather than functionality? I suppose I hadn't considered that. Such a simple hypothesis, yet I find it difficult to refute its conclusion. Selvi. Perhaps this wooden doll is no ritual implement, but a mere child's plaything. What I thought to be magic runes on this wall are simply the idle scrawlings of an unburdened youth. Snap out of it, Selvi. Apologies, I seem to have grown lost in concentration. You know, I'm not sure it's safe for you to be out here by yourself. How about I stick around and watch your back, like, let you focus on your history business in peace. You would truly do that for me? Sure would, as long as you tell me all about the stuff you find. What a gentleman. Where do you think you're going, Lex? It's already past midnight. Oh, I was just gonna grab a little water. All this wandering makes a guy thirsty, you know? I know you're lying. Alright, fine. I was planning on sneaking myself an early breakfast too. With blade in hand, I think not. How long have you been stealing off the train like this? Ugh, caught me red-handed. I applaud your dedication, I truly do, but wearing yourself too thin now will come at a great cost during actual battle. Oh, don't worry about that. I've been doing this for weeks and no problems yet. Very well, but we shall speak of this again if I catch your eyelids growing heavy. I doubt you wish to impede the prince's march due to mere lack of sleep. Figures you're only saying this stuff because of Elaine. You shouldn't malign him so, Lex. He only keeps you at his side because he trusts you. You mean... Huh, I think the big guy was actually trying to help me. Maybe I should get some sleep after all. Mind if I ask you something, Hodrick? How'd you get that scar? The one across my face, you mean? Years ago I came upon 2 children lost in the woods, about to be carried off by a foul bandit. I rushed to their aid, of course, yet at the time I cared not for defense, but agile offense. I'd always seen heavy armor such as this to be an impediment to that aim, not a strength. Hence, I preferred fabric and leather over wrought metals. Hard to imagine that. But weary as I was from constant battle, I let my guard slip a mere moment, and the bandit landed a glancing slash across my face. In the end, I cut him down, yet it was then I realized the risk I'd taken in foregoing defense. Now you and that armor are practically inseparable. Indeed. Come as it may at the cost of mobility, I rarely suffer even the slightest injuries. And now I stand an impenetrable shield, both to myself and to those I care the most. That includes you, Lex. Should danger ever approach you, you need only position yourself behind me. Thanks, Hodrick. It's a real relief knowing I've got you backing me up. But Hodrick, you're still not wearing a helmet, so I don't think that would... What if the same thing happens again, man? Oh, Lady Melisandre. Are you okay there, Calm? Those hands getting shakier, you're gonna... it appears I spilled my tea. Listen, you can worry all you want, but it won't change anything, so you might as well just relax, yeah? Yes, you're right. At this juncture, I've done all I can. Alas, Lady Melisandre spurred my advice at every opportunity. No surprise there. Most girls want to dress themselves before they head into town, you know? Besides, she's with Elaine. Everything's gonna be fine. You really are overprotective, huh? You even kept an eye on me to make sure I didn't ruin her day. I'll tell you, there's nothing weirder than waking up to you trying to stop me from leaving my tent. Actually, I was just thinking I might make that up to you. You mean with that pie you just dropped? Sorry, I'm not sure I love the taste of dirt. Oh, my word. I would seem I owe you yet another apology now. I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but you're not like most attendants. If anything, you're more like a dad losing sleep over his defiant daughter. Perhaps so, though as her aide, I shall gladly abide by any decision Lady Melisandre makes. I only pray her choice leads her toward happiness, not rejection. As you may be aware, I've stood in service of House Mie since long before my lady's birth. And upon her arrival into this world, I was tasked not only with attending to her, but seeing to her education as well. Before that day, my work with House Mie was no different than any other profession. Yet having watched my lady grow into this fine young woman she is today, such marvels have brought me greater pride and greater joy than ever thought imaginable. I guess that explains why you care so much about her. Indeed, and I hope this conversation shall help you excuse my worry, even somewhat. Wait, don't bow. You're gonna spill your tea again. Hey Lork, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you today. Hey, Rosalinda. Don't you think you were kind of hard on me back during our battle here? Not at all. Honestly, I was surprised you could find time to joke during such a serious moment. Though I suppose the danger to Elta Linda probably was getting to me a bit. Makes sense to me. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry for messing around. Don't worry yourself over it. We never would have turned the battle in our favor without your help. And I'm not mad at you for it, in case you were wondering. Uh-huh. In fact, I've come to realize that being able to stay positive under such circumstances is a sign of great strength indeed. Whoa, you really mean that? Well, I must be pretty good if I managed to impress you. You could say that, yes. But if I had to pick one of your virtues above all the others, it would be your uncanny ability to lighten the mood in an otherwise tense world. Elaine must be glad to have a best friend as reliable as you, Lex. Aw, shucks, you're gonna make me blush. And I'm pretty sure my grandma used to say the same thing, actually. You know what? I take it all back. I do need to go harder on you. Hold on a sec, Rosalinda. I don't know what I said wrong, but I swear I didn't mean it. Yeah, we're doing well today. Oh, hey Sai. We're just going through all our report conversations that we haven't done, which I unlocked since the last stream. Oh, I haven't talked to this lady for some reason. I can't thank you enough, valiant humans. Terra Alta Lindo's safe, and we owe it entirely to your benevolence. Admittedly, I've only ever seen her a few times in person myself, but she looked as kind as any elf I've ever laid eyes on. You know, the more I spend time with you, the more I realize how similar you and Rosalinda look. I shouldn't think that much of a surprise. We are sisters, after all. Well, maybe, but, look, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't think I get how race works over here in Elheim. 'Tis quite simple, really. Our father is an elf, while our mother is a dark elf. And rather than combine their traits like what happens with humans, the offspring of such a pairing will either be one or the other. I think I get it. But now I'm just wondering how they met in the first place. I'd be delighted to share the story if you have the interest. It began when my grandmother, our former Tyrannos, visited Quatapelt, the subterranean capital of dark elven civilization. She had brought my father along for the journey, and it was there he laid eyes upon the most beautiful elf he had ever seen. Day after day he returned to the cavernous city to shower her with gifts from the surface. Fresh-picked flowers one moment, handiworks from our finest artisans the next. You must have really been crazy about her, huh? In time, my mother found herself drawn to the surface, and my father, of course. The two were soon wed, thus dedicating themselves to the good of Elheim and the unity of our races. And that's how a dark elf like your mom ended up in Tyrannos. Or ended up as Tyrannos. Indeed, but a great many opposed her ascent, claiming only the fair-skinned may rule our lands. Yet having witnessed the love my parents bore for each other, her fellow dark elves came to her defense. Until at last all who opposed her reign relented. Guess it all worked out in the end. And created quite a tale in the process, yes. Through their marriage, the age-old rift between our disparate races could finally begin to heal. Rosalinda and I actually regard it as an inspiration of sorts. The lessons we've learned from our parents carry forth in our own desire to make peace with humans, no matter how ingrained prejudice may be in our lands. Well, the good news is we're fighting Zenora, not each other. And sure, some of you folks might not trust us all the way, but plenty more were singing our praises when we drove those bastards out of your towns. Hell, by the time this war is over and done with, I bet humans and elves will be the best of friends. I only hope I can aid in that pursuit, however minor my contribution may be. And thank you, Sai. I appreciate it. Okay, we're done with Lex. On to Joseph. Having trouble sleeping, Joseph? Ah, good evening, Your Highness. I was merely recalling the last time I set foot in these lands on a voyage of duty at Queen Alinia's side. What reason did you and my mother have for visiting Elheim? If you wouldn't mind sharing the tale with me, that is. It must have been 20 years past by now. We'd received word that a pack of Bestrels were seen crossing the border into southern Cornea. Evidently they hailed from this very region. Yet at the time, passage to and from Pistorius on our north was altogether barred. So as you can surely imagine, few in Cornea had ever laid eyes on a Bestrel before that day. How did they arrive in Elheim exactly? And for what purpose were they advancing into our territory? That was what we hoped to learn ourselves, and sent the lord of the region, Riemann, to capture the errant Bestrels. The foul sorcerer who betrayed our nation. Shortly after, an envoy of soldiers crossed the border from Elheim and demanded we hand over any Bestrels we were able to capture, and of course to alert them to the presence of any fur we had discovered. Riemann reacted rather severely upon hearing this. He claimed it naught but pretext for the Elven nation to invade our own. I can hardly think of a single reason why they would want to do such a thing. From what I understand, the bounties of Elheim are equally as rich as those of Cornea, if not more so, and they have little economic hardship due to their lengthened lifespans and slower population growth. Right you are, Your Highness. Queen Alinia argued these very points herself. But there could be no discounting the inordinate fear which people have for the unknown. This particular region of Elheim is home to a great many half-elves, while the pure-blooded tend to be few and far between. In other words, it is a place of refuge for the undesirable parts of elven society. Yet rather than sympathize with the plight of the downtrodden, Cornea was rampant with baseless rumors and slander. Chief among them, a claim that the elves had employed a wicked magic to transform humans into bestial warriors. Warriors who they kept hidden in this territory with the intent of launching an eventual attack. Sensing the danger in such spiteful sentiments, Queen Alinia requested an audience with then the Turnos of Elheim. Thus it was decided they would meet here, in a province known for its relative independence. And that I was to accompany Her Majesty in a vital role as her personal guard. Were you able to reach resolution? In the end, yes. Both nations agreed to only patrol their respective sides of the border in search of Bestrels. Those Bestrels would then be delivered safely back to Pistorius, as stated in terms negotiated with their king. 'Twas upon the fulfillment of that agreement, this cautionary tale met its conclusion. I hadn't realized these lands held such history. Her Majesty's political sense was truly a joy to witness, while all who doubted her could only look on in stunned silence. I have every faith such skill lives on within you as well. I pray you're right, and thank you, Joseph, for sharing this story with me. It occurs to me, Joseph, that I'd never be standing here now without your tireless support. Not at all, Your Highness. In fact, I believe it is your kindness which has drawn such a wealth of strength to our army. And I beg to differ. I'm not sure you remember this, but... That shall be enough training for the day, my prince. Am I getting stronger now? Not yet, no. True power demands years of daily practice, while our work has only continued for mere months. Understood. Hey, look at that flower. I wish my mom was here to see it. She loved flowers. Indeed she did. I'm certain the sight would bring her great joy. Oops. Is something the matter? I'm sorry, Joseph. For what exactly? I'm not supposed to think about my mom anymore. And why would you believe such a thing? Well, she's gone, right? Nothing I do is ever going to bring her back. Forgive me for saying so, but you are gravely mistaken, Your Highness. You've no need to forget her memory, or to stop speaking of her. Really? The only thing you mustn't do is let yourself be held captive by your grief. But remembering her is what makes me sad. It's a natural thing, for the time being. Yet those memories shall be the very thing that drives you forth in life. Treasure them as you treasure your mother herself. And pray, never forget that I shall always stand beside you in your times of need. Okay. I suppose I had forgotten about that, yes. I may not be your son, but you raised me as a father all the same. In a sense, it's almost as though I stole your life from you. Do not think such falsehoods, your highness. I am the blade of the royal family, sworn to serve your lineage for the remainder of my days. As I always have, ever since I was first appointed Knight's Captain. You have my thanks, Joseph, for showing me such warmth of heart all these years. It's an honor, my prince, to have watched you grow into the fine young man you are today. A task which I shall gratefully continue for as long as I have left on this earth. Oh, that was a cute conversation. That was heartwarming. Ha! Yeah! It is no surprise to find you here, Chloe. I struggle to remember a spare moment in which you weren't honing your spear. Oh, Sir Joseph. You must truly adore the art to dedicate yourself to it in such a manner. I do. It's been this way since I was a child, actually. I was so pleased the day my father gave me one, I even cradled it in my sleep. I can't claim I envy the man, having to raise such a spirited daughter. But I must say, you've grown much of late, perhaps beyond even my own skill with the spear. I appreciate that, sir, but I don't believe it for a second. Please, you needn't demean yourself. I assure you, none can match a gift such as yours, Chloe. Even if that were true, the only reason I'm still here now is to protect Elaine. Not as one of his many subjects, but as his friend. I suppose you've long been close, yes. But I can't ride a horse into battle, and I don't have the strength to carry a great shield. I don't know the first thing about magic either. So you see, this spear is the only way I can help him. Yet... I am stubborn though, and if my spear is all I have, then I'll make sure it's the sharpest you've ever seen. After all, I can't just sit back and watch while His Majesty gets hurt. A commendable show of bravery, Chloe. Perhaps, yes. I'm still nothing compared to you, sir. I can't turn defense into attack with the same fluidity that you do. And for all my obstinance, I'm not sure I'll ever have what it takes to really be there for His Majesty. Chloe, do you know the most vital quality a knight must bear? Well, no. This loyalty above all else, and in that discipline you are truly second to none. Skill and strength arise naturally through training, yet no regimen can ever hope to impart loyalty. Now, as you said, I have much experience transforming stout defense into potent attack. If you wish it, I'll be more than glad to convey the knowledge I've mustered over my many years of knighthood. Are you certain I'm worthy of it, sir? Beyond certain. Now then, let us learn how deep this loyalty of yours runs. Right. Hey, Danger Gel, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Pardon the curiosity, Hodrick, but how are you feeling? Much better now, thanks to you. As you can see, I am more than capable of... Ugh. Pray rest a moment. Zenora had their talents in you for far too many years. And though their spell may be broken, we know not what ill effects they may have imparted upon your body. Valid point, yes. Yet in truth, what pains me now is not some vague magical spasm, but the wounds I received when fighting Prince Elaine. Worry not, I don't blame him for what happened. In fact, I'm rather grateful. And I am still impressed he managed to find a way past my armor. As am I, yet his prowess does not surprise me, not after years of diligent work under my tutelage. It is nice to see your blade has not lost its brilliance either, Joseph. Nor shall it, not until Cornea's throne is once ours once more. For now, Hodrick, tend to your wounds. We have a long road yet to march. Good eve, Hodrick. Is something on your mind? Memories, yes. Vague remembrances of that horrible day 10 years past. I should have survived as much. Tell me, did Queen Alinea meet a dignified end? I can't remember. My last recollection is charging into battle, full prepared to lay down my life in her defense. And when next I was in control of my mind, a staggering amount of time had passed. It felt as though it was one long dream, drifting on the edge of consciousness as my body bent to an unknown will. 10 years. 10 years I served as Zenora's thrall. Through no choice of your own, Hodrick. If anyone should blame themselves for what happened that day, 'tis me. For all we could have known, Zenora's civilization had perished centuries ago, and Valmore's declaration seemed little more than idle ravings of a man gone mad. Even now, with all of Fevrith under his command, we have yet to learn his true aim in this war. I fear this campaign will be unlike any we have ever known. Indeed, and the task of defending His Highness and the others rests upon our shoulders, Hodrick. This one I'll not fail again. I swear it upon the man I once was, and upon Queen Alinea herself. Here we are, the province of the Ashen Blue. 10 long years have passed since that fateful day, yet I finally returned. Owing wholly to you, yes. Had you not persevered in pursuing my foolish dream, this moment would have ever remained mere fantasy. Yet I was only willing to do so because I had nothing left to hold dear. The day Zenora seized these lands, I lost everything. Indeed, though without your father's bold defiance, I wager you'd not be standing here now. All the same, perhaps, surrender would have been a wiser course of action. Zenora slaughtered the entire house as punishment. My mother, my sister, and even our retainers were put to the sword. The only soul spared was me. I often wonder, Sir Joseph, was my father's decision the correct one? Not only was our family slain, but the very province he sought to protect fell to Zenora in a matter of days. It's a question which besets my mind nigh every time I close my eyes. Yet perhaps that's why I find it easier to simply march forth, spear in hand. I can only assume I inherited such stubbornness from my father. Even so, I do not see you held prisoner to your past. Your deeds have saved a great many in these lands, and they shall see you save a great many more before this war is concluded. Do you understand, Clive? I do. Thank you, Sir Joseph. Yeah, 10 years is a long time to be mind-controlled and not know what you're doing. That's a long time to lose a chunk of your life. Do you even know who you're talking to, kid? I'm working for the Liberation, and I'm not paying you a single damn gold. But sir... Quite the conversation you're having there. Yeah, who the hell are you? Soldiers of the Liberation in earnest, unlike yourself. Oh, well, you see, I was just kidding about that. Pretty funny, right? What a fine tavern that was. The wine up here in Northeast Cornea is simply to die for, wouldn't you say? Perhaps, if I was able to hold my liquor better. Yet I fear age has begun to get the better of me. I don't believe that for a moment. Still, it's been some time since we last shared a drink like this. Do you remember our previous occasion, Sir Joseph? But of course! You practically drank the entire tavern dry and grew rather unruly as a result. Just an embarrassing memory, yes. I was so young at the time, just after Cordy had fallen, true. For countless days I waited orders to commence the final assault against Zenora, yet such orders never came. Before I could even realize what was happening, my province had been conquered. And the nobles of our land each bent the knee to Zenora, one after the next. 'Twas peace, or so it seemed, yet I knew it was little more than fragile artifice. Even so, it wasn't long until the rest of my order swore fealty to Galerius. Such an outcome came as a shock, of course, but I realized then I could no longer trust those I once cherished. All the while my mind was flooded with thoughts of the fallen, yet their sacrifice meant nothing. Despair haunted my every action, and my only comforts lay in flagons of ale and drunken fights. I had become an empty shell of my former self. I even attempted to pick a fight with you if memory serves correct. You did, although it was obvious you had drunk far more than you were capable of handling. I suppose it's fate in a way. We never would have met if it not for that quarrel. It wasn't much of a fight, of course. You knocked me flat to the wall, and in doing so returned me to my senses. At the time, I was scouring Fevers for support of a resistance, which may never have come to pass. Careful to avoid the watchful gaze of Zenora all the while. If I may, Clive, the feats you performed in our service were far beyond those of a misguided drunk. Yet appearing as such enabled me to compel change without once raising Zenoran's suspicions. I suppose it worked to my benefit in the end, both in my actions and in my finding a mentor as unfailing as you. Though I imagine it wasn't entirely straightforward. I stood a wanted man, after all. Indeed. You may not have realized it at the time, but it wasn't your grand vision which convinced me to enlist. I merely needed something to do, a reason to act, a way to forget. All the better if I could avenge the deaths of my companions in doing so. And of course reach a fitting end for my own life as well. I see. In any case, the shadows which once engulfed you have long since lifted. Though I presume your fiancée worries for you even now. She certainly did back then, you know. It feels as though it was a lifetime past that my family arranged for Monica and I to be married. I'm not certain you're aware of this, but she and I have known each other since we were but children. Despite my being older than her, she always treated me as if I was years her junior. I never was fond of that. Yet to know she once thought of me, that she still does to this day. What a callous fool I was. Perhaps an apology is in order then. You mean after all these years? I couldn't bear the thought. I'll not hear another word. Do it and bring her a gift as well. Simply tell her everything you just told me, and you'll be alright. Yes, I suppose so. Whatever shall I say to her? What utterance could possibly allay the grief I've imposed upon her? Ah, the troubles of youth. I am certain you can come up with something, Clive. That was a pretty long conversation. And it had nothing to do with the drunkard at the beginning. Well, I guess it sort of did, but... If you don't mind me saying, Joseph, it's good to see just how much Elaine has grown since last time I saw him. Ever since that horrible day, 10 years ago. I have to wonder, though, how did he fare after fleeing Cornea? As well as you might expect. His own mother lay slain, and he was made to abandon the only home he had ever known. By the time we reached Palavian shores, his highness was fatigued in both body and mind. He scarcely ate one meal a day, and neither study nor sword work could hold his interest. Yet over time he made friends on the island. They trained together, learned together, and reveled together in the carefree way only children can. And before I knew it, a smile had gradually returned to his face. It's good to see he's found people he cares about. Even now, they're practically inseparable when we're not in battle. And of course, I couldn't always be there for him myself. But even if I were, I doubt I could have ever healed his broken heart the way they have. By the by, he would often ask after you during our time away from Cornea. From what I could gather, he feared he may never see you again. Really now? Indeed, memories of your childhood together lent him much strength in these troubled years. I thank the Father above for reuniting you after all this time. Huh, maybe I should try a little harder to connect with him then. It feels as though it was only yesterday that I walked with Queen Linnea on this very beach. And I'm certain you know the burdens of governance occupied much and more of her time on the throne. Yet our journeys here, infrequent as they were, surely provided her with the respite she so dearly needed. It wasn't often she eased her royal countenance, but here she would smile as if nothing could ever trouble her again. I hadn't realized this place held such a meaning to her. This music is nice. Is that you, my queen? Is everything alright, Joseph? In all honesty, no. For a moment, you appeared to mine eyes as Queen Alinea herself. Sorry, I what? I understand it sounds mad, yet as I've said before, your resemblance to her is truly striking. And here you stand, regal and dignified, as she once did all those years ago. You honor me with the comparison, Joseph. All this talk has brought me back memories, you know. Of what, I might add? When Elaine and I were young, we spent much of our time playing in the garden at Grand Corinne. While we generally got along quite well, there was one day we found ourselves in a furious argument. It was over a game of chess, if memory serves me right. Both of us were so determined to win that we each took turns making illegal moves, hoping the other wouldn't notice. We did notice, of course, hence the dispute. Ah, yes. Calm as Elaine may seem at times, he has a fiercely competitive side to him as well. Though on this occasion, both of us were at fault, and Aunt Alinea punished us equally for it. She was always doing things like that, acting just as kind toward me as she did to Elaine, and just as strict too. Almost like I was her daughter, not her niece. Right you are. I can still remember the feeling of her hand caressing my cheek, the warmth and the love. It's a sight I witnessed often as well. All my life I've tried to follow in her footsteps, to one day be every bit as strong and gentle the woman she once was. You're far closer to that ideal than you may realize, Princess, as proven by my vision earlier. Say, Joseph, I can't thank you enough for bringing me here. Her sword is really big for her sprite. She's got to show off her big giant sword. Have you ever considered resting a moment, Travis? Who, me? I'm fine. You'll not be fine if your exhaustion gets you captured by the enemy. I guess you have a point there. Maybe I wouldn't mind letting someone else handle things for today. You always have worked yourself to the bone ever since you first joined our army. At times it seems you care more about making a strong impression than looking after your own health. That's how it goes for an old mercenary. If I want to keep my job, I have to prove I deserve it. Though I'm glad I had someone like you watching out for me. I was observing you, actually. 'Twas the only way I could be certain you weren't a mere spy for Zenora. Sounds fair to me. That just makes me even more thankful you decided to let me stick around. We would have been fools not to. Your talent is an indispensable part of the Liberation's cause. And upon a reclamation of Cornea and His Highness's ascension to the throne, it would be most reassuring to have one such as you stand at his side. We have a long road to walk until that day, of course, yet I pray you continue to assist him for years to come. Easy there, Joseph. You don't need to grovel. Forgive me. I should be going now. Looks like I got plenty more work ahead of me. I pray you might forgive me, Sir Joseph, for my actions in the battle which took place here. 'Tis a blessing indeed we kept the princess from any serious harm. Yet all matters considered, I should never have let her take flight to begin with. At ease, Miriam. In such a state, none could have possibly hoped to stop her. On the contrary, I owe you a debt of gratitude for standing as her shield when few others would bear such courage. Even still, I struggle to come to terms with the hardship I caused our army. It must surely have been a difficult decision to make. Duty compels you to hinder Princess Virginia's march. Yet you yourself wish for nothing more than to see Gives slain. To finally have vengeance for his cruel decimation of your order. You have the right of it, yes. I was but a squire myself when the princess fled our castle 10 years past. Thus I could only watch as my fellow knights rode off in her defense. I can still remember what our captain told me at the time. For as long as our hearts beat in our chests, the Knights of the Rose shall ever bleed for the princess. It was only after she left that I realized the intent behind those words. They were always ready to lay down their lives for the sake of their duty. And so they did. Yet even now I'm certain their spirits journey on as the princess's side. In sooth, the events of our battle here come as something of a relief. Not only did I fulfill my duty as a Knight of the Rose, we struck Geith down and avenged my fallen sisters in the process. Such choice may not have been the wisest decision, yet I'm certain beyond all doubt it was the best one. For you, for Virginia, and for your captain. Queen Alinea surely looks upon you with great pride. Thank you, Sir Joseph. At long last, you found the conviction to join our march. Ah, Sir Joseph. The knight-errant Laurent, was it? I admit you had me deceived at first. Yet the thrust of your lance soon made your identity clear as the evening sky. Was it truly that obvious? I had hoped to slay Renault so that Laurent might live, but it seemed my efforts were little avail. It's a good thing too. Only a fool would abandon their own existence so easily. Though despite your failings, you live on, ever striving for a greater future. As I sworn to do in the Liberation's name, yes. Much promise lies in those words, Renault. And in that lance your aptitude, in which rivals even Hodrick's. If I recall, such skill once earned you the top honor in jousting competition, held by the Ashen Blue. Yes, 'tis a fond memory indeed. I only pray the point of your lance is as sharp as ever. But of course, Sir Joseph. And with it I shall pierce the heart of Galerius' foul ambitions. Thanks for calling Kirby, Danger. Okay, now we're finished with all of Joseph's. It's taking longer than I thought to go through all these, but then again, a lot of the characters at the beginning have a lot more conversations than characters later on, and plus, for example, as we do these, we're also taking away ones from the list for other characters, so I think we're actually making a lot of progress, even though it's a little bit deceptive. Why are there so many NPCs I haven't talked to? Or did they just have new dialogue now? That's not the right one. With all this, I could do... No, we just had that 2 days ago. Is something the matter, Chloe? Oh, Sir Hodrick. Just thinking about what to make for dinner tonight. There are only so many ingredients we keep around in wartime, but I'd still like to include some variety if I can. I assure you, Chloe, this army will appreciate anything you make, no matter what it is. After all, your cooking is one of the few respites we have from the ceaseless toils of this brutal war. And I'm honored to help, truly. But considering what we have in the stores, I fear we're doomed to the same meal we had 2 nights ago. If only I had a new ingredient to work with. Now that you mention it, I have heard tell of a garlic being grown in the nearby town. Oh, we haven't had garlic in ages. That's sure to provide a different flavor, even if everything else stays the same. In that case, wait right here. I'll fetch some. I couldn't dare ask that of you, sir. Please, there's no trouble at all. I happen to love garlic myself, so I'll be looking forward to tonight's dinner even more than usual. I can't tell if he really loves it, or if he's just being nice. Maybe he's just very worried about vampires. Well, that's our only conversation with Hodrick? That's sad. I must say, Chloe, it always pains me to see you burdened by dinner preparations. I may not have much skill in the art of cookery, yet I would love to aid you in procuring ingredients if that's alright. You would? That would be great. Though I have to wonder, how often have you actually bought food for yourself? Almost never, embarrassingly as it is to admit. Such matters would always be left to lower-ranking members of my order. Tell me, do you fear I would impede your work rather than expedite it? Oh, not at all. Now come, let's work on your shopping list. Forgive me the wait, my lady. I've purchased everything you requested. Clive, what's in the giant saddlebag? Why, the seasonings you asked for, of course. I performed my own calculations based on the recipe you provided, and I believe this should be a sufficient amount. Sufficient for the next 10 years, maybe? I've bought too much, you mean? 'Tis a failure which brings shame to the very notion of knighthood. Please, it's nothing that dramatic. I could tell you're just eager to help. Here, why don't we get the next set of ingredients together? I thank you for the kindness, Chloe. I promise I'll not fail you again. It's grown late, Chloe. There's not much we could have done, though. I mean, it was quick enough liberating the town, but I never thought they would throw us a feast afterward. A fair enough point. The food was rather impressive as well, yet I worry the snack I prepared this morning will have to be thrown away. So that's what you're doing crouched around the fire. What was it you made? Roasted yams? Not only are they delicious, but they give me all the energy I need to endure through the day. If they're really that good, why don't you just eat them now? Although, it might not be the best idea to have a whole snack right before dinner. Perhaps we can share them then. Better than let them go to waste. Well, as long as you're sure. Is something wrong? Oh, I don't think we can eat those. Yes, it seems I've misjudged the effects of this cruel heat. Forgive me, Yams, for allowing you to spoil in such a careless manner. It's not your fault, Ralph. We just aren't used to life in the desert yet. How about the next time we cool them off first, or maybe we can forage for food after our assignment instead of before? Indeed. Is that really all you have to say to me? Come on, cheer up already. Yeah, I asked for a pawns of salt, not a tons of salt. Final Fantasy 14 units of measurements are always so funny. I always forget like which one's which and which one's bigger than the other. It also doesn't help that a lot of them correspond to like imperial measurements, of which I have only passing familiarity. This is quite a quandary. What's wrong, Yana? Well, I bought some new clothes over in town, but it turns out they're much too small for me to fit into. And I tried offering them to some other soldiers of ours, yet nobody seemed especially interested. So here I am, stuck with an outfit I can't wear, and no one to give it to. In that case, do you mind if I take a look? Be my guest. You can even try it on if you'd like. If I wore something Yana picked out for herself, maybe I could be just as charming and mature as she is. Here you are, Chloe. Oh, this is a fair bit less fabric than I was expecting. Not sure if size can really be an issue when there's barely any clothing here to begin with. You would think not, but it's still rather tight around my waist. Though a slender girl like you should have no problem with that. Go on, try it. If you say so. Don't do this, Chloe! There's some things the world's not meant to see! What's that supposed to mean? I like how he just came out of nowhere. Please, Chloe, you have plenty of charm as it is without resorting to such revealing attire. Wait, where's everyone coming from? You too, Scarlet? That's just the end of the conversation. I like how we've gotten two conversations now that pokes fun at the characters that wear very little clothing. I like how Lex just came out of nowhere though. He just came barging out of the forest like, no, don't do it! We gotta wait for the beach DLC. Still training, Radiel. It's getting late, you know. I'm aware, but this is the only way I can prove I'm here for the right reasons. The only way I can make up for selling you out to Zenoira. That doesn't mean you need to work yourself to the bone doing it. I don't really remember asking your opinion. Show me your hand, Radiel. Blisters, just as I thought. I'm surprised you can even hold your bow through all that pain. Well, I don't have a choice. You know that just as well as I do. You're wrong, Radiel. Just think what would happen if all the strain caused you to falter when it mattered most. The others could get hurt. Elaine could get hurt. And the only thing that would prove is that he can't trust you to be there when he needs you. But... listen, Radiel. I'm sure your mom would be worried too if she saw you like this. So just take it slow, okay? You'll get there. Even if it's not as fast as you might want. Once again, you lecture me exactly like she would. Now that you mention it, I guess I was getting a little impatient. Then here, put some of this balm on your hands and unstring that bow for the day. Oh, and I better not catch you training like this again. Thanks, Chloe. I won't let you down, I promise. Thank you for the sleeveless and the stretch redeem, Sai. Very good call. Back straight, shoulders level, proper follow-through. I've never seen a more elegant archer in all my life. Not to mention the power and precision you manage on each and every arrow. You really just never stop improving, Radiel. I appreciate that. Oh, and here, I won't be needing this bomb anymore. You won't? Then... let me see your hands. I knew it. All those blisters have calloused over. It must have taken weeks to get to that point. I can't say I'm surprised, nor would your mom be, I'm sure. I just hope I can end up even half as good as she was. Still have a long way to go till I get there, though. She must have really been special, huh? She was amazing. At least... wait. At hashtag most things. Hashtag most. What did she struggle with? Cooking. Out of all those skills, it was her only real flaw. I never ended up doing that much myself because of that. That explains why you always disappear when I need help with dinner. But I've been thinking, maybe you could teach me. If you don't mind, that is. Mind? I would love to. Come on. You want to start now? Of course, besides, I'm sure you're starving after all that archery, so let's get going already. Hey, stop pulling! Ugh, should've known I'd end up cutting my finger. I guess I'm just not meant for this stuff. Tell me something, Radiel. How many arrows did it take before you really knew how to shoot? Hundreds? Thousands? Well, cooking is no different. If you want to get better, you have to keep practicing. Though, just so you know, everyone loved the dish you made. They did? I don't know what to say, Chloe. Maybe just thank you to start. And I won't give up on this. I promise you that. Glad to hear it. Oh, this is our first conversation with Amalia. This one? Nope. Easy does it. Amalia, where'd you get all that food? I didn't steal it from our stores if that's what you're worried about. Went and hunted it myself, actually. This should be enough to get me through the day. The day? But it must be half my body weight. Alright, told you, didn't I? A woman my size eats as much as 5 men. It's only natural when you've got a body this big. Anyway, you mind cooking that up for me? Just go ahead and toss it all in one big pot. And don't worry about your fancy knife work or elaborate seasoning. Can't be taking all night with us, you know? I'll just toss some salt on once it's finished. As long as you're sure. Though it must be tough eating all this in one sitting. You've got that right. I'd rather spend my time swinging my sword than shoving food down my throat. Huh, you really love fighting, huh? Yep. Oh, and I hope you don't think I'm just some ravenous glutton. I can be dignified too when the moment calls for it. Once I'm through getting this down, I'll gladly eat the dinner you made for the others too. With a fork and proper manners at all. At that. Okay, now we're done with Chloe. See, now as we get to these other characters, they have less conversations because we've already done the ones with the others. Oh, Hotrick has a 3 chain with Elaine. It's a fine evening, Your Highness. It is indeed. The kind of peaceful atmosphere which calls to mind memories of my childhood. You remember the day you lifted me upon your shoulders to let me see above the castle balcony? I'll not soon forget it. I can almost picture it now, gazing out at the endless lights which lay tranquil in the city below. As can I. Of course, I was still but a young man at the time, and took quite a scolding from Sir Joseph for exposing you to such danger. Yet, dangerous as it was, I can think of few moments more filled with joy. I often prayed I would one day stand as tall as you, that I would bear the strength to support another just as you did for me. 'Tis a prayer I continue to offer the heavens even now. I've done nothing to deserve such kind words, Your Highness. Yet I feel the same. Those moments we spent together are truly invaluable memory. And I'm certain Queen Alinea would be pleased to see the fine man you've become in the time since. I hope you're right. You sure hope Amalia changed the rules of the Colosseum after her humiliating defeat. No more dodgy boys. That was still so funny. That was fantastic. That was probably one of my favorite Unicorn Overlord moments. I must say, I never expected to look upon Pritzlatz from within Drakenhold's borders. From what I understand, the fort is considered to be nigh impregnable. Tell me, did you ever mount an attack on its ramparts while my mother ruled as queen? Hers was not a reign marked by invasions or offenses, Your Highness. Yet as the stronghold stands betwixt Cornea and Drakenhold proper, the territory surrounding it has long been disputed. Such was the case 15 years ago as well, the day that Hoddle sought to storm it. Stand down, Hodrick. Drakenhold means to provoke us with all his damn raids out of Pritzlatz, and they provoke us they have. But I, for one, don't intend to let them get away with it. Then you shall be playing into their hand. I hope you wouldn't think to cast your men's lives aside so callously. Her Majesty is shrewd indeed to have known I would come. But she should have sent more than a simple knight to stop me. There's nothing you do to change my mind. Listen carefully, Hodel. The only nation which stands to gain from this conflict is Drakenhold, not our own. And it's more than simply Queen Alinea who believes such an assertion to be true. General Valmore himself labors to make peace with our neighbors as we speak. What? Unlikely as it seems, I have little choice but to verify the truth that I claim myself. In the end, I was able to put a stop to Hodel's mindless scheme. I hope you've come to understand, Your Highness. Our relationship with Drakenhold has long proven a perilous one, no matter the present circumstance. Yet it's clear to me you think in much the same way your mother once did. And for my part, I'm not the slightest doubt you see Cornea's bond with her neighbors strengthened beyond belief. Bond. My thanks for saying so, Hodrick. Though in the course of this war our two nations have fought as one, disparate peoples banding together in the face of a common evil, I only pray we may do the same upon its conclusion, that all of Fevrith may enjoy a shared peace. The night air is bitter indeed, Your Highness. Please return with me to the warmth of town. Hodrick. What is it, my liege? I know I shouldn't speak of such things, but at times I find myself stricken with worry. A fear of what horrors may transpire should I ultimately fail in my campaign against Galerius. In that case, allow me to share with you a tale of my own failure. Long ago, a few fellow soldiers and I shared in a drinking contest to determine which of us could best hold our liquor. Yet no matter how many flagons of mead crossed our table, none of us three would yield even an inch. Who won in the end? None of us. One fell down the stairs of his tavern, his face pouring forth a river of blood. Another found the sight so utterly amusing he wet his trousers, amidst unbridled laughter. The third lost command of his faculties entirely, and awoke in the morning, naked in a nearby lay. 'Twas deemed a draw, as you might expect. What a terrible evening. It was yet not as terrible as the scolding from Sir Joseph, which awaited us the next day. Ha! Forgive me, I don't mean to make light of your suffering. Yet I fear I can't help myself. How I wish to have been a modest moth on that tavern wall. Elaine's like blushing about this. This was fortunately all before you were born, of course. To be honest, it's difficult to even imagine a time where you stood an unruly youth like any other. Not like any other, Your Highness. I must admit, I was the worst of them all. Thank you, Hodrick, for choosing to share this story with me. 'Tis an honor you would merely see fit to listen. I may not be able to lift the burdens from your shoulders, but I shall stand ever at your side when they grow too heavy to bear alone. I've no doubt you shall. Though I can't help but wonder, which of the 3 men were you, Hodrick? I would very much prefer to leave that to your imagination. Now that I think about it, I never have heard how you acquired that scar on your face. Nor shall you. Let us head to bed, your highness. Okay, but we know how he got his scar, because he told the story to Lex earlier today. Also, I get that he was trying to cheer Elaine up and then make him want to go back to town, but it didn't really directly affect his troubles, but whatever. It was sweet. Ooh, Yana and Hodrick. Do we get to hear more about young Hodrick? He sounds fun. Of all our time together, my little Hodrick, one memory stands tall above the rest. The day you unmade the magic sigil I had drawn to defend Grand Corinne from potential invaders. I fear I may never live it down. Yes, inadvertent though it may have been. The misfortune began when I stumbled over the votive offering at the heart of your sigil. Your magical implements scattered everywhere, and their place fell the dried fish I happened to be carrying. It was quite a shock to summon forth an army of spectral kittens rather than the knights I had hoped for. Yet it did serve the same purpose, in a sense. None could ever slip past that many hungry cats undetected. In all my years on this earth, I've never seen a more amusing sight. I suppose I'm fortunate that pangs of laughter are the only trouble my mistake brought. I do wonder, though, what were you doing with all those fish to begin with? They were for my blade master at the time. He was a difficult man, yet I heard he loved cats more than anything in the world. Hence I thought to lure one to the training ground in hopes of easing his stern demeanor. It seems you got a little more than you bargained for. Still, I assumed any cat would have done the job, spectral or no. It's a fair thought, but unfortunately he fainted the moment he saw the spirits ambling towards him. The day's training was cancelled, as you might expect, and I found myself faced with a rather lengthy suspension from duty. That explains why I didn't see you for some time after that. Still, a lover of cats with a deathly fear of spirits, Perhaps this Blade Master was more timid man than he led you to believe. Wait, there's a sparkly over there. How do I get there? Is there a secret path? There must be. There was another sparkle I came across the other day too, that was in another spot that I previously thought was inaccessible, and it turns out that I need to just snake around a mountain and there's a secret path. Drink the entire lake. Oh, there we go. Ooh, it's a divine shard, nice. I'm pretty sure I must have gotten like 95% of all the divine shards in the game, if not 100%. I definitely don't have enough to buy everything from that shop, so I wonder, there must be a way to get it through the online mode or something. Or maybe you just aren't meant to buy everything. Yeah, drink the entire lake, that's how you get to it, right? Renaud, I see you still wield the same lance you did 10 years past. Indeed, I do. It would seem I kept it rather well maintained, even while serving as Zenora's puppet. Does it not call to mind painful memories every time you gaze upon it? My pain matters not. This weapon serves us as a reminder of the torturous acts I committed with my own 2 hands. It is a warning, both for myself and for you. A warning to never forget the horrors we wrought. The innocent lives we stole away from families and loved ones. We must always remember their suffering for as long as we draw breath. There is truth in what you say, yet dwelling on such matters will one day shatter your very soul. My soul be damned, Hodrick. I have no longer the right to seek atonement, not after all I've done. Yet despite my sins, despite the foul torment I brought upon my citizens, I live on. Thus all I can do now is strive to sever the roots of evil at their source. And so I shall, even though it costs me everything. For my people, for my nation, and for my prince. But Renaud... Enough. I have chosen the path on which I walk, yet I am ever grateful to walk it beside you. There's a lot of French names for localizations in this game. That's because each nation actually has like a different culture behind it in terms of naming. It's like a lot of the places in Cornia are named after French words. And then like Drakenhold is like, I want to say like German words? And then Elheim is like Celtic. I can't remember what Bastorius and Albion do. But each like nation has like a theme, so some of the characters from those nations follow that as well. Not all of them, though. Kind of a nice touch. Lord Renault, is that truly you? It's an honor to see you here, my lord. Have you come to brandish your lance in the name of the local garrison? I know not who you are. But you taught me everything I know about the arts of war. Surely you must remember. The Renault you speak of is no more. Now be gone from my sight or be run through. You seem troubled, Renault. Is everything alright? It's merely a man I encountered. As a Northern soldier who seems to have served beneath me during my years under their control. In truth, I thought to inquire upon details of their military, but one such as he couldn't possibly know much of value. Yet more than that, your rage took hold of you. I too have been approached by a former soldier of mine, an enemy who spoke to me with the utmost reverence and warmth. 'Twas an odd feeling to hear such kind words from a man I bore no memory of. Yet when I first encountered you, Renault, I had found myself experiencing the contrary. The voice which met my ears was not that of an old friend, but a mere stranger, who bore no memory of our time together. Such a realization brought me great pain indeed. Not only that, but upon your release from their spell, you came to us only under the guise of the Wanderer Laurent. Tell me, Hodrick, does it anger you the way I cast my name aside in favor of a simple anonymity? Indeed it does. More than anything, it angers me to think how close I was to losing you. For had you truly chosen to renounce your past, none could ever bring you back, not even I. Both of us lost years to Zenora's foul sorcery, Renault. It is precisely why we live on. To reclaim that which was stolen from us rather than wallow in its absence. And for me, fighting at your side is in one way in which I do just that. Thank you, Hodrick. Your words bring to mind the days of our youth, vying for glory as fledgling knights in Her Majesty's employ. In a sense, I suppose renouncing myself would be no different than renouncing those dear memories. Perhaps the time has come to retire this old lance of mine. Though no matter what weapon I yield, I look forward to doing so at your side. Wait, which weapon I yield? You mean wield, right? Hey, Aru! Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, we're getting through these. Yes, this is the one I want. Ha! Yeah! Slow now. Thanks for letting me ride with you, sir. When I grow up, I want to be a knight just like you. It's a fine thing to aspire to, indeed. Now then, I must be off. Oh, wait until my friend hears about this. Hello, Your Highness. That was kind of you to do, Clive. Though you and Adel are both of noble lineage, you never let such matters hinder your relationship with the common man. As is our duty as Knights of the Ashen Blue, status and station are nigh meaningless here in our province. To join our order, all one needs is the talent to hold a blade and the ambition to see their journey through. One such as that boy from earlier. But of course, so long as he truly wishes to become a knight. Think of Bernice and her lack of horse. Being born to commoner parents, she couldn't afford a steed of her own. And while she claims it's due to her dislike of the beast, she simply never had the opportunity to learn. Yet while she stood with her order, she was every ounce our equal. Point well made. In truth, I always believed a knight to have come from noble birth. Cornia is a nation of great history, Your Highness. Of great noble families who have endured for centuries, while those beneath them are resigned to subsist off their land. Most knights, on the other hand, belong to the lower nobility, a class fully subservient to those more illustrious houses. While you might expect such vassalage to be a positive thing, it is also often rife with abuse and exploitation. Yet the province of the Ashen Blue exists to upend such a system, as has been its purpose ever since King Gerard granted us our order, the land we stand upon. My grandfather, the Sacred Blade of Cornia, I only knew of him from portraits I've seen on the castle walls myself. And what a fine image they must have painted. He truly was a master of the sword, as his name suggests. Though from what I understand, he often questioned the morality of royal rule. Why did he deserve to lead the nation simply because of the lineage in which he was born? It was that doubt which led him to frequently roam the land, enlisting to his service any able subject he came across, no matter their birth. 'Tis the spirit which the Ashen Blue carries forth to this day in our rejection of minutiae minutia, like title or status. We are all knights under the same banner, equals in every way imaginable. Though as you might expect, such bold proclamations have never garnered the support of the upper nobility. In fact, they've ever despised our order for tarnishing the legacy of their storied houses. While we swore allegiance to only one sovereign, the great King Gerard, who bestowed this province upon us, and thus our territory has served as a deterrent to the nobility's influence, and the cornerstone of a lasting peace in the region. 'Tis some story indeed, Clive. I understand now why you declined to join my royal guard. It was out of pride for your homeland and the will to see its ideals carried through to the next generation of knights. I only hope I didn't bore you with the tale, your highness. You did no such thing. 'Tis clear to me now I know almost nothing about my own kingdom. Please, you mustn't speak so ill of yourself. In the future, Clive, I wish to hear more about this province, and of your life within its borders should you be willing to share. I would be most honored. That was a long conversation. It was good though, but it was a long conversation. Hey Ryugen, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. It's good to see you. Also, I want to mention, like, at the beginning of the game, it seemed like they almost over-relied on the whole, like, mind control thing with Hodrick and Renault and a lot of those other characters, Bruno, but then they kind of laid off it after a while, which is good, because I think it's kind of a silly plot contrivance, but it's like, it had such a big effect on the beginning of the game, and then it kind of fell out, because a lot of the enemies we encountered later, who I thought were brainwashed, ended up not to be, like Gaily, for example, or I guess Altalinda was a different case, or Elgor, or Nigel. But I guess it's a convenient plot device for what they were trying to do. Upon Zenora's invasion of the province, our defeat was sadly all but certain. Before long, the nobles of our land bent the knee to Galerius one after the next to ensure their houses would live on. And yet the Ashen Blue refused to yield. My father, my family, and my retainers all stood firm against the Zenoran onset. All of them perished in the process. I have faith their sacrifice was not in vain. It simply can't have been. But every time I think back on the events of those days, I wonder what my father's resistance truly brought. If only he had surrendered like all those rest, accepted his place among Zenora's ranks. Perhaps my sister and mother may yet live. A painful thought indeed. Some have even mocked this memory, claiming him a little more than a fool who mistakenly thought he was a hero. Yet what other option did he have? To merely lie down and beg for his life the moment he saw that victory was beyond him. For a knight, such actions are the mark of a coward, not a leader. 'Tis as you say, Clive. His sacrifice was not in vain. Indeed, it was the very impetus in which has seen you take up his battle. A battle which rages on even now. Were we not here to fight it, Cornea would surely be lost to Galerius for the rest of time. We must never forget that, no matter what. Thank you for saying so, your highness. Under Zenora's rule, the wicked intent of our noble houses has been made plain for all to see. Even should we defeat Galerius, I imagine it will be difficult to return to the days of innocence which came before. All this time I thought only of restoring Cornea to my family's rule. Yet I have no knowledge of what the kingdom I fight for even used to look like. Not its history and not its pain. As a child, everything I could have wanted was housed within our castle walls. I never considered what suffering lay beyond, nor did I need to for that matter. My very existence was that of ignorance, blind to the fundamental truths of the world in which I lived. That began to change, of course, during my years on Polevia. Yet in that time, Cornea was reduced to an ideal in my mind, the name of a place I once knew and nothing more. I fully intend to avenge my mother, to lay waste to Zenora for what they've done to this continent. But after all this time, I fear I have no attachment to the home I lost. Have I truly the right to be king of such a home? And for a reason as seemingly insignificant as the family I was born to. 'Tis thoughts such as these that instilled in me the same doubts which likely once plagued my grandfather. If I might interject, your highness, that profound uncertainty is precisely why you deserve to rule. To summon the winds of change across Cornea's fields, just as King Gerard did before you. I understand your worries, truly I do, yet I assure you they are wholly unnecessary. And I, for one, am eager to see what manner of kingdom you create in the decades to come. You have my thanks, Clive. To hear those words grants me strength beyond my greatest belief. and I shall do whatever I must to honor their conviction. That was a good conversation, too. You there, kid. Ah, Morden, was it? That's what they called me. Anyway, you notice you've got a nice big chip on that lance of yours. I do now, yes. It would seem I'll need to procure a new one when next we're in town. You're talking about buying? Huh, at least let me take a look first. Should be an easy fix, and if anyone can do it, it's an old stonemason like me. I much appreciate that, thank you. Go right ahead. There you are, good as new. What craftsmanship. You've done finer work than even my preferred blacksmith. Glad to hear it. Now let's talk fees. Hold a moment, you mean to demand gold from me? What do you think this is, a charity job? All I'm asking for is a bit of drinking money. And when you really think about it, this is still plenty cheaper than buying a whole new weapon. Just mind you keep your wits about you, no need to worry about me, kid. I've been swimming in ale since before you were born. Oh, Morden. All your reports are about drinking. Ooh, his third one, Monica. Again, one of the few 3-chain reports in the game that does not involve a lane. Do you mind if we spoke for a moment, Monica? Well, this is convenient. You're just the man I was looking for. Oh, and why is that? You're the one who started this conversation. You first. Well, I was walking through town just now and came upon a tea I remember you used to love quite dearly. Of course, I'm not certain if it's still to your liking, but I bought some for you if you would accept it. I'd be glad to, thank you. And worry not, my tastes don't change that easily. It's a relief to hear. Go on then. Actually, perhaps we should discuss my business first. If you wish. What is it? In truth, while I was inspecting the marketplace myself, I happened to purchase your favorite flavor of sweet bun. And do you mean to say that bun is for me? Who else would it be for? Strange how the stars seem to align sometimes. Perhaps we could take tea together. Are you certain you don't mind? I wouldn't have suggested it if I did. Yes, I suppose not. Forgive me for dithering. I shall prepare for our meal at once. I wonder, how long has it been since we've dined together like this? Far too long, by my estimations. Thank you, Monica. Oh, that was sweet. I was also expecting it to end in a little bit more of like a romance type of thing, given their history, but I guess they want to leave it a little bit vague since they're not engaged anymore, right? It's a great honor to take arms with you once more, Sir Renault. Indeed it is, and the innocent boy I once knew has grown into a gallant young man. It was either that or perish in despair. I've witnessed great horrors these last 10 years, sir. Mountains of bodies reaching nigh to the heavens themselves. At times I've wondered what right I have to survive amidst so much dead. The thought alone has nearly consumed me whole. I understand your pain, Clive. In the past, I myself have fallen prey to that very line of thinking. Yet before me stands a man of great virtue, a knight bold and courageous in the defense of his people. 'Tis the least I can offer the memory of the fallen. Is that not what drives you as well, Sir Renault? Redemption for those you failed to save? Quite right, though I owe my awareness of that entirely to you. I appreciate you saying as much. By the by, I found it rather emotional tasting your cooking again after all these years. The flavor alone calls to mind memories of our training together, and the stern warmth of your careful instruction. 'Tis a joy I'm truly not felt in years. Thank you, sir, both for then and for now. It's peculiar, I'd once thought to abandon this march should my presence even prove too great a burden. Yet now I seem to bear the opposite effect entirely. I'll not complain though, no. I shall meet this newfound esteem with conviction and pride of my own. And I shall see you never feel troubled again. At times I wonder, Bernice, how would matters stand now had you never been cast from our order? Quite a question that is. If not for that fateful day, the two of us could have raised the banner of the liberation together, not strewn across the nation like so much shattered glass. You think so? Nice work back there, old man. Keep that up, you'll get a handpicked for the Royal Guard in no time. I mean, is that what you're after, right? Feels like Queen Alinea is the only thing you talk about sometimes. Quiet, girl. Would have paid you to call me captain for once. Oh, I'm actually surprised they have Gaily appearing in some of these. So I know they say Alinea is smart, but I still don't know about a woman leading our country. I mean, she's letting Drakenhold practically walk all over us. We'd never be that spineless if I was in charge. What was that about our queen? Say it again, I dare you. You wanna fight, bastard? Alinea's little lapdog sure has some bark today. But you do have some bite, Gaily. Easy there, old man. Or do you really want to throw away your shot at the Royal Guard over a pair of nothings? Damn the Royal Guard, I'll not let these knaves speak of our queen however they wish. Thanks for the frogs. Guess I've only got one choice then. That's enough, you two. Take back what you said and we can all walk away happy. And why should I? I was only speaking the truth, you know? Now come here, I need to get some payback from earlier. Wait! Too late. Ugh. I'm gonna pay for that. If you're expecting me to thank you for that outburst of yours, it won't happen. Didn't think it would. But hey, at least now you still got a chance at making the Royal Guard. Besides, it turns out those two were up to some nasty stuff behind our backs. I've got no sympathy for fools who can't understand the bounty our queen provides. And they certainly have no right to serve her royal name. By the way, you gonna punish me or what? Fighting in the ranks probably gets me expelled, huh? Just like them. Such is the sentence, yes. Well, maybe it's for the best then. You go on, enjoy the capital. As for me, I think a mercenary fits me better than a knight. Even back then, I knew you would never initiate a fight without fair reason. I attempted to appeal as such on your behalf, but there was only so much I could say, having not been present myself. My words were dismissed as though they were mere air. Not that it would have mattered, of course. You never stopped insisting you struck first. You were protecting him, weren't you? If only you had told the truth, Bernice. Then what? I would have stayed with the Ashen Blue. Some good that would have done. We'd have lost the province to Zenora, whether I was there or not. So yeah, I might have walked a different road, but all of them led right to the same spot. I don't regret it, if that's what you're wondering. The old man would have done anything for Alinea. So would I. Now that I think about it, Bernice was present when we found Gaily's body, right? You wonder how many words this stream will be compared to my average Umineko stream? Probably still not as much, I think. Because Umineko is like non-stop reading, while here I have like slight breaks between each conversation. Or like my 8 Ace Attorney streams, those ones had a lot. But still, I'm starting to think we won't get through all these supports today. Foolish as though I was to think we could. But that's okay. Let's do what we can. That's not the one I want. Is this one I want? Adel, right? What I want. Yeah. Oh, this is last conversation with Adel. Though we often face those who capitulated to Zenora, a thought has now only occurred to me. I'm certain some of them surrendered not out of true deference, but merely the wish to see those they love safe. Those we crossed spears with in our battle for the province were no different, I guess. With each combatant I felled, I couldn't help but feel some distant sense of loss. Say with me, we can't afford to falter now. We take up arms to protect the weak, to deliver justice to those who stray from its light. But I won't tell you to just get over it either. Remorse is a natural part of warfare. And all involved must bear the weight of their actions, and the consequences. Some reluctantly sided with Zenora to protect their families, others did so more willingly. But an enemy is an enemy, no matter the circumstance, and there's only one end we can grant such adversaries. So don't waver in your conviction, Clive. They would strike you down at the first sign of doubt. Indeed. I shall take heart in your words, as I always have. And if I may, Adel, I'm proud to name you as a dear friend. Let's make it through this together, shall we? That was nice, but I was expecting something a little bit more heartfelt for their last conversation together. Huh. I managed to find everything I was looking for, yet I admit it was all rather pricier than usual. Yeah, that's because you got swindled. I'm not sure I understand. Right, guess it's not much of a thing where you're from. Here in the desert, it's harder coming by the essentials, so merchants will try to charge you extra for them. The one who conned you must have been pretty new at it though. Guy could barely keep a straight face. But you still bought the act, hook, line, and sinker. There's not a whetstone in the world worth 5 times the going price. I suppose I did think it somewhat strange. Next time, you're better off just walking away if something doesn't feel right. You make the same mistake with a seasoned vet, and he'll fleece you out of every last coin you own. By the way, I turned your friend from earlier over to the town guard. I watched the whole damn thing go down after all. You mean to say you witnessed me falling victim to deceit, and you did nothing to stop it? More or less, yep. But hey, at least I got the rest of your money back. That's enough for another 4 whole whetstones. Indeed. It would seem I should thank you. Both for retrieving my gold and for alerting me to the myriad dangers of the desert. How about you pay me back for it then? Maybe we could spend that extra coin on a fancy little meal in town. As you wish. Though let's be sure to choose a reputable establishment this time, Okay, so now we're done with Clive. Nice. How much further do we have to do to at least finish Cornea? Quite a bit, although again, as we go further, the characters have less and less conversations, so it gets easier. Oh, this is the 3rd conversation with Travis and Ling. I appreciate you lending me so many books, Travis. It's been quite a gratifying journey through the various genres of literature. Glad you're having fun with it. So what'd you think of this one? It was a compelling read indeed, though I found myself struck by a particular passage within. The past is unchangeable, while the future is unknown. So if you wish to achieve true happiness, you must seek it out in the present moment. I consider that to be a rather self-evident idea myself. But you have to realize it's an elf who's saying it. With how long most of them live, you'd normally think they'd be talking about the future instead. Though regardless of lifespan, it's vital to exist in the here and now. I may not know how this war shall end, but I plan to cherish every last second I spend with my friends along the way, our triumphs and our troubles both. Can't disagree with you there. I know it won't last forever either. Things will change once you take the throne. You're wrong, Travis. King or no, I am your friend first, and the crown shall never keep me from speaking with you like this. Huh. Well, I hope you're right. Again, a nice heartfelt conversation, but I feel like they could have made it a bit longer, but that's fine. Oh, okay. Again, Travis is one of the few characters to get 3 chain supports with non-Elaine characters, so Bruno and Berengaria both get 3 chains with Travis. You okay there, big guy? It's weird seeing you lost in thought like that. Let me ask you something, Travis. What are you gonna do once this war is done with? Straight into the heavy questions, huh? I can't imagine I'll want to give up the whole spying business. Maybe Elaine will bring me on as his personal scout or something. Not bad, yeah? Me, I've been thinking. I want to start up the Tricorns again. The 3 of us, just like it was before the boss left. And yeah, I doubt everyone will come running back the moment we did. But if we can get the whole world talking about us again, they just might. Don't worry, if your heart's set on serving the king, I'm not going to stand in your way. Though no way I'm convincing the boss with you out of the picture. So what, you're planning on getting the gang back together all by yourself? Pretty good joke, that. What'd you say? A guy like you works best when you've got someone else holding the reins. Which was always my job, of course, and it's like I said before. Those days we spent playing the fool were some of the happiest I've ever known. What are you getting at? If you're serious about reviving the Tricorns, you can count me in. And I'll convince Ren too, one way or another. You mean... Huh, I knew you'd come around. Well, let's focus on ending this war first, okay? Anything you say, Travis. Come on, we got an empire to stomp. I like the friendship between those two. What are you reading there? Ah! Why have you snuck up on me, spy? I may have mistaken you for an enemy and cut you down. Sorry about that. I just get the feeling you're hiding something, or maybe a few somethings. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm a little more than a common soldier who enjoys a life of peace and quiet. Sure, common. You know, it's easier finding a single coin in a desert than a swordsman as skilled as you. And is that a Dragonhold fairy tale you're reading? One about a solitary sellsword who rebels against his cruel despot and becomes king himself? An aspiration of yours, perhaps? You certainly have the talent, if nothing else. I think not. If anything, I'd say it brings Elaine to mind. He may be a prince, but the castle he calls home now lies in the hands of his enemy. And this struggle against Zenora is our own rousing tale of revolution. Hence, I thought there might be wisdom to glean, even from fiction like this. Interesting idea. Though that reminds me, there's an Aramis in that story too. Just like ours. A relative of the main character, yes. The man turns to crime in order to protect his family, and in the end, burns at the stake for it. Yeah, I remember. He was a good man, and fiercely loyal, but didn't spare him the merciless fate. Your parents must have been peculiar indeed to give you a name like that in Dragonhold. I'll agree with you there. Oh, it just ends like that? Okay. Was he reading the Three Musketeers? Oh, what's happening here? Good night, Danger Gel. Thanks for stopping by the stream. We'll catch you next time. Have a good rest. Looks like this is goodbye. Wait, Ren, please. I can't keep doing this alone. Ah! You okay, Travis? I haven't seen someone scream themselves awake in years. Just a bad dream is all. I thought you were leaving me again. Oh, good. Now I'm giving you nightmares. Huh. What's so funny? Back while you were gone, everything was the other way around. I'd always dream about being there in the Tricorns together, fighting side by side like nothing ever happened. What scared me most was waking up realizing none of it was real. I wish I could just live my dreams, instead of alone on the outside. I had no idea. But now, no matter how bad a dream might get, you're always here when I open my eyes. I take that over how it used to be any day of the week. Huh. Wait, doesn't this mean you'll be having nightmares for the rest of your life? Oh, can't say I envy that. But it's like you said, better than the alternative. While I can't fix everything, I can stay with you. Besides, how else am I going to make sure you're staying out of trouble? Thanks, Ren. You have no idea how long I've waited to hear you say that. Aw. Again, I like how some of the reports are a little bit more cinematically involved, I guess is one way to put it. Little mini cutscenes and other characters participating and flashbacks. Is it the one all the way around there? What a gorgeous vista this is. I had no idea scenery like this existed within Cornea's borders. It's one of the most peaceful spots I can think of, yeah. I mean, sure, we got plenty of ruins back home too, but nothing beats this if you ask me. It's interesting you say that. To me, both our lands have their own unique charm. Hope you don't mind me telling you this, Elaine, but I used to dream of stuff we're doing now. Traveling the world, finding out what all Fevris got to offer. I spent years hoping to join a crew and get out of that desert. And once I finally did, that's when Zenora showed up. Took damn the dream right out of my hands. It wasn't until I started working as a merc here in Cornea I even saw grass for the first time. Or peaceful lakes shimmering at the sun. Wish everyone back home could know this feeling. It's a noble wish indeed, Albin. You really think so? Then it's settled. I'm gonna make this world a place where folks are free to travel anywhere they want. Doesn't matter if they're orphaned from the desert or some lowly bestial living up in the tundra. There's no chance I'm doing it alone, though. And we don't know when this war is gonna be over, but... Let me help you, Albin. You, huh? Not sure how I feel about asking favors from a prince. Then perhaps you would consider asking one from a friend instead. If anyone's capable of achieving such a dream, it's you. And think of the joy our people will know once you have. No arguing with that. Well then, what are we waiting for? We got ourselves a war to win. And win it we shall. Both of us together. Actually, that reminds me how weird this area of the map was. Because even after we cleared all the towns, it was still red because there were a couple like random stray enemies wandering around until we killed them. Enemies that weren't like attached to any territory or town. I still find it weird Albin doesn't talk more to Gloucester. Actually, I find it weird Gloucester doesn't talk more to any of the desert folks other than Aramis. Well, what do you think? Pretty amazing, yeah? I've never seen this much water in my life. Except in your book, I mean. You mean the one the old boss gave you? Yep, and I always knew when I got my ship, the two of you be the first people I took on board. Besides, what's the point in sailing the ocean if I don't got my friends here to enjoy it with? So this is that dream you're always talking about. The hell was that? Looks like we hit a reef, Captain. We're taking water pretty fast. She's going down. Ah! Hey, watch where you're going. What the? It was all just a dream. You okay, Albin? You're sweating like a damn pig over there. Liza, you're alive. Wait, where's Magellan? Just doing a bit of shopping in town, why? Hey, quit it with the hugging. You're gonna make me all sweaty now. Sorry. That's what this is about. Some dumb dream where we all died on your boat. It's not funny. I really thought I went and got the both of you killed. Well, even if he did, I'm sure we wouldn't have minded going down with a friend. That's not the point, Liza. I just can't bear seeing you get hurt like that. Especially knowing full well it's my damn fault. What are you muttering about over there? It's just a dream, Albin. And besides, you know it'll take way more than that to kill us. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, what do you get that boat of yours? You better not go set sailing alone, you hear me? Loud and clear. Sounds like a lot of people are having bad dreams in this army. Damn, it's cold. So this is snow, huh? It's almost like some kind of freezing white sand. Gotta wonder how the folks here deal with all the year round. Like we have it any better, that desert will kill you during the day, then chill you to the bone once night comes knocking. No matter what they're facing, people always figure out ways to adapt. That's what it means being alive, I guess. Still, it's strange that we'd never be standing here if it wasn't for Elaine. Remember what the boss used to tell us? To get out of the desert, see Fevroth for what it's got to give. Never made sense coming from someone who loved that place as much as she did. Pissed me off every damn time I heard it. It's because she knew something had to change, Magellan. Her whole life, she'd watch over our people, get treated like nothing more than liars and thieves. But us, we had a chance to show the world what that stretch of sand means to us, to show them who we really are. If she seriously meant all that, then she should have just said so. Yeah, like that'd work. Whole speech would have gone in one ear, out the other. She was right, though. Now come on, we got work to do. Hey, if it isn't my best pal Albin, how can I help ya? I want to hear about that friend of yours. The one you said took his morals to the grave. Story's not worth telling. Not for me or for you. Well, I think it is. Now come on, out with it. Suit yourself. I had a partner once, back when I was just still learning the trade. Guy would never stop talking about how he wanted me a knight. It was all justice this, sacrifice that. And when a pack of bandits started attacking a nearby town, he went after him. Alone. Of course, I wasn't about to let him march off to his death, so I followed pretty close behind. But the bastards saw me. And just as they were gonna strike the killing blow, my friend jumped in the way. Took it himself. So yeah, there's only one person I'm looking out for now, and it's me. Didn't realize he had that rough. Well, now you know, and I don't need your sympathy for what it's worth. That's not what I'm getting at. I honestly could have guessed it was something like that. But I was happy just calling you a coward instead of learning the truth for myself. I'm sorry, Jeremy. Ugh, first the boss, now you. Why can't everyone just leave me the hell alone? Yeah, it's me, you're all too damn nice for your own good. And you're not the ruthless dog you pretend to be. Huh, just don't get any big ideas about jumping in front of me, oh yeah? You go get yourself killed like he did, and I'll regret ever telling you about this in the first place. Better hope I don't help him out of instinct, then. Jeremy's one of those characters that even when he was our enemy and then joined us, he still had a bit of, like, intrigue to him. And we're learning a little bit more about him, which is kind of cool. He also doesn't have very many supports. I keep thinking those gathering points are support locations. This is an unexpected pair. You following me for something, Dina? Is it Dinah? Dina? I think it was Dina. No, I think it was Dinah, actually. Huh. I'm surprised you noticed. I want to know what you're doing out here all by yourself. Back in the day, me and my friends would come down to the shore every night. Talk about what we were hoping to get out of life. Though I'd come by and relive the moment. You must have cared a lot about these friends of yours. More than my own damn life. Always have and always will. Even if they weren't the same race as you? Because me, I still can't bring myself to trust humans. Not fully. All of us were born right here in this desert, you know? And the second we were, we had the whole world treating us like thieves and lowlifes. Not to mention what it's like actually living here. You see a lot of good people die way too young. When every day's a struggle just to keep on surviving, stuff like race never even crosses your mind. Huh. I know you got plenty of history, Dinah, whatever your name is. Plenty of humans who did you wrong over the years. Or mispronounced your name. So I won't go saying you need to trust me right away or anything. But I'll more than earn it, I can promise you that. You already have. When you said you never think about race, I could tell you really meant that. Besides, I know what the eyes of a liar look like, and those aren't it. Guess I've got some work to do myself. We all do, Dinah. That's what makes life worth living. And here I thought I was going to be thinking about old memories tonight, not making new ones. Come to think of it, she's one of the units that I haven't really used. But most of the units I haven't used, I have someone else with the same class somewhere. Like I have multiple vanguards, I have multiple breakers, I have multiple knights, I have multiple swordmasters. Dinah's the only one that I don't have multiple foxes. So maybe I should like feed her some XP items just so I have at least one person of her class at the sufficient level later. Just couldn't find a way to fit her into a party. Because I already have Team Pistorius without her. She could be the army mascot. I think she would take great offense to that. Probably not trust any humans anymore. Rosewater Sharbat with extra honey, just like I had with my mom all those years ago. That was some line though, not like it's any shock in this heat. Yeah, I can't wait to see the look on Chloe's face when I surprise her with it. No, my Sharbat! Watch where you're going, old man. Wait, is that you, Albin? Old man, you know I'm still in my 20s, yeah? I don't care what age you are. I waited for hours to get a Sharbat for me and Chloe, and now the only ones who get to enjoy it are the desert ants. Sorry, didn't mean to make you drop it. But hold on, I'm pretty sure I just saw Chloe making the same damn thing back at camp. Something about a surprise for a friend from what she was telling me. Guess that friend is you, huh? She's really doing that for me? The random friendship between Radiel and Chloe is so sweet. Ah, looks like you both had the same idea. But hey, I bet you still got time to make it with her if you hurry. I'll even give you a little coin for the ingredients, make up for bumping into you, you know? I never even considered making something together. Anyway, I should probably get going. And I'm sorry too, for what it's worth. Now hand over that gold and Chloe and I will make enough Sharbat for all three of us. Sounds good to me, just don't go getting sick off it, yeah? Like, Radiel has like no friends in the army, but she's like besties with Chloe, and that's so sweet. You used to be a hunter, yes, Rolf? How did you come to forego that in favor of organizing a local militia? It's simple, really. I needed a way to keep my town safe from Zenora. Of course, by then I already heard the rumors about you and your liberation. But if I abandoned the militia and joined you instead, my people would have been left to fend for themselves. And that just wasn't going to happen. 'Twas the right decision, should you ask me. Things are different now, though. Our army's big enough to protect entire nations, not just a couple little towns. Meaning I could do a lot more good with you than I ever could on my own. It helps that we have a reliable commander leading the charge as well. I appreciate that. Yet I feel as though I must return the compliment. Not every man is capable of mustering an armed force. But you did so with great conviction and never expected a single thing in return. Peace for the towns and villages of this land is reward enough for me. As you know, our initial goal in forming the liberation was simply the task of reclaiming Cornea. Yet now we seek to deliver peace to the entire continent over. It is as you say, Rolf, there could be no greater reward. I may not always be the decisive person, my prince. But I know why I fight, and I know who I wish to fight beside. So please grant me the honor of remaining ever close to you. And together we can finally bring our dreams of peace to fruition. I could want nothing more, Rolf. You there, I heard you were a hunter before the war. I'll have you know I despise your kind. The way you treat animals like they exist for your own savage sport and nothing more. That's not how all of us feel. I myself respect the sacrifice of every life that sustains my own. Then why be a hunter at all? Because my father was one. Because this was the only way I knew how to right his wrongs. What do you mean? My father was exactly the cruel, ungracious sportsman of which you spoke. He hunted for fun, not out of a necessity, held no regard for the countless lives he stole. I often swore I'd be nothing like him. Yet every time I ate an animal he had slain, I felt complicit in his loathsome ways. So I became hunter myself that I might amend them instead. To give thanks to the natural world for all it provides us rather than destroy its bounties for my own damn pleasure. Sounds like you're just as resentful as I am, then. Sorry for assuming otherwise. I've had plenty of bad experiences with your type in my day. It would seem all of Fevrith is plagued by ruthless men like my father. Maybe so, but that's got nothing to do with you, so don't go punishing yourself for someone else's sins. I won't. And thank you for hearing my story, Dinah. All of her reports are like her being accusatory and saying that she doesn't like someone, and then coming around and saying that she likes them, and feels bad for misjudging them. Hey Jirai, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. It's also funny that Rolf and Auk... Auk is the only report that Rolf has that lasts 2 chains, and same vice versa. You wouldn't have expected it, but I guess both of them needed someone to talk to. I liked their first support though, it was very, very funny. All I have to do now is promote this pawn, and victory will be mine. You've carved through my defenses as though they were mere paper. As you should have expected from an old Zenora general. I could never lose a game of chess to a mere archer like you. Where to move next? I have to say, though, the Liberation's march has led us some distance from our homes. Never in my most fanciful dreams did I imagine we'd be standing now in the realm of angels. Speaking of which, I'd always thought them to be exclusively young women. Yet there are men among them as well. Children, too, even the elderly. Though nothing confounds me quite like the large muscular angels with their massive shields. In truth, I'm not even certain how their wings can support them. Perhaps it's a manner of levitation magic endemic to the sacred shores of Albion. What do you think, Rolf? I trust your assessment, whatever it may be, though I'm not sure I'm the right person to ask about such things. The same goes for most matters, to be completely frank. Your mind is constantly flooded with these grand ideas, which I barely even say a word in response. Don't you ever grow bored of such conversations? Of course I don't. If anything, it makes my life all the easier. How so? You never find fault in my words, for one, so I'm free to say whatever thought crosses my mind. That, and you actually listen to what I have to say. I am pretty good at that, yes. I imagine few others could stomach your endless rambling. You what? By the way, you're about to get checkmated. Don't be ridiculous, No, how is this possible? Now, what was that you said about losing to a mere archer? I suppose this is what I deserve for taunting you. Their friendship's kind of sweet. I like it. Yeah, the game's going well. We're just wrapping up report conversations because we're at the end of the game. Damn, Travis, who does he think he is anyway? Has something happened between the two of you, Bruno? Oh, nothing. It's just he keeps foisting all my favorite foods on me. Of course, I'm happy to take him, but I don't know. He never used to do nothing like this before. And really, you think he'd be fighting me for the good stuff, not just giving it away? I'm not certain I would, actually. If I had to guess, I would assume he still feels guilt over the manner in which he departed the Tricorns. Either that, or he's merely happy to be sharing your company again, Bruno. That's enough standing around talking about it, though. I'm gonna go bring this all back to him. You aren't going to keep his gift. I did the first time, but this has been dragging on for days now. It's like he's barely even thinking of me as his friend anymore. I wish he'd just stop trying to worry about me and go back to being the same old Travis. Perhaps you could tell him that then. I'm certain he'd be happy to hear you say it. Why's it always gotta be him getting his way? Why'd you tell me more about your time with the Tricorns, Bruno? I'd be glad to. You probably don't know this, but it was actually me who got the band up and running. Oh, then how did Baron Garya end up captain instead of you? At the start, it was just me and a couple of friends looking to make a few gold. So you can imagine how happy we were taking our first job to go hunt down some bandits. We ended up getting beat and bad in that. It took everything I had to help my friends get away. It wasn't long till the bandits caught up to me, beat the living hell out of me to make sure I never mess with them again. You mean to say you served as a decoy? That's what a captain does, yep. I wasn't gonna let my men get cornered. Anyway, right as I was passing out, this big old carriage comes rolling up to the bandits' fort. The door flung open, and before I knew it, some noble woman was stepping out of the thing. One swing of her axe and the bastards were done for. I'm talking about Baron Garya, if you couldn't guess. And what do you think she said when she pulled me off the ground? This is sounding more like a storybook with every word. I assume she wanted to know if you were okay. Nope. She gave me a big old smile and asked if was willing to let her join my band. It seems she was still just as imposing as she is now. None of it made sense, really. Why would someone as tough as her want to join us? But I wasn't going to turn her down either, so I asked how she'd feel about being our captain. Of course, she said yes, so long as I'd let her brother come with. Just like that, the Tricorns were off and running. Interesting. I never knew that was how you met them. Kinda seemed like fate, you know? Same as it did when I met you. Me? Yep. When I was coming to after you broke that spell, it felt like I was getting saved by the boss all over again. I owe you big time for that. And I doubt this will make up for it, but I'm gonna keep giving you everything I got for the liberation. I'm glad to hear you say that, and glad to have met you as well. Not only for your strength in battle, but for your resolute and unwavering friendship. Ah, well, there's plenty more where that came from. Berengaria is so cool, but I kind of wish that her design wasn't so, like... The way they draw her sprite, she stands very, like... timidly in battle, and she's also, like, really slim. I thought they would make her more like Amalia if they wanted to go for, like, badass. Not that you need to be large to be a badass, but she just seems like she's, like, thinner than Yana. Doesn't really, like, match the description that they're trying to give her, I think. It's Berengaria I'm talking to next, right? Hey boss, you gotta hear this. Oh, what's up with this cute music? What is it, Bruno? With that kind of excitement, I think you just saw a unicorn. It's even better than that. There's gonna be a feast tonight. On Elaine's orders, I take it. Nah, that's the best part of the whole thing. A bunch of our mercs are secretly hoping to throw a party for Elaine, not the other way around. And I imagine they only told you on the condition you keep quiet about it. Well, sure, but what was I supposed to do, not tell you? Anyway, I was thinking we can go on a little hunting trip, just like we used to for all the tricorn feasts. Wait a second, Bruno, those mercs didn't happen to have any tattoos, did they? Now that you mention it, they all did have some kind of cocoon-looking thing on their shoulder, yeah? Bandits. The steel butterflies. Bring your axe, Bruno. Looks like we're gonna have that hunting trip after all. What about the party? Sorry to break it to you, but there is no party. The bandits just told you that to keep you quiet. Now come on, we don't have much time. You did good back there, Bruno. If not for you, we'd all be face down in a ditch right now. Shame about the feast, though. I was looking forward to throwing back a few rounds together. There's no reason we can't still do that. Grab us a bottle or two, will you? Now you're talking my language. I'll bring Travis, too. Oh, this will be our first conversation we've seen with Bryce. Yeah, they forgot to invite Elaine to the party they had after. Hey Curtis, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. How's the cargo looking there, Bruno? Seems like a lot for just one guy. Here, let me give you a hand. Nah, I'm good. I can carry all this stuff in my sleep and still have room for dreaming. Maybe, but it'd still take you all day if you do it alone. Now let me... I said no, this is my job and damn it, I'm gonna do it. Look, you can still do most of it, I'm just gonna help, okay? Fine, if you're not gonna listen, I'll have to work so fast you can't even lay a finger on him. A race, is it? Not a bad idea. Damn it all, why is the bastard so set on helping me? Elaine said I'd get a triple serving at dinner for this, and now some rat keeps cutting into my earnings. This one box left, huh? Hands off, it's mine. Oh, quit your complaining, why don't we just carry it together? Like hell that's gonna happen, I'm done taking your damn help. Come on, Bruno, what good are friends for if we don't come running for stuff like this? So tired. I can't believe we managed to move all that before noon. Though it wasn't really a Wii operation, you must have carried 3 times as much as I did. What's happened to all our cargo, Bruno? You surely can't be done already, can you? That's their conversation? And they only have one conversation. He only has one conversation with him, so that's just how it ends. How's the game been so far? Fantastic. I really like this game. It's really fun to play. A lot of its shortcomings are just due to the fact they ran out of budget near the end, which is a little bit of a shame, but the gameplay is super solid. And I like the characters. Someone help. Bruno, what's happened to you? Stay where you are, I'll heal your wounds right away. Appreciate it, Sharon. But first, you gotta help him. Oh, you poor thing. There. Now it's your turn, Bruno. Huh. He seems to have been more severely hurt than I thought. Phew. That should do it.
That was some nap. Wait, where's the goat? Is he gonna be okay, Sharon?
He is indeed. The little fellow wandered off perfectly healthy thanks to my magic. But you were in far worse shape and even lost consciousness soon after I started healing you. What happened out there?
Well, I was making my way over to a blacksmith to get my axe worked on, and that's when I caught sight of that goat getting mauled by a wolf. I could have sworn it was just one, but before I knew it, I was facing up against a whole damn pack of them. Not even a guy like me can beat them odds. So I grabbed the goat and ran as fast as I could. Kept him safe while those wolves were biting my legs.
How brave of you.
Fella must have gotten separated from his friends somehow. Of course, who knows what'll happen to him once he's back on the wild, but at least for today he's okay.
You truly have a kinder heart than most, Bruno. But look. It seems he managed to find his friends after all and came back to thank you.
Heh, and I'm happy seeing it.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, like, apparently, because this game has so many characters in it, and they have, like, support system. Basically like Fire Emblem. So right now we're just doing all the supports that I missed during my actual playthrough. But it's unfortunate, because most characters, even though they have 3 ranks of support, a lot of the conversations are only 1 conversation or 2 conversations. There's very few that are 3 conversations long. And I think that's just because they ran out of budget. Apparently Vanillaware ran out of money towards the end of making this game, because they've been making this game for like 10 years. And near the end, like the company founder had to help shore it up with some of his own money to get them to finish it. Which is really a shame, because this game's really good and I wish more people were talking about it and playing it. It really is like, if you want to play Fire Emblem, but you want something that's actually different, but similar, like it's different enough and fun enough that it's completely different than Fire Emblem, but it has so much of the same skeleton structure. Yeah, and the art's really nice too. What is she doing up in that tree? Ah!
Are you hurt, Sharon? You seem to have landed quite heavily on your leg.
Please, it's nothing a bit of healing can't tend to. Do you see the nest on that branch up there? One of its chicks had fallen to the ground, so I thought to return the poor thing to its home. But I'm embarrassed to say I lost my footing on the way back down.
You truly are a kind soul, Sharon.
Would you not have done the same as me?
Well, yes, I suppose I would have.
As I thought. In any case, we should move away from the nest before their mother grows too upset with us. You called me a kind soul once before, back at Ronmort. I thought much on the matter since that day, and I believe it's not the goodness of my heart which motivates such deeds, but simply my own selfish desires. In other words, the only reason I help others is because I myself wish to be helped. Forgive me for hiding my true nature from you, Prince.
There's nothing to apologize for. Everyone in the world is the same, I promise you. Whatever the motive, you're dedicated yourself to the well-being of others and aided a great many people in the process. Far better than to demand favors and offer nothing in return.
You say that, but it's still a sin to act purely in self-interest.
Then answer me this. Was it self-interest that drove you to return that bird to its nest, or purely compassion for an animal in need?
Well...
In either case, I'd rather you not help at all if you're going to get hurt while doing so.
Thank you, Prince. I promise I'll be more careful next time.
And should you ever require a steady hand to lift you up, I'd be more than glad to volunteer.
I'd like that very much.
Look, Sharon, the mother bird has come bearing food for her children.
You are the true kind soul here, Elaine. Yeah, this game was made by Vanillaware, so you might recognize them from Odin Sphere, 13 Sentinels, Muramasa. They have a very distinct art style. And I like how all their games are like very different genres from each other despite that. Ooh, this is the third conversation, or second conversation with Sharon and Oglis. These two are a cute couple too. Lady Oglis, is there something I can help or assist you with?
Not tonight, thank you. I was merely preparing to turn in for the evening.
And I suggest you do the same. You must surely be tired from the day's work. Yes, I suppose I am.
You seem rather troubled, Sharon. What is it that ails you?
Oh, It's just that I learned long ago that you're more than capable of anything you set your mind to. It was often obvious you were quite exhausted from your duties back in Ronmort. Yet you always found the energy to play with the children without so much as a moment's hesitation. A pleasant memory, yes, but how does that relate to your present dismay? Well, the same is true in our battles, Oglis. You're always doing whatever you can to protect me, while I never have the chance to support you in any way, neither in battle nor out of it. You mean to say... Ugh, what a wretched fool I've been. So quick was I to act, I failed to even notice the compassion you bore for me. Please, you mustn't blame yourself. Are you certain you've not need of a rest, Sharon? I'm fine, I assure you. In that case, perhaps I would rather like a nice wing massage. A wing massage? I mean, I guess. You always have been good at this, Sharon. And your legs make as fine a pillow as ever. Oh my. I'm glad you think so. But more than anything, I'm happy to know I can actually be of use to you. As am I, for you. To be completely honest, our friendship has felt a bit one-sided as of late. You do so much for me, I want nothing more than to make you feel cared for in the same way. Though it feels a bit embarrassing to be saying it out loud. Sharon, please, you do plenty. And you may not always realize this, but the day I met you was the most blessed day of my life. Oh, come on. I know you're just trying to cheer me up. I am, perhaps, but it's the truth, too. Ooh, look at that blush. Well, I'm pleased to hear you say so, and in the spirit of openness, I feel the same. It's a bit of a shame that, like, Sharon has all these reports with people in the army you get early in the game, but Oglis has, like, no supports with anyone, except for with Sharon, up until, like, you get near Albion. And even then, she doesn't even have very long conversations with the Albion people. Her own people. Where's the conversation I'm looking for? Off you go. What are you doing to those chickens? You're hitting them with your hammer. Ha! Teacher, stop! You mustn't harm those poor animals. Just look at how safely they've landed on the other side. Don't worry, Sharon, I'm not hurting them. I'm just playing golf. You know, like they do in Wonderland. Just sit back and watch, yeah? But... Ah! It's so silly. Anyway, those chickens were just staring at the river when I got here, almost like they were trying to find a way across. So I figured I'd help, and a quick couple of smacks was a lot faster than trying to get them all over to a bridge. That's quite the method, yes, but it appears to have been an effective one, if nothing else. I must say, I'm always surprised to see the power your slender frame is capable of producing. I can't imagine the harsh training you must have gone through to reach this point. I wouldn't call it training, really. I mostly just messed around when I was a kid. Smacking my friends with pillows or catching huge fish with my bare hands. It's no wonder I ended up going for the hammer after all that. I mean, technically it's the same kind of stuff, just with metal, no. My parents never came round to it, though. Keep trying to get me to ride a horse like a proper knight. A familiar struggle. But in my eyes, Kicha, you've every ounce the knight they wished you would become, and much more. I just hope they agree with you on that. I'm fairly certain that wouldn't really work like that in real life. What a strange report conversation. Oh, okay, we're on to Auk now. Could you spare a moment, Your Highness? What is it, Auk? As it just so happens, I've recently devised a new battle formation oriented purely towards the magical arts. I was hoping I might test it out when Zenora next strikes, but I'll need more sorcerers if I wish to do so. In that case, I'll have them transferred over for another unit right away. You would truly do that for me, but it's still just an idea, and I've no guarantee it'll prove effective. Nor will you until you have the opportunity to assess its utility in genuine combat. Should it fail, I have every faith you'll see its flaws refined, and perhaps even more so should it succeed. Well, yes, I suppose so. It's an odd sensation speaking with you like this. You treat me not with the contempt I expect from a royal prince, but care and respect for any common man. Perhaps because I spent more time living and hiding on Palavian shores and sipping fine teas in the royal chambers.
But for my part, Auk, I consider you to be anything but common. It is clear you're a great sorcerer, even if you fail to realize it yourself. And seeing how little I know of the finer points of magic, 'tis a merit indeed to have you around. Then let us alert the other sorcerers at once. I'll do whatever I must to remain worthy of that praise. I am certain you will. There we go. It's a little bit annoying having to actually travel to all these points, but I can understand why they do it, because the game wants to gate you based on certain conversations should only happen at certain points in the plot, so that's why they need to put them at locations. But it'd be nice if there was like a convenient way just to play the reports right away without having to actually travel and guess which one was which, when we have so many at once. This can't be happening. Not after I promised His Highness I would earn his praise. This was a simple accident, Sir Auk, and wholly out of our control at that. You can't blame yourself for such things. Besides, the rite itself was practically perfect. Take heart in that, if nothing else. Fools, your necks aren't the only one on the chopping block here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It should be no surprise they think to abandon me. But my search for glory yet goes on, both for Mother and for Elaine. Good evening, Auk. Your Highness! What are you doing here? I've come to speak about what transpired between you and those sorcerers just now. You saw that, did you? Go on then, scold me however you will. I knew the day would come that you cast me from your army. I'm not certain what you mean. Don't lie to me, you must regret ever letting a failure such as I walk amongst you. No, Not another word. Just go. Abandon me like all the rest. Stop talking and listen for a moment, Auk. I'm only here because I worry for you. You... what? As do your fellow sorcerers, actually. They seemed convinced you wouldn't listen were it coming from them. Right you are, Your Highness. Yours is the sole voice that Auk has ears for. And don't worry about me, sir. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Though it did leave a fairly unsightly mark. Have you considered learning the art of fist fighting instead? Ha! Could you imagine? They're quite the pair, those two. Huh. Here I was positively racked with guilt, and that's their response? I haven't abandoned you, Auk, nor shall I drive you out of the Liberation's ranks. From where I stand, 'tis plain as day the respect they have for you. It's also why they never utter a single word of complaint, no matter how unreasonable your demands may be. That is the mark of a true leader, Auk. One I would be a fool to do away with. Then, you're sure about this, despite all my failings in being of use? You haven't failed. I find the work you've done with our magic wielders to be a true achievement, in fact. Yet even were it not, the day shall never come I regret enlisting your service. Thank you, Your Highness. Having said that, I suggest you pay more attention when others are speaking to you. Not only that, but... moved on to the scolding now, have you? Though, perhaps it's only fair I accept it today. Aw, Auk has some sorcerer friends, and they respect him. That's good. He just has to learn to see that. There you are, Auk. I need your help fast. What do you think you're doing? Unhand my collar this instant. All I need you to do is use your magic to melt this ice, okay? My pendant's stuck in there. I must have dropped it while I was walking around here last night. But by the time I realized this morning, it was already frozen solid. Why do you need me to help? I'm a powerful sorcerer, not a piece of charcoal willing to summon forth flames at your every convenience. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get back to my studies. I have little enough respite as it is without your interruptions. Wait, please. That pendant is the only thing I've left of my mum. What did you say? And yet, I thought about just breaking the ice with my hammer. But I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I accidentally smashed the pendant, too. The candle didn't do much against ice this thick either. So that means magic's the only chance I've got. Fine. But just this once, you understand? Got it.
Anyway, it's right over here. Oh, and try not to burn it or anything, okay? I would do no such thing. Thanks again, Auk. And just let me know if you ever want a hand with something. I'll come running anytime you need me.
Or if you have any chickens that need crossing rivers, you know?
Huh. All I ask is to take greater care of your mementos from now on.
Let me know if you ever need my help, Auk. And that was the last time they ever spoke. Ooh, Auk and Selvi, that might be an interesting conversation.
Ah, the scholar Auk who once oversaw these ruins. And you're Selvi, yes? Indeed, a simple nomad in pursuit of knowledge, same as you. I've heard some rather interesting tales from those who worked under your command. They claimed you were desperate for your mother's approval, that she was the only reason you ever took interest in ancient history to begin with. Is there something wrong with that? Oh, not at all, the opposite, in fact. You see, I tend to grow so absorbed in my studies I often neglect the world around me. Friends, family, everything. So I was hoping you might teach me. Show me what it means to care for something beyond your own self-interest. I'm not sure I'm qualified for that. I only ask one thing, Auk. Speak to me about your mother. If I can better understand how you truly feel about her, perhaps I can learn to take advantage of such emotions myself. Strange. Most people simply grimace and walk off at my first mention of her, and they certainly never ask to know more. Fascinating. Why is that, I wonder? I couldn't say, but I don't mind talking about her if that's what you want. Under one condition, you have to listen to every word of it, no leaving partway through. I think I'll be able to manage that.
Oh, that's the end of their conversation? I think they should have more conversations. Oops. Considering that Selvi is one of the very few characters in this game that doesn't have more than single conversations with most other characters, I think Auk would have been a good match for her.
No, this isn't right either. Why won't you work, damn you? What was that she always used to put in here? What's all the grumbling for, Auk? Ah, you're that witch from the swamp. Hey, get your hands off my notebook. A recipe, Last I heard they only eat the stew in the more remote regions of Cornea. A local cuisine, then. I'd always assumed my mother created the dish herself. Well, you'll be glad to know I've actually had it. It's strangely sweet, yet addictingly acidic at the same time. And while its key ingredient is rather quick to spoil, we should have a fitting substitute somewhere around here. Ah, this should do just the trick. Care to try it? Why are you doing this exactly? My culinary trouble should be of no concern of yours. Oh, I just want to help a young sorcerer in need. Don't read too much into it. Oh, shall we? I suppose we can test it out just this once. How's this? It's close, I would say, but far too sweet. Yes, it seems I'll have to use a little less honey next time. To be frank, I can't keep eating this. I fear I'll forget what my mother's version ever even tasted like. Oh, those must be some memories indeed if a spoonful of soup is enough to wash them away. You dare mock me? Bring it here, I'll drink the entire bowl. Be my guest. He really is an arrogant child, yet for some reason I can't resist helping him.
Auk is such a funny character. I'm glad we're getting more conversations now with characters that we haven't seen as much on screen today. Because we kind of got through all the major ones at the beginning. Nice hit you got in there back there, Auk. Sorry, I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about. Yeah, figures you didn't even realize it was happening. An enemy came up behind you in that last battle. But you smacked him away without so much thinking about it. Didn't even use your staff, just a fist. What are all these canons about Auk being a good fist fighter coming from? I suppose my left hand does ache a bit. Knocked the guy out cold, too. Pretty good work for a fluke, if you ask me. You gotta tap into that skill, Auk. Train you to be a real bruiser. Please, never stand that close to me again. You saying you don't want to learn how to fight? Shame. I'd be glad to teach you. I'll not be undergoing any martial instruction, thank you. I've not enough time to hold my sorcery as it stands.
Oh, come on, a little muscle will give you that magic of yours, all the oomph you could ever need. Now quit your complaining, let's get started already. Please, no, someone help! Mother! I think I'm gonna enjoy this. Like how quick he is to call for his mom, too. That's so funny. Truly a fist mage. But there's no class in this game that fights with just their fists. Fudokia, is it true you can commune with the spirits of the dead? If so, I wish to hear my mother's voice, but one more time. I fear I've not the slightest idea what you mean. Compose yourself, Auk, and speak plainly. I might better understand your words. Well, it's merely I heard a fellow archaeologist spreading the most incredible news. He claimed that angels could pull back the veil of death and summon the voices of those beyond. Tell me, where do you hail from? Cornea, sir. Ah, 'tis a land graced by few of my kind. It hardly comes as a surprise to learn the prevalence of such falsehoods. Then you can't speak to the dead? Would that were I able. I desperately long to hear my son's voice even one more time. I didn't realize you were a father, Fudokia. There's a time long past, sadly. I loved that boy more than life itself, yet he was stolen from me upon Zenora's invasion of Albion. I'm sorry to hear that. We shall never be at one with the minds of the deceased Auk. Not until we ourselves have passed on to the great beyond. Even if it were possible, such desecration would defile our very souls, and disturb the slumber of those we wish to contact all the while. Do you understand? I do. Then hold fast to the memories of your loved ones, for only they can provide the comfort you seek. You would do well to remember those words, Auk. I will. I hope you can forgive me the senseless outburst. I too know the pain which comes from yearning for the dead, and I pray you'll not succumb to the same mistakes I did in its pursuit. Oh, Auk and Melisandre? This might be funny. You know, Auk, you're actually quite handsome, if only you didn't hide it behind robes and hoods all the time. I'll take you not to stare, please. My looks have always been a complicated matter, in truth. How so? Well, I'm happy to say I share much of my appearance with my late mother. That only makes it obvious I'm her son, meaning my every failure is a blemish upon her name. Sometimes I wonder if a wretch like me even deserves her visage. Why not put in a little more effort, then? At least you could honor her memory in the process. No, a failure with a pretty face is still but a failure. I learned the shame at the many ceremonies I've attended honoring my brother's achievements. Every time people would ask me what I was capable of, what great feats I could perform, I never had an answer. Even now, I've done nothing of note with my life. How cruel. A precious gem doesn't become so on its own. It needs to be polished and cared for, not smashed into 1,000 pieces. Just believe in yourself, Auk. Believe that all your magic and your research will one day be worth it. Once you can do that, you'll come to like the way you look too, I'm sure of it. Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt to try. That's more like it. And as for my part, I can't wait to see the new and improved you. That was a nice conversation. I was expecting Melisandre to, like, tease him or something. But then again, we haven't really seen too much of her today. Watch out, Yana! Ah! Prince! No, a poison arrow! Ugh, is that you, Yana? You imbecile, do you have any idea what you've just done? The commander of an army should never go risking his own life for a mere soldier. Or are you trying to squander the sacrifice your mother made for you? Forgive me, I leapt in front of you without even thinking about it. Yet I do know you've the knowledge to cure poison should the need arise. Not all poisons, this one is extremely potent, designed to be used for assassinations. If I hadn't been right here next to you when the arrow struck, you'd be off making merry with the father right about now. Then I'm glad you were. Thank you again, Yana. I can't tell whether he actually understands or not. I truly am sorry for what I've done. As you should be, I was terrified. But in that moment, I think I knew just how my master must have felt. You mean the witch Alcina? Listen to me, Elaine. Even forgetting everything I just told you, I still want you to live. Not because you're a prince, but because you're you. Well, I'm glad to hear it. What's so funny about that? I couldn't stand to lose you either, Yana, and not because you're a soldier in my army. But worry not, I'll deflect the arrow with my shield next time rather than take the blow myself. Meaning you will still step in front of me. What am I ever going to do with you, Prince? Oh, I thought they were going to show like a flashback or something about Alcina, since we saw the flashback with Bernice and Gailey. Oh, Yana, despite being like in so much of the promotional material, doesn't really have many interactions with the characters. What's the matter, boy? Can't sleep? Ah, Yana, apologies if I woke you. You didn't. I was just about to turn in for the night when I saw you leaving your tent. Let me guess, the rush of our battle earlier is keeping you... The rush of our battle earlier is keeping you awake. It's a common problem among younger knights. You have the short of it. While I know I'll suffer for this unease tomorrow, here I stand all the same. The human mind can be a cruel thing sometimes. Here, drink this. It's a concoction of mine that can quell your worries and lull you into a peaceful sleep, though I expect you'll find it bitter indeed. It's quite the honor, and one I would be fool to decline. Ah, I can only but imagine the slumber such a potion might bring. Now let's see here. Didn't like it, Don't worry, everyone spits out their first dose. That's why I always carry a spare bottle. Go on, try again. Must I? No, I can't let her kindness go unrequited. Summon your courage, Adol. Prove your worth as a gallant knight of Cornea. I've never seen someone invoke chivalry to stomach one of my medicines. Maybe I should put some effort into the flavor. Wait, the conversation just ends there? Turns out she was just pranking him the whole time. Wait, no. I'm missing one. Wait, that's all I have left for... Oh, that was Yana. Okay, I gotta do Morden and Adol. Or Morden and Elaine. Oh, it's actually in the same location as the other one. Right, this was the town where we first met Morden. Is that you, sir? What are you doing back in Barbatino? Well... I see what's happening here. All your drinking finally got you thrown out of that army. Like hell it did. Say that again, I dare you. How fares that errand you mentioned, Morden? Oh, hold on a second. Aren't you the commander of the Liberation? Should have guessed it had something to do with that girl you were so fond of, sir. I knew she'd ask you to fix up the walls, but you had left for the war before you even got the chance to do it. Makes sense you want to come home and right that wrong, though. You really have to spell it out like that. In any event, we're only here because Morden requested we take a detour as we're passing through the region. Well then, what are we waiting for? The Iron Helms will be glad to help spruce our city up a bit. The ones of us that are left, at least. We'll also need to resupply the Liberation stores, Morden, meaning we'll be staying in the area at least for the time being. If you wish to aid in the renovations, now is perhaps your best chance. Thanks for this, Elaine. I'll try and make it quick. Our old boss hasn't changed a bit, you know. Every ounce is warm and considerate as always. Right you are. While he often strives not to show such traits, you can sense them beneath the surface almost constantly. At heart, he is one of the kindest, most dedicated souls I've ever had the honor of coming across. Probably one of the heaviest drinkers, too. That's enough standing around, though. I should get in there and help him. All done now. Sorry, kid. Didn't mean to drag you into this. What are you looking at me like that for? Just nothing to worry about. Thank you, Morden, for everything that you do for us. I mean, I agree that Morden's nice. Is he one of the kindest souls who's ever graced the planet? I'm not completely sure about that one. Long time no see, Morden. Sure is. I was starting to wonder if you'd gone and gotten yourself killed. Yeah, like that would happen. Never thought I'd find you at the Liberation, though. And working for free, no less. I could say the same thing about you. You're not exactly what I call a righteous war kind of girl, after all. I didn't used to be, not till I met Elaine. But there's something different about him. A real fire in his eyes.
It's starting to sound like me, you've fallen for the kid.
Maybe I have.
Next time you tell me you saw a swine sprout wings and fly off into the sunset.
Hilarious, Morden, really, though. It's been years since I've actually enjoyed fighting like this. Years since I found someone strong enough to keep up with me.
Huh. Well, I'm happy to hear it. But you're wrong about me working for free. Once that kid is sitting behind the throne, he's gonna pay me back for everything I've done. Just you wait, I'll be sleeping on a bed of solid gold, holding tight to the finest mead this land has ever seen.
That's more like the Morden I know. Kindest soul in the land. Ooh, Morden and Jeremy, this might be interesting.
Heading out, Jeremy? Not sure where to. Nearest tavern's hours away from here.
Oh, just taking care of a little business.
You know how it is. Anyway, I'll see you around, yeah?
He's just following him.
Will you please quit following me? Not until you tell me why you stink like a damn alehouse. I've smelled a lot of different booze in my day, but whatever you've got, that's one I don't recognize.
You've got to be kidding me.
Well, you planning on sharing or what? Just one drink, we can forget this ever happened.
No point trying to hide it now. Fine, follow me. I've been keeping this bottle stashed away in the old church here for years now. Stuff's real quality too, so don't go gulping it down like whatever swill you're used to. Here you go.
That's some color you got on this. Can't wait to see how it tastes. Well, I'll be damned, that's incredible. It's got just the right balance of flavor and burn, goes down smooth as anything. I'm begging you, just a little more.
Hey, give me that back. You already got your end of the deal, bastard.
Huh, now that's a real drink.
This can't be happening.
Nothing better at easing the mind than a nice strong brew. Ha ha ha.
Come here, you old fool. No, he polished off the whole damn bottle. Oh, poor Jeremy. How much further do we have to finish? If we at least get to Tatiana, then we can finish everyone we got in Cornea. Oh yeah, here's the other of the few 3 chains in the game, which again is really random, Morden and Kitra. They're both stonemasons, but that's kind of it.
Mighty fine statue they got here.
Morden, I didn't think you'd be into this kind of stuff.
I'm not really. Don't have much eye for art or aesthetics. I was just admiring the quality of the stone is all.
Huh. It looks like the same as any other statue to me.
Figured it would, yeah. But the only reason it's held up this well is because the material it's built out of.
You could tell that just from looking at it?
Yep, used to be a stonemason myself, you know? One good glance, you start noticing little differences. The texture, the color, that kind of thing. At least once the paint's all worn off like this.
Uh-huh. So what kind of stone did they use for this?
Macedony, for all I can tell. You mine some of that stuff over in Albion, it'll last centuries, or so they say. It must have been tough carving it all detailed like this.
Guess there's more to this craft than I realized. But now I've got to wonder, what about my old hammer?
That would have been Coresight if I'm remembering right. It's a little on the softer side and pretty easy to work with too. That's why you see it in all sorts of buildings and everyday tools.
You sure know a lot about this stuff, Morden. Especially for an old drunk.
Did you really have to put it like that?
I mean, after seeing all your report conversations, Morden, I can't disagree. Poke, poke. Wow, your belly's so big.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, that tickles.
Kids, time to go. Aw, man. Come play with us again, Uncle Morden.
Like you ever have to ask. I'll be back before you know it.
Poke, poke.
What do you think you're doing?
Just giving this old wine barrel a little nudge.
You've got some nerve, girl.
Hey, why you so big anyways? Probably because of all the drinking, right?
It's none of your damn business.
Guess not, huh? But too much booze will make you sick, you know?
Yeah, preach all you want, I'm not giving it up.
I'm not telling you to, dude. Just maybe think about cutting back. I mean, imagine how those kids will feel if their Uncle Morden drinks himself to an early grave.
Huh.
Anyway, take care of yourself, okay?
I suppose I wouldn't mind easing it up for them.
And there, that should do it.
What are you up to, Kiro?
Oh, just helping the town out with a little favor. They needed a hand fixing the bridge, so...
And you did it yourself instead of coming to me. Let's see here. You know, this is actually some pretty fine work.
Guess I don't need your help after all, huh? One day, back when I was a kid, I got asked to fix a door for one of my neighbors. I can still remember how good it felt finishing the job and getting complimented for it, of course. So, I kept chasing that feeling, learned as much as I could, helped out fixing things whenever I had the chance.
Makes sense to me.
And sure, there's nothing quite like breaking a couple enemy bones in battle, but working on this bridge helped remind me just how much I like building stuff too.
Turns out we're more similar than I thought.
Huh?
Your work's good, Kiro, at least for someone who's just getting started. But good isn't gonna cut it when you've got people crossing this bridge every damn day. If you want a couple pointers though, I'll be glad to teach you a thing or two you can improve on.
You really mean that? I was thinking I could use another pair of eyes on this thing. I'm sure it'll be perfect by the time you're done showing me the ropes.
Good to see you're excited about it. Now look here. If you want a stronger foundation, all you gotta do is...
That was nice. Still odd for there to be, again, a 3-part conversation, but whatever.
Ah, that's the good stuff. Can't say I care much for the lack of meat around here, but this fruit wine is really something else.
Oh, it's rare indeed to meet a human who could truly appreciate a fine drink. At least amidst our army it is.
Speaking of wine, I heard you elves make a damn good one with the help of this divine tree here.
Ervelda's nectar, yes, though I can't claim I've ever seen a bottle of it myself. The Great Spirit only bears fruit once every few millennia, and without any advance warning at that. As far as I'm aware, none who still live here have actually witnessed the sight.
Huh, too bad.
Yet you're welcome to pray for a future harvest if you like. In the meantime, allow me to fetch an ewer from my personal stores. It may be no nectar, but a man of your refined palate should surely enjoy it all the same. Hello there, Sir Morden. Have you come to gather mushrooms as well? Huh? What is that wonderful aroma?
Evening, Eltalinda. You want to join me for a little drink?
Terrace? Are you even listening to me, Morden? I'm not done talking to you.
Ah, who would have thought I'd be getting drunk with the ruler of the elves herself?
What is the meaning of this? Oh, I'm sorry for yelling. I just love mushrooms so much.
There, I know you do.
What have you done, Morden?
Not a damn thing, I'll have you know. All I let her do was take a whiff of the bottle, and this is what happened. Girl never touched a single drop.
Unfortunately, fumes are more than enough to intoxicate one of her slight stature. Quite dissimilar to a heavy drinker such as you. Don't be rude, Linalagos. Forgive me, Terrace. Morden might have a big stomach, but he's got an even bigger heart. So you better not say another bad word about him, or his weight.
Actually, I said he was a heavy drinker, not...
Huh. Another enchanting fragrance, this time coming from you.
Didn't you say something about fetching an ewer? Hand it over, kid.
I'll do no such thing. Give it here, then, Lagos. Spirits have mercy! I was gonna say, like, what could Morden and Lagos possibly have in common to talk about? And I was like, it's probably gonna be about drinks. I didn't think Elto Linda would also join in. Oh, a conversation with Amalia that's not near the Coliseum. You there, Amalia, was it? Morden, here to pester me for mead money, I assume. Hey now, I enjoy drink as much as the next man, but that's not what I'm here for. It's about that sword you got. Mind if I take a closer look? Huh, not at all. You got better taste than I realized. Keep a grip on that thing, mind you. I'd rather not get cleaved in two today. Don't worry, the sword's practically part of my body. It's got a real aura to it. Intimidating if I had to pick a word. But what makes me really curious is what it's made of. Looks to me like some kind of stone, not iron, but I've never felt stone like this. I think you're onto something there. The thing's been in my family for generations. Don't even think it's from Fevrith. Wherever it's from, they must have had quite some skill to cut and polish stone this hard. Anyway, we're done here or what? Just a few more minutes, please. I'll buy you all the rounds you could ever want once we're done here. You sure about that? I drink as much as a small army, you know. We'll see if you have the stomach to back that up. Ah, what a stunning engraving. Listen, I know you did a favor showing me your sword. But I didn't think you'd drain every last cask in the tavern. You're the one who offered. Now then, I'm still thirsty. What have I gotten myself into? Morden had a lot of different conversations with people. I mean, given he didn't have more than... A lot of them were just single chains, but still. Ooh, the last conversation with Elaine and Adel. Your Highness. What is it, Adel? Well, I want to apologize for my actions at the tavern back in Cornea. Ugh. It looks more like he was about to run him through with his spear. Adel, could you get off the horse and take away your lance when you're talking to me like that? Do you mean that drunken evening you did nothing but sing my praises? I do indeed. Then I've already told you I was glad to hear you say such things. Though perhaps you should consider keeping your voice down in the future. I will, Your Highness. But if I may, I truly do believe you'll be one of the finest kings our land has ever seen. Do you now? Forgive me if this comes across as rude, but I would feel the same even if you didn't belong to the royal family. Your leadership and the kindness you show your soldiers come not from days in the castle, but those spent marching with our army. So it doesn't matter if you're the crown prince or just a simple commander. To me, you're everything Cornea could ever hope for in a ruler. I thank you for saying so, Adel. Look at him blush. Yet I wonder, where is this outpour of emotion even coming from? It's simple, really. My ale-perfumed words at the tavern were enough to please you. Then I thought I should restate the sentiment while in full command of my senses. I want you to know how truly I feel, and I want you to be certain it comes from me and not the alcohol. I'm sorry to interrupt, Adel, but how long do you plan on flattering me for? Are you alright, Your Highness? Your face is as red as mine after a long night of drinking. Adel, wait! That was amazing! Sorry, what are you talking about exactly? Our last battle, of course. The jabs of your spear, your russet locks flowing in the wind. Your cute little eyes as you deliver the final strike. You're a true knight in every sense of the word, and the spitting image of the great hero I used to read about in storybooks. Oh, that's quite the comparison, thank you. Yet I'm no hero, just a simple soldier looking to keep his people safe. And what does she mean by cute little eyes, I wonder? In truth, there could be no greater honor than riding to battle beside one as gallant as you. The ideal picture of chivalry, charging forth with blessed spear in hand. Please, Celeste, that's quite enough, I'd say. Kieran, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. Mumu, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys are doing well today. Please join us in following my friend Atalia Kirin. He's an amazing streamer. He's also a professional voice actor. You'll recognize his voice from a number of anime and video games. And he's just an amazing streamer. Awesome singer, great community, great vibes. Go check him out, especially since you guys know I'm going to be gone for a while. Go check out his streams in the meantime. Please do. Follow him on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Hey, Blue Moss, welcome to the stream. How are you guys today? Did you have a good time with Kirin? Did you have a good time with Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance? Did you get far? Thanks so much for entrusting me with your audience. I hope you had a good time today. Feel free to sit back and relax, or go take care of yourself after your stream. We're doing some more Unicorn Overlord. We're just doing report conversations, so nothing too spoilery, and it's taking a lot longer than I realized. You were right. But that's okay. We'll try to finish all the Cornea characters today, at least. Right now we're doing Addles. It's nowhere close. I'll continue to sing your praises from the first light of dawn till the radiant moon is nestled in the sky's embrace. How am I meant to respond to such fearless flattery? I beg you, no more. No more. Oh, perhaps I let my emotions get the better of me. But he truly does look like the hero from my book. The valiant adventures of the Red Squirrel Knight. A fierce rodent warrior marching to battle astride a faithful canine steed. I can imagine nothing more wonderful. Celeste? I kind of want to see more conversations between Adel and Celeste now. That was cute. Ha! You fighting ghosts out here or what? Ah, Bernice. I merely thought to sneak in a bit of extra training. As much as I hate to admit it, I've still plenty to learn compared to the more senior knights of the Liberation. So I only have one option, strive to reach the heights of my betters, or be left ever choking upon their dust. Huh, better answer than I was expecting. But you know, I'm pretty big on training myself, though not really for the same reason. Always looking for people who want to spar too. What do you say? I'd be glad to, if you have a steed to face me on. Like I even need one. Word of warning though. Think of me like some common soldier and I promise you'll regret it. I suppose that's what I get for making assumptions. Now let's begin. An impressive bout, Bernice. Not only did you elude my charges and strike at my flank, but you even positioned yourself opposite my spear, all while keeping a safe distance. Hey, you weren't so bad yourself. You and that horse of yours move with the same mind. Even more now than back in our days with the Order. Can't say I was expecting a fight that tough. That's high praise coming from you. Just let me know if you want to spar again, yeah? I'm not planning to choke on your dust either. I do hope they turn out alright. I thought I smelled something good. Did you make these pies yourself, Sir Jerome? I did, and planned to bring them over to camp for the others. Yet now I find myself racked with doubt at the pivotal moment. What use does an army have for mere confections? Plenty, I'd say. You wouldn't know it, but a lot of our friends have quite the sweet tooth. Good news, everyone. Sir Jerome has... Silence, I beg of you. In truth, I have more than one matter which concerns me. Oh? In order to safeguard my people, I pledge my lands, and my life to Zenora's cause. If the rest of our army has no qualms in eating food made by one such as I. Go on. Well, it would display an utter lack of foresight on their part. Who knows what vile trick I could be plotting. It sounds to me like you're overthinking this. Am I now? But if you're really that worried about it, you could always just eat one in front of them. That way they'll see you're not up to anything nefarious. Yes, but how shall I go about it? Imagine your stoic new recruit ambles in offering handmade pies and then continues to devour one himself without saying another word. And swearing they're not poisoned will only make matters worse. You have a point there. Really, I think it all comes down to finding the right moment. An afternoon break would be your safest bet, of course. Everyone's always clamoring for a good dessert, and their noses would lead them straight to you. Then I shall do just that. In truth, it's been quite a while since I've spoken through my concerns like this. Usually I let them consume me whole. Yet, I was fortunate indeed to have encountered you when I did.
Thank you, Adel. Glad to help. In fact, I'll go let everyone know about those pies right now. They'll be happy to hear you poured your heart into a little gesture for them. I would rather you didn't, actually. I think the embarrassment would kill me where I stand. Aw, Jerome. We didn't get to see much of you, but that is very sweet. That's not the one I want. Is everyone in your family able to ride griffins, friend? Just me, actually. Though my house has historically been known for such feats. It's tradition that any girl who was born of the family seeks to join the Knights of the Rose. But ultimately your order will only take the best griffin riders we have to offer. So every couple of years the house holds a trial to determine who that is. A test of skill to prove yourselves ready. It's an intriguing method indeed. It is. My cousins and I all took ours together a while back, but it turned out I was the only one suitable candidate. Because the others all failed to command their griffins. Yes, one of my cousins ended up crashing into a tree, severely injuring herself in the process. Another let their griffin run loose through our manor, tearing apart room by room as it went. You could barely call it a proper trial at all. No, I suppose not. To be honest, I didn't even ride particularly well myself. I was only deemed the best in our house by virtue of not being as horrible as everyone else. But I knew the shame it would bring our family if I failed to gain admission to the Knights of the Rose, so I trained tirelessly day after day until I was able to prove my merit and join the Order in true. But surely that dedication would see you thriving now for the liberation as well. I'm not sure thriving is the best word, but I appreciate you saying so even if it's not entirely true. Hey Luke, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Might I ask you a favor, friend? Anything, Your Highness. What can I help you with? Well, if it's alright with you, I wish to ride your griffin. But that would be far too dangerous. Would it now? I can't say I expected such a deafening refusal. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but you lack the training for such a request. And I worry my griffin here would just throw you off if you tried. Yes. Yet the fact of the matter is, I've dreamt of soaring through the sky ever since I was a child. I hoped that riding with you would at last allow me to do so. Yet it appears I was gravely mistaken. Hold on a minute, you were suggesting we go together? But of course. I could hardly presume myself capable of taming a beast of war alone. In that case, I think it should be okay. Do you really mean that? I do, but you have to promise you'll hold tight to my waist. I wouldn't want you falling to your death on account of me, after all. Then I'll do just as you say, and thank you, Fran. What did you think, Your Highness? It was truly unlike anything I could have ever imagined. In the best way possible, that is. I didn't expect the wind rushing across my face to feel so different to how it does on the ground. I'm just glad you actually enjoyed it. How could I not? In any event, I should be going now. Do tell your griffin I say thank you as well for granting an unknown passenger such a wonderful voyage. Ah, phew. I think I would have fainted if he held me any tighter. Oh, that's cute. Hey, Mondo! Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by. Are there any brawler-type characters here? There are some brawler-like characters, but this game doesn't have a class where people fight with their fists, so a lot of the brawler characters use axes instead. So not quite there. Probably the best I can get. Okay, I saw a sparkle on that lake. How do I get there? There must be a secret passage. There we go. Axes are good too. Yeah, there's quite a few actually. This game is pretty good in having a variety of different types of characters with different like ages, body types, hair colors, class types. A little bit of something for everyone. I guess that's the point, right? Because you can marry one of the characters in this game, so they want you to find one person that you can kind of connect with. I heard you got into another fight, Kitra. And with more mercenaries, no less. I was hoping you wouldn't find out about that. What about your promise? You said you'd be careful with your words.
Do you know what those mercenaries are calling you now? A rabid liberation dog. Well, if they weren't talking about me behind my back. That's not an excuse, and you know it. Do you know how much trouble you've already caused the Knights of the Rose? Most of the other orders want nothing to do with us, likely in fear of what your hammer might do to them. Who cares? All this etiquette stuff's never been my thing, and it never will be. Same goes for the princess, you know. This isn't about etiquette, Kitra. You just can't keep lashing out at even the slightest provocation. Say you make enemies with the wrong person and push them to do something drastic. They might even try and ambush you. What then? Isn't it obvious? I'd smack them into next week. And there's your problem right there. Violence isn't always the answer. If you'd only learned that, maybe the rest of our army wouldn't turn and walk the other way when they see you coming. Do they really do that? Ahem, now it's time we start working on that self-restraint of yours. And how are we gonna do that? It's simple enough. Take a look at these. I had the mercenaries in our army write down all their grievances with you. It only came out to, 500 pages. You've gotta be kidding me. Fran made a call-out doc for Kitra. What are we gonna do is, I'll read out each complaint one by one, and you just have to stand there and figure out how to manage your emotions while I do. Hold on, Fran, I never agreed to this. What surprises await us, I wonder? Don't you dare! The first belongs to one of our archers who's chosen to keep themselves anonymous. Kitra never helps sharpen the weapons, so we always have to do it instead. Next is from a soldier who spends much of their time on cooking duty. It says it's anonymous, but I think you can guess who that is. It would be wonderful if Kitra could please stop eating 3 people's worth of food in one sitting. Patience, Kitra, we're only just getting started. Now the next one's from an unnamed warrior who... Alright, I get it already. I didn't think Kitra was that bad. But then again, we did see her hitting ducks. No matter how long it's been, I'll never get used to that accursed tent. Is that you, Fran? Oh, Humorous. Are you having trouble sleeping as well? No, actually, I was enjoying quite a relaxing rest until I heard someone rustling outside of camp. I'm sorry for waking you. It's not a problem, but if you need some help falling asleep, I may have just the thing. What beautiful incense. Are you sure you're willing to give it away so easily? I would do that and more if it meant helping you get a good night's sleep. Go on, try it, please. Thank you, Humorous. Good morning, Fran. How did you sleep? Wonderfully, thanks to you. The incense works great. Maybe too great, actually. It had the entire tent nodding off within minutes, even those who want to stay awake. It turns out Miriam wasn't too happy about being denied her reading time. Apologies, it seems I've only added to your worries. Oh, not at all. I appreciate it, Humorous, even if Miriam may not. Double Griffin Riders. Fran, what seems to be the matter? Well, today was my turn to handle the laundry. But a few minutes ago, a sudden wind blew all our clean clothes straight into the dirt. I only just finished gathering everything back up now. And even if I were to wash it all again, our clothes would never be dry by the time we set off from camp. That's some afternoon, yes. I might have an idea that can help, though. Once you rewash everything, try asking one of our sorcerers to conjure up a fire. I know, we'll just ask Alk to do it. We can then have our griffins fan the heat across the clothes, and they'll be dry before you know it. If they don't light on fire. I'm not sure my luck can handle fire today, honestly. We'd be more likely to torch the entire garrison. Then let's just fan everything instead. Me, you, and our griffins. That should still get it all nice and dry again before sundown. The others might even come lend a hand if they see how hard we're working out here. You'd really do that for me? Oh, of course I would. I've been hoping the 4 of us could become friends someday. Anyway, let's get to work. Wait, there's not more to that? I want to see the follow-up to that. Come on. you alright, Miriam? Why wouldn't I be? I heard you got hurt out on patrol and had to be rushed to the healer. Oh, that. I was merely grazed by a stray arrow, nothing to worry about, I assure you. Thank the Father. In any case, I only have my own recklessness to blame, such as my punishment for pressing too far into enemy territory. It's funny, you're normally so composed and you gotta go do something rash like this. You don't need to risk your life for a little scouting though, that's why I'm here. You're right. Forgive me for worrying you, Fran. All the same, I wish to be of foremost use to our army. If I fail in tasks as simple as this, how shall I ever earn my family the glory my father expects? Is glory truly all he cares about? What about you, your life, your safety, or your happiness? If fame matters more to him than you do, then he barely has the right to call himself your father. You've said quite enough, Fran. My father's demands stem only from the regret he bears for swearing fealty to Zenora, a matter in which he had little choice. I'm sorry. I'm just worried about you, Miriam. And seeing you hurt like this makes me afraid that one day you might not come back to me. Thank you for saying so, but I've realized something observing you and our princess and so many others. Hard as I may try, I shall never be a warrior of your innate talent. But before I was born, my father's greatest wish was for a son to carry on his legacy, but sired me instead, which is precisely why I greet every task with the diligence of 100 men. It may not always bring the results I wish for, but it's the only thing I have. The one way I'll prove I deserve to exist at all, both to my father and to myself. Has anyone ever told you to lighten up, Miriam? Though I will say I really admire how serious you are about this stuff. It's exactly the kind of good influence Keitra and I need. In a way, you're almost like the sister neither of us ever had. I'm glad to hear you say that. Although Keitra claimed to me to be more of a nagging mother than anything. That's our Keitra, always the charmer. Haha. Hey, why are my ears burning? Nobody better be saying anything bad about me.
The hell they're thinking keeping that wyvern around. You never know when a beast like that might go for your throat. I'm certain they chain it up outside of battle. There'd be simply no controlling it otherwise. You're wrong. This beast is akin to my own family, and he would never attack anyone without a good reason. Though I'm not sure how he'd feel about you spreading baseless rumors. Let's test it, shall we? Apologies, ma'am. Please don't hurt us.
I take it you saw that. I can't believe you stood up to those soldiers, Hilda. I hear them repeating the same cruel things about my griffin sometimes, but never had the courage to say anything. Maybe I'm the cruel one for not defending her. Still, it's hardly surprising people fear them, especially after seeing how ferocious enemy mounts can be. But that can never excuse the hurtful manner in which the rest of this army treats our own companions. Hey, I've been thinking actually. Maybe there's a way we can help everyone overcome those fears. Oh, go on then. Well, what if we gave them the chance to meet our wyverns and griffins up close? Outside of battle, I mean. They can go on walks together, feed them treats, it'd be fun. At least, I think it would. Yes, that's not a bad idea at all. Supplant their dreadful memories with positive ones. I can't wait to see what those three from earlier have to say once we force them into it. You mean, you're really willing to help? I'll have to start planning right away, and you'll be joining the festivities yourself, right? But of course, Fran. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Again, another one that I wish that we found the conclusion to. Which one's this one? Nope, not that one. Thanks for the stretch, Kieran. Excellent reminder.
What sweltering heat! I've never experienced such a sensation in all my years. There's a good girl. You must have really needed that. What are you doing out here, Fran? Oh, just letting my griffin take a little dust bath. It's the easiest way to keep her feathers clean while we're out on the march. Though I think she's got a bit too excited about seeing all the sand in one place. You hear that, girl? We're heading back to camp. Oh. What is this primal instinct coming over me? I'd like to take a dust bath as well. To feel the sand beneath my unclothed feathers without so much as a care in the world. I must, and yet... Calm, Ramona. You are no simple bird, but a dignified bestial. Yet, when else will I have the opportunity? Perhaps I could indulge just this once. Ramona, His Highness would like to speak with you. Fran! It's not what it seems like, I assure you. Just look away while I put my garments back on, please. Oh my. Oh, of course. Sorry, I didn't realize you'd be taking a dust bath yourself. But I can't exactly blame you. My griffin loves them too. In any case, I'll let His Highness know you'll be there soon. What utter embarrassment. I'll have to remind myself never to visit this bewitching desert again. Dust bath does not sound pleasant. I mean, I guess there are animals out there that would enjoy it, but... Oh, now we're on to Nina. Wait, no! Ah! Is everything all right, Nina? Are you in danger? I'm okay, I think. But my omelet assuredly isn't. A small piece of eggshell fell into the pan while I was cooking, and I grew so flustered I dropped the entire thing on the floor. Which explains the cacophony I heard as I was rushing over. Rather an artful mistake, I must say. There was nothing artful about it, though now that I think about it, perhaps the curse I put on you has come back to haunt me instead. Ah yes, the hope that I would be plagued by failed omelets for the rest of my life. I recall you uttered quite the insult as well. And I'm sorry for it, that's not how I want to live, nor how I wish to treat my allies. You know, Nina, I've heard a piece of eggshell every now and then can provide ample nutritional benefit. Everything seems to remain safely in the pan as well, perfectly unharmed despite its abrupt introduction to the floor. So you see, there's nothing to be upset about, not in the slightest. I appreciate you saying so, Your Highness. You're right, I can still salvage this meal yet. And that's precisely what I plan to do. Thank you for helping me pull myself back together. There's nothing at all. Now, if you'll need of a hand, I know an idle young prince who may be willing to lend his aid. You would surely do that for me. But of course, after such a fine opening act, I wouldn't dare miss the conclusion for all the world. When you put it like that, I expect it might be nice to have a bit of company. Then let us begin at once. Yes, Your Highness. Though first, I'm sorry for putting that curse on you. Pay it no mind, Nina. The only matter I have time for now is watching a master chef conduct her work. Then prepare to be amazed, my loyal assistant. I can't believe she cursed him to not make good omelets, but that wasn't actually a report conversation we saw previously. Hold a moment, please. I need a second to catch my breath. Well, perhaps you wouldn't if you were actually helping instead of laughing at me. Who knew it was this difficult to properly fold an omelet? Still, I'll not give up yet. Forgive me, Nina, I don't mean to poke fun at your misfortunes. Especially when I'm not even certain I can succeed at the art myself. Perhaps I should attempt it before I speak any further. Yes, you can laugh all you want once you prove you can actually do it. As you wish, one perfect fold right away. Huh. It seems that every time I hope to focus, memories of your past failures come flooding into my mind. You broke it. There goes your right to tease me, Your Highness. Indeed, and your laughter at my expense is, alas, well-earned. Present troubles aside, Nina, it's rather incredible how quickly your skills have developed. There's not a shard of eggshell anywhere to be seen, nor has our food been cast to the ground in frustration. Soon enough, the plight of your initial endeavor shall be but a distant memory. No doubt because I have a marvelous assistant observing my every move. How long does he plan to look after me, I wonder? What was that, Nina? Oh, nothing important. Now then, for the finishing touch. A portrait of you, my prince, drawn entirely in sauce. Why were all her conversations with Elaine about omelets? And finish. I have a feeling Millet is gonna love this. What is that you're painting, Nina? Oh, just a picture of a flower to send to my family. An L-wise bloom, is it? Your use of color is quite striking. Do you write home like this often? Well, no, actually, I didn't even tell them I had joined the Liberation at first. I left that task to my sister, Millet, but now that I think I owe them an explanation of my own. The picture's for her, though. She's always adored my little artworks. I take it you enjoy the hobby yourself, then? I suppose I've never really thought about it. I only ever learned it for the sake of my schooling. A natural talent, huh? If I could paint even half as well as you, I would gladly retire my sword in favor of a brush. I appreciate you saying so, but did you not study the arts as well? I thought such things were tradition, just as about every noble house in the land. I did indeed. I'd be glad to draw something for you if you'd like. Oh, of course. Here, I have plenty of paper left. What is it meant to be exactly? That chicken standing just over there. Yet it doesn't resemble the bird at all. Even I know that to be true. I would have guessed a savage beast, yes, or perhaps a building that's fallen into disrepair. In truth, I once drew a similar picture as a gift for my parents, but my mother simply wept when she saw it, and my father remained bedridden for the entire day following. Something of an overreaction to a mere lack of talent, wouldn't you say? I don't know. The more I look at it, the more I'm starting to understand how they felt. Just standing there menacingly. Yeah, it's so weird that Millet got shafted. Like, we met her before Nina, and it sounded like she was gonna join us, and then she was the NPC all along. And I knew it was weird because we also had Mordin and Kitra, so it was like, why would we have 4 breakers in the Liberation? Well, if it isn't the old rat I've been hearing so much about, never thought I'd see you here of all places. For a while there, every lowlife in Cordia was talking about the noble girl who gave up everything to become a bandit. Me, I could have sworn they'd taken you hostage. How could you think such a thing? The rock rats would never harm anyone without proper reason. Guess it's true what they say then. How that captain of yours won't hurt a fly if he thinks it's got something worth living for. Still can't see you fitting in though. Your thieves ever give you any trouble? If anything, I gave myself trouble, but they were always quick to forgive my mistakes. Even after I'd torn a hole in the stolen sack of flour, leaving clouds of white powder scattered throughout town. That was you? Way I heard it, people thought the whole place was going up in smoke. It's not one of my fondest memories. We came out of the whole thing empty-handed, save the bits of flour stuck in her hair. They must truly have thought of me as little more than a liability. I don't know about that. Seems to me like they really cared about you. I'm sure they could tell you're trying as hard as you could. It's not that it's even mentioned how good you are with that hammer. Me, I'd take you and my gang any day of the week. You truly mean that? Well, I suppose I won't argue then. You know, you might look like a corpse, but you're actually quite a nice person. Let's talk again sometime, shall we? Not really how she thanks people, but in spite of the tongue, girl's not half bad. I saw people discussing this game on Reddit because I was trying to find like guides for things and stuff for builds. And then someone was like, I'm still surprised this game lets you recruit so many of the enemies, like Gamel, for example. And someone was like, this isn't Fire Emblem. They do let you recruit ugly people. Oh yeah, so here's Nina and Bryce, which again is one of the very few one of five conversations in the game that do not involve Elaine that are actually 3 conversations long. Hey there, Nina, you been doing okay? Captain? Easy there, I'm just a regular soldier, same as you. Not to me, you aren't. Suit yourself. Life sure is a funny thing, huh? One day I'm tossing you all the rats, and the next I'm out of the pack myself. Now we're here, both flying the Liberation flag. It's an honor to stand beside you once more. Are the others doing all right? More or less, I'm sure. Can't be easy losing everything they thought they lived for. But there's not much tougher than a quartered rat. They'll survive. If all the snow didn't break their spirits, nothing will. You want to boot Bryce's nose? Yes, I suppose you're right.
Oops, almost forgot. I brought you something.
What is it?
A rock rat classic straight from Sven's recipe book, the Rat Witch. Oh, but don't get your hopes up too high. It's nothing special, just some meat and egg shoved between two halves of bread.
How have I never heard of this before?
Guess I never got the chance to make you one. Now go on, eat. It's good, I promise.
Hold on a moment. You want me to eat it? Here, with my hands?
Yes, with your damned hands. You know, you're more of a knife and fork girl, but sometimes you gotta sink your teeth into a good sandwich. Trust me, it won't bite.
Right, of course. Here goes nothing, I suppose. Huh? It's incredible. The oozing yolk, the tender meat, the simple yet slightly sweet bread.
Told you, didn't I? It's nothing fancy, but there's no beating that rustic flavor. You know, Sven always was the only one of us who could actually cook. Guy was real nice about sharing his recipes, though.
I'll have to compliment him the next time I see him.
Slow down there, kid. You're gonna choke if you keep talking with your mouth full like that.
I can't breathe.
I've got you, Nina. Just one push. So much for elegant.
Is the meat from the Rat Witch rat meat? I mean, I know their group is called the Rat Rock, so or the Rock Rat, so it's probably just named after their group, but yeah, I can't eat your sandwich with my hands. I'm already using them to hold my hammer that I never put down. Quit squirming and come with me, brat. Unhand her this instant. Oh, how did she hit him without hitting her? With a roundhouse. Thank you for saving me, brave knight.
Nina! I could have sworn I saw someone snatching that girl. But it looks like you went and handled him before I could even lift my spear.
When I was still but a child, my father took Millet and I out into the woods on a hunting trip. We ended up separated from him along the way and ran afoul of a bandit who thought to make hostages of us. The blackguard would have succeeded, or the blackguard would have succeeded if not for a valiant knight who rode up to fight him off.
Glad he did, you know.
It was then I decided I would become a knight myself. Millet and I would often pretend at it, using tree branches for swords and pot lids for shields. My mother even joined in playing the part of the damsel in distress. She was always there to watch us, tending our endless scrapes whenever we got hurt. But she passed not long after, and my father remarried. Of course, Millet, always the more adaptable of us, quickly grew close to our new stepmother. Though, don't mistake me, the woman is nothing but a kind soul who tries her hardest to please us. Yet no amount of kindness could ever replace our mother.
So that's why you ran, found yourself throwing in with the rock rats.
More or less, yes. In any case, I think it's quite enough for now. We should return to camp and make ready for our next battle.
I suppose we should.
Millet is getting more characterization even though she never joined the party. Compared to the girl who actually did. I've been wondering, Captain, where did you come up with the name Rock Rats?
Huh? Makes sense you never have heard. There's an old saying, cling to life with all the tenacity of a wounded rat. Sounds just like us, right?
Almost uncannily so.
Well, I've got a story to back it up. A long time ago, there was this family over in Drakenhold. A mother, a son, and a dad who worked himself to the bone to keep them all fed. It was a modest life, but they were happy. Till one day, a noble in town got his house picked clean by thieves. The dad of the family was the only suspect, ended up getting sent to the gallows and fleeced of his hard-earned gold. His wife, racked with grief for her lost love, tried to end it all. Killed herself, and her son, too. But the kid made it out. Without a family left to speak of, his only choice was turning to a life of banditry. Each day hurt bad, he'd do anything it took to survive. So he went from town to town, clung to life with all the tenacity of, well, you know. Never could get over his hatred for nobility, though.
Captain?
Everywhere he went, it was always the same thing. The strong stealing from the weak. It was greed, plain and simple, and if you didn't want to be taken advantage of, you had to get stronger. I had to. That's why I started the Rock Rats, to give outcasts like me a place they could call home. As for the name, I already said, there's not a storehouse in Fevrith safe from the persistence of a rat. Makes it a fitting moniker for a band of thieves who ply the same trade.
Captain, you should know.
I already do. You're nobility, daughter of a Cornian lord.
But...
Sorry, Nina. We've known since the day you first asked to enlist. It was obvious, really.
Then why did you permit me to join? I thought you hated nobles like me.
Not ones who fight for the same reason I do. We're both out here trying to protect those who can't lift a sword for themselves. That's good enough for me. Anyway, I didn't mean to give you my whole life story there. Now come on, last I checked you're on cooking duty tonight.
Yes, Captain.
Huh. A lot of backstory for a character that doesn't have too many report conversations for Bryce. Okay, we're getting there. We're almost finished with the Cornea characters.
Might I request an audience for a moment, Your Highness?
But of course, what is it, Miriam?
Well, I was merely wondering how you regard my work compared to that of the rest of our army.
There's a surprising level of incertitude coming from you. Yet you needn't assess yourself by the feats of others. Everyone has their own natural strengths, and you are no different. Is there a reason you seek such an answer?
Forgive me my folly, Your Highness. I know well that our army's only aim in this war is to vanquish Zenora and restore this kingdom to its proper rulers. 'Tis the same conclusion I seek myself as well. But I received a letter from my father this morning stating the importance of distinguishing my deeds from those of my peers. I suppose he's purely fixated on what plaudit our house shall receive upon the end of this war. A recognition from the crown would prove a boon to any noble family, yes. 'Tis a strange contradiction, is it not? Under normal circumstances, a knight is meant to protect their people. Yet in times of strife, we are judged almost wholly on how many enemies we're able to slaughter. It is a thought I very much despise, in sooth. But is also a necessary one should we ever wish to bring peace to these afflicted lands.
You needn't dwell on such upsetting notions, Miriam. What matters now is the work you do is a great benefit, both to the liberation and to myself. And to my eye, you've already achieved the very distinction your father wishes for.
I thank you for the generous words, Your Highness.
Good night, Luke. Thanks so much for dropping by the stream. Have a good rest. Have you received some manner of good news, Miriam?
Your Highness, nothing in particular, no. Why do you ask?
Haven't you noticed? It seems you've been smiling more often lately.
Well, perhaps my disposition has changed to a degree. Your kind words when last we spoke and my further interactions with the rest of our army helped me realize something. While I haven't consciously meant to do so, I've often hid who I truly am.
Have you now?
My entire life I've lacked confidence in my ability, a trait I most likely inherited from my mother. I've always feared what those around me may think. None more so than my father, of course. Yet rather than confront those fears, I chose to flee from them, to feign the austerity I felt was necessary. But I no longer want to run, Your Highness. I wish to be true to the emotions I feel, no matter when or how may I feel them. And I wish to do so because of you.
Hence the smile from earlier. You were simply expressing the joy you found in such a life.
Yes, perhaps you're right. And though I may still struggle at times to open up completely, Your Highness, I'm certain it will only grow easier in the days and months to come.
And I look forward to seeing what other new expressions await me when it does.
You do, but... To be frank with you, I hadn't thought my mood was quite so easy to read.
It's not, actually. I believe I only noticed in the first place because of how often I find my gaze fixed upon you.
Your Highness,
Is there a problem, Miriam?
Not at all. Pray think nothing of it. Do you not grasp how embarrassing this is? To be told my appearance is the object of your attention?
Forgive me, I didn't intend to startle you.
It's all right. On the contrary, I'm delighted to know you care so deeply for me, and I fully plan to carry that joy for all to see.
You know, despite the fact that Elaine can, marry anyone, most of his conversations haven't been that flirtatious, so I was surprised to hear him say that. I know it's kind of meant to, on his end, it's supposed to be more of an innocent comment, but still.
Those hot springs felt great, huh? Indeed they did. Had you not convinced me to join you, I surely wouldn't feel this rejuvenated. My skin thanks you for it as well. I tend to grow cold rather easily, as you know, and this proved a wonderful way to combat the ever-present chill of Pistorius. You have my gratitude, Kitra. I'm just glad you let me talk you into it. Oh, and maybe next time we could bring Fran and the princess too. That would be lovely, yes. Huh. Hey, Miriam. What seems to be the matter? I'm kind of starving after all that sitting around. You want to grab a bite in town before we head back to camp? I would, Kitra, yet I fear we've already made enough merriment for one day. But must you look at me with such displeasure? It would seem I've no choice. Very well, let us be off at once. You're the best, Miriam. That was some stew we had, huh? 'Twas unlike any I've ever eaten, yes. Guess it's about time we head back to camp, though. I must say, Kitra. What is it? I've had a wonderful day with you, more wonderful than I can truly remember. It only goes to show there are few things in life more important than proper relaxation with a good friend. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I think you were always too strict to realize it. Perhaps so. Oh, on that note, you want to get some dessert for the walk back? It's the only way to really relax at the end of a long day, if you ask me. Are you suggesting that for my benefit or purely for your own? That obvious, huh? As plain as the midday sun, Kitra. Huh. Yes, I see. How truly wonderful. Pardon the question, Miriam, but who exactly are you speaking to? There doesn't seem to be anyone else here except the spirits of the dead. Please, 'tis nothing as fanciful as that. I was merely conversing with my loyal steed. You mean to imply you speak the tongues of beasts? Not directly, no. It's more of a vague understanding I've acquired from her various sounds and behaviors. Yet I'm certain she's pleased to hear my voice. Do you know a similar phenomenon exists with flowers, Selvi? If you simply extol their beauty every now and then, they shall grow more vibrant than you can ever imagine. Far beyond what's possible with water alone. On the other hand, speaking ill of them shall cause them to wilt and wallow in despair. Fascinating. I thought such effects only applied to human children. I admit I haven't actually attempted it myself, but the same is sure to be true of my faithful steed here. Hence I will always address her with all the warmth and kindness I can muster. She does seem to be rather enamored with you, yes. I wonder if flattering a patch of ruins would produce similar results. Perhaps you could slow their deterioration, or even unearth an ancient artifact with relative ease. Yes, I'll have to test this theory at my soonest convenience. Good luck with that, Sylvie. Yeah, so don't diss your plants. They'll get back at you by dying. Armaments sharpened, food prepared, clothing examined, pillows fluffed. Yes, that should be everything. Ah, Lady Miriam, was it? Quite so. Pray forgive the interruption. I couldn't help but be captivated by the fervor with which you approach your work. If you allow me the question, do you ever stop to rest or grant yourself a moment's leisure? But of course, what manner of attendant would I be if I neglected my own well-being? As for leisure, I've recently begun research into how I might brew the perfect cup of tea. A labor which Lady Melisandre has benefited quite greatly from, I might add. Is that not merely another form of work? Ah, but I also enjoy fishing as well. 'Tis a great pleasure indeed in snaring Lady Melisandre's favorite varieties. That seems to be yet more work. Yes, perhaps the only reason I enjoy such hobbies at all is their prospective benefit to my lady. I suppose I've been fated to the servant's life since the day I was born. I can't claim much different, to be frank. Everything I am is dedicated to Princess Virginia and her livelihood. Yet it would seem I've still much to learn in the ways of devotion, and I take this exchange to heart, Sir Combe. 'Tis a rare sight to witness one inspired by my duty rather than repulsed by it, yet I accept your words with pride. In any case, apologies again for the interruption. You've clearly much left to do.
Ah, not at all. My tasks for the day are already complete.
Then how do you plan to occupy yourself?
Well, I suppose my lady's tent could use some tidying up, and I should begin thinking about tomorrow's dinner.
Huh. But seeming attendance work is never truly complete.
You know, it's actually pretty sweet how much Calm thinks of, like, Melisandre and delights in helping her. Even though that's, like, his only character trait we've seen so far.
That's that taken care of. Now what's next?
Mending your equipment, Kitra.
Oh, hi Prince. This is actually Fran and Miriam's stuff I'm fixing up. They've both been feeling kind of sick lately, so I'm just taking care of a few things for them while they get some rest. And I'm sure they do the same for me, too. Anyway, I'm hoping it'll be done by the time they get out of bed in the morning.
In that case, I would be glad to lend a hand.
You, Prince.
Is there a problem with that? Everything this army does is for my sake, so it's only fair I return the favor every now and then. Beside which, the work will go far quicker with the two of us, will it not?
Well, yes, but you sure you got the time for this?
Beyond sure. Simply tell me where to start and it shall be done.
Maybe you could start by feeding Franz Griffin, then. I gotta stay here and finish patching up the saddle for now.
I'll be glad to. Best of luck in your task, Kitra. I hadn't expected a simple meal to prove so bothersome, yet at last the deed is done. Sorry, I should have warned you she was such a big eater.
But look at that, just a couple hours and we're all finished.
It was truly you doing most of the work, though. Fran and Miriam are lucky indeed to have a friend as kind as thoughtful as you.
You really think so? I guess that means we'll just have to help them out again sometime.
Ha! Huh. Getting some training in, Kitra. Can't pretend I'm surprised. You swing that hammer better than I could. Better than almost anyone could, really. Once you got going with it, only a fool would even think about standing in your way. Not to interrupt you, Bernice, but you're sounding an awful lot like my aunt right now.
You're what? You know, like my mom's sister. I ended up living with her for a while after my parents died.
They always used to tell me I should learn how to ride, you know, but this hammer was the only thing I had my eyes for. Whenever I started having second thoughts, my aunt was there to insist I made the right choice. She's kinda like me, a bit rough around the edges, you know? Never turned out a chance to help me train either. Sounds like she and I would get along. I just hope she's okay out there. I'm sure she is, and I bet she'll be thrilled to know you're getting even better with that hammer of yours. So what do you say we have ourselves a little one-on-one, see what we could do?
I'd like that very much, Bernice.
That's the spirit. Now come on, I'll have you stronger before you know it. Hey, Nakio, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. I've come to understand you heard a voice from the heavens, Elaine. At the sanctuary back in Cornea, yes. Interesting, but why were you able to receive its tidings, I wonder? An anatomical peculiarity of your royal bloodline, perhaps? Ah, if only I had the educational background to say for certain. Still, whatever the answer may be, I find myself utterly captivated. You're staring at me rather intently, Selby. Ah, my apologies. It seems there's truly no end to the depths of your curiosity. Have you any particular reason for that? Well, If you wish to create the ideal future, you must first understand the failings of history. That's what my father always used to say to me. And though my ambitions aren't quite as lofty as his were, I find there to be a few things in this world more compelling than mysteries of the past. 'Tis a respectable saying indeed. My mother often spoke in a similar way of the inherent value in studying the chronicles of centuries gone. Please, Elaine, it's just an old proverb. You shouldn't read too much into it. Why is this one, like, hidden? Sylvie? Worry not, I'll have you out of there in but a moment. Ah, thank you, my prince. Are we standing in the thorns? It's a relief to see you unharmed, Sylvie, but I must ask, how did you come to be trapped beneath all that rubble? Well, you see, one moment I was in the midst of a peaceful investigation, and next I found myself beset by spirits of the dead. The same phantom soldiers we've encountered elsewhere, I presume. That's precisely what I thought at first, but I soon realized they were actually the ghosts of deceased children and house pets. How somber a discovery. She seems pretty chill for someone who just ran into a bunch of ghosts. There's no sigil in the region either, so it couldn't have been magic which manifested them. And given the household items I came across in my excavations, I can only assume there used to be a settlement here. Anyway, I believe the ghosts were trying to play a prank on me and accidentally brought the ruins crashing down in the process. They must have been awfully startled by all the noise as they quickly fled the area, likely off to some spectral plane beyond our comprehension. I'm not so certain about that. Before I found you, I heard a young voice calling out to me from this direction. Perhaps it was one of the children urging me to come to your aid. Oh, spirits, if you can hear me out there, know I am entirely unharmed, thanks to you, and that I plan to further my research into these lands in hopes of learning more about the people you once were. I will forever be grateful for what you've done here today. Speaking of research, Sylvie, perhaps you shouldn't be doing it alone any longer. You may not be so lucky next time. A valid point, yes. And thank you again for digging me out of that rubble. 'Twas nothing at all. I'm merely pleased to know you're safe. I like how she, like, thanked the spirits, but they're the ones who nearly crushed her to begin with. But then again, Sylvie is an interesting sort. These sigils provide us quite the boon, though our instructive battles with the phantom soldiers within. I'm glad to hear it. And yet... Is there something on your mind, Sylvie? Yes, in fact there is. Due to the fluid nature of the Liberation's work, we rarely stay in one location for very long. Thus my research always tends to feel far more rushed than I would prefer. An understandable concern, yes. Even I know that surveys such as yours require more than an afternoon or two to carry out. I suppose that means we've got no choice but to part ways. That's not what I'm saying at all. Forgive me, Sylvie, it was merely a joke. I couldn't envision pressing on without you at our side. You're our only shamaness. When next you tell a joke, try to make it funny. My life would be a great deal more difficult alone, not only with the sigils themselves, but even simply traveling between them. But given my contributions in battle, I feel our agreement is mutually beneficial. As do I. Though on that matter, I often do have trouble asking an academic to risk her life in battle. You shouldn't. Field research requires a certain level of physical prowess, one which I honed over years of solitary wandering. I remember you were by yourself when we first met as well. I take it you prefer to work alone. No, actually, I make it a point to hire mercenaries at every new site, but for some reason they always ended up running away. If only I had a position in your royal court, Elaine. I could bury myself in research day after day without a care for money, or guards, or even time itself. That's a wonderful idea, Sylvie, and a fitting reward for all the fine work you've done for this army. All you need to do is be patient for now, and that dream shall be yours once Cornea is restored. Well, as it so happens, that was meant to be a joke of my own. But the offer is an alluring one. Then for the sake of your research, let us double our efforts in bringing this war to as close as possible. Wait, where's this one? I don't see it. North of Fort Istania. Oh, there it is. Ugh. What's happened, Sylvie? You look utterly exhausted. Is that you, Monica? I required nourishment. And you shall have it. Just stay strong while I fetch you some food.
Thank you again, Monica. At times I grow so absorbed in my research, I forget to eat for an entire day. I shudder to think what would happen if I hadn't come across when I did. Yet in a sense I can't help but admire your single-minded devotion to knowledge. Oh. When I was young, my parents kept me on an extremely strict schedule, one which saw my time devoted to my studies, little else. It was practically torture being forced to learn, day in and day out. And no matter how intently I watched the hourglass, the flow of its sands was always painfully slow. All that to say, I admire your motivation, Selvi. I can never find the energy to spur myself on as you have. Fascinating, yes, but I confess my research is the only pleasure I know in life. Surely you have other joys which drive you forth, though? Joys beyond the pursuit of scholarship? Well, I suppose I do enjoy a nice cup of tea beneath the starlit sky. Yet my instructors shun such a fanciful hobby, and urge me ever towards the noble and sublime. How very callous of them. While it's true I delight in my research, it's not out of some vain search for the sublime. I simply found where my curiosity lay and chose to pledge my life to its calling. That's all. I hope to do the same as you someday. I'm sure you will, Monica, and I can't wait to see where your passion leads you. So, what do you think? In all honesty, it feels rather different than what I'm used to. No surprise there. Big sword like this is a whole nother beast. If you've never trained with one, you'll be all worn out after just a swing or two. As I've noticed, yes. But hey, that's nothing a bit of practice can't solve. Perhaps so, yet I believe I'll be better off persisting with my current blade. Well, as long as you've got something you're happy with. Better to be a specialist than try and spread yourself too thin. My thinking exactly. Though at times I've wondered if I should learn a variety of weapons to adapt to any situation we might come across. It's no small thing, being that versatile. But if you're a real expert, you don't need to adapt, you overcome. By an expert, do you happen to be speaking of yourself? Sorry. Clive has noted your talent for that very phenomenon, Bernice. The confidence with which you cut down mounted opponents despite your inherent difficulties against them. I've witnessed this often as well. And I must admit the skill you bear with that blade has seen you turn even the most dire of situations in your favor. Easy there, Elaine. I didn't say all that just for fish for compliments. Ugh, any more of that and I might have started blushing. My point is, don't worry about how many weapons you can use. Focus on one and see where it takes you. I'll do just that then. Thank you, Bernice. Anytime. Now come on, we got training to get back to. Yet again, your training proves the true test of metal, Bernice. But hey, at least you got the guts to keep coming back for more. Almost reminds me of myself when I was younger. Does it now? You probably won't believe it, looking at me. But I got bullied all the time as a kid. That does come as a surprise, yes. Well, blame all the bad harvests we used to have. I was barely skin and bones most of the time. But I wanted nothing more than to be able to stand up for myself, so I started training. Now look at me, tough enough to take down every last bully in Fevre. That's why I decided to become a knight, actually. Help kids like me who didn't have it in them to fight back. Didn't last all that long, sadly. Whether it's in the biggest war or the tiniest brawl, this world preys on the weak, day in, day out. Someday I'm gonna change that. I hope you do. You're fighting for the same reason, right? Make a better life for all our people. I am. But we really should be getting back to our training now, Bernice. Sorry, I'm not in the mood anymore. I think I need a little change of pace after all that depressing stuff. What do you have in mind? A rematch. I still haven't gotten over losing to you the day we met. I should have known you'd suggest another form of exercise. Hey, it's not like you're any better. You and I both know you'd rather be doing this than sewing or painting. I won't deny that. I suppose it would do us well to measure the results of our training. Just don't expect it to go as easy as last time, yeah? What? But you're... Sorry, do I know you? What is Elaine thinking, letting a bastard like you walk free in our ranks?
I remember now. You're the mercenary from that gambling den. One and the same. Wasn't there for games, though. I was helping a friend. Trust me, I could tell. Nobody bets like that if they got their eye on actually winning. Keep talking if you want a blade in your neck. I still haven't forgotten what you did to me. Come on, don't be like that. I was just having a little fun. Fun? You were cheating and dragged me into your mess because of it. Maybe so, but last I remember, your friend slipped out no problem during the brawl. Seems like you should be thanking me, don't you think? I should be punching you in the gut. That whole fight, you kept pushing people off me. It was pathetic, not helpful. If that's how you're gonna do things here, you'll be out in the streets before you know it. That's a promise. Fine by me, long as you think that'll keep you safe. Besides, you never know what might happen in battle. Better looking after yourself than dying to keep a guy like me. Well, look who's trying to be selfless. And that's not it. All I'm saying is I'll never be someone who goes marching to his death to save his friends. Not like you. If you don't like the sound of that, you're better off just leaving me behind. I'm not sure if you're clever or a few coins short of the full purse. But I guess I don't mind letting the past stay in the past. Just know you won't get off easy if that happens again. Whatever you say. That's kind of interesting. Fellow cell swords going at it. Oh, with Renault, we only have this one conversation with Elaine left to do. He only has 4 reports. Kind of sad. For someone that you get so early, too. Hello there, Renault. Regarding our training earlier. Your Highness, please, you ought not make a habit of engaging me in conversation. I fear you may mistakenly be struck by a stone originally intended for me. Someone has been casting rocks at you. Not yet, but many in these lands surely harbor great resentment for the deeds I committed. Then should a stone come your way, I should parry it, and advise the culprit never to do such things again. Nobody deserves to live under the constant threat of attack, Renault. That includes you. Forgive me the impudence, Your Highness, but at times that kindness is akin to a thorn in my heart, driving itself deeper with every word. Save your sympathy for one who's worthy of it, rather than waste its blessing on a man such as I. Ever plagued by guilt, I see. Yet you, Renault, did nothing wrong. Perhaps not consciously, but I can never forgive myself for the sins committed in my name. Then allow me to do so in your stead. When you stand at my side, I want you to think only of what's to come, and forget in full of the wrongs of your past. Why are you doing this for me, Your Highness? As I'm certain you're aware, Zenora's magic robs its prey of their very lives. Yet those afflicted are not at fault for what transpires under evil's grasp. They too are victims in a sense, and I refuse to abandon them as the rest of the world has. No, I wish to help. I understand, Your Highness. I shall respect those wishes in whatever manner possible. And in your presence I shall once more serve as a knight of my people, just as I did so many years ago. Poor Renault. He's not the only one in the army who got brainwashed, and yet he takes it so hard compared to everyone else. I demand to be part of your unit in the next battle, Elaine. And I would be honored to have you. Yet I wonder, is there a particular reason you're asking? Because you're better than anyone else at staying out of my way. And because we fight well together. When any wrong move could be the last you make, there's no greater blessing than a trusted ally. You mean to imply you trust me, then? I'm glad to hear it. That was purely a hypothetical, I'll have you know. All I'm saying is your skill is adequate. Which is a compliment in itself coming from you. Thank you, Oglis. You've got some nerve. Huh, take it however you want. And I confess I trust deeply in you as well. Each of us bears strong proficiency with a shield, allowing us to press the attack, while keeping our defenses raised. And given the swiftness of your blade and the precision of its thrust, I know I never need to worry when I have you at your side. Oglis, if that's truly how you feel, then you'd better just keep me there. At your side, I mean. And you had best not think of doing anything otherwise, understand? I hadn't realized she cared so much. Oh. Again, Elaine's not usually that flirty, even by accident. And that was only their first conversation. Oh no, that was their second one. But Oglis' conversation with Sharon was so sweet. Yeah, get in line, Oakley. There's a lot of people vying for Elaine's attention, so... Huh? Hello there, Oakleys. It feels as though I've been seeing much of you lately, even outside of battle. Then it seems your feelings are playing tricks on you. At any rate, you needn't mind me. I'm just out looking for something, is all. And what is it you're after, exactly? The search will go twice as fast if we work together. I'm not here to answer your questions, Elaine. Now stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours. Very well, if that's what you wish. Why do you insist on following me, Oakleys? What was I meant to do, leave you unforced to fend for yourself? You told me before you trusted in my skill as a warrior, but it appears that was hardly more than a cruel lie. It's clear now you think of me too helpless to even leave camp alone. That's not true. You bear great strength, Elaine, great enough to overcome almost any challenge that arrives before you. Yet our enemy is a deceptive one and will stop at nothing to see you slain. Don't you understand? Huh. Why do you laugh? Unless... Forgive me, Oakleys. I only said what I did in order to gauge your reaction. You mean this was all a carefully laid trap and I just walked straight into it? Indeed, though that's perhaps not how I would choose to phrase the matter. In any case, I'm glad I think I'm finally starting to understand you a little bit better. And thank you for always worrying about me. The enemy be damned! There's only one deceptive fool in this forest, and he stands directly before me. I'm sorry, Oakleys, I meant no harm. Now I beg of you, lay down your blade. You'll have to try harder than that if you wish to escape my wrath. I'll make you rue the day you ever dared cross me. Oh, okay, that is not how I expected their final conversation to go. Ooh, yay, Tatiana. We haven't talked to her today. I like Tatiana. She's just so interesting. Mind sparing me a couple of feathers? Who's there? Show yourself or face my divine fury. Forgive me, I didn't realize a brazen angel like you could get frightened so easily. It's you, the heretic responsible for nigh countless innocent deaths. You haven't answered my question. Will you be giving me the feathers or not? I have nothing to give a heartless demon like you. I don't much appreciate your tone of voice. But you're correct. I've done terrible things in the name of a greater good. To save my people from a plague, your church would do nothing to stop. Yes, well, there's little point in arguing this now. What's done is done. A truth I know all too well. Tell me, what do you plan to do with the feathers of an angel? According to my studies, they can serve to enhance the efficacy of any tonic they're added to. So I thought to do just that for the cure I've created. Though I have to admit I'd rather skeptical. How dare you? We angels are messengers of heaven, not some medicinal herb to be harvested as you please. I know that, yet the plague still lingers in our lands, and there's no telling if the current cure will stay effective in subsequent outbreaks. But if that's how you feel, then I'll leave you be, and I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Huh, we'll see about that. By the way... Huh. I did think to help when your town was consumed, but there's nothing a mere angel such as I could do. You what? And I can tell you truly you want to save as many people as possible. So go on, you may have one feather. This evening only. Just make sure it doesn't hurt, will you? Aye. Very well, I promise to make this as painless as I can. Tatiana should have gotten a conversation with Selvi. I would have liked to see those two interact. I saw you speaking with Sharon earlier, Renice. Yes, and what of it? She is a truly wonderful person, pure in her intentions, noble in her deeds. Thus I merely wish to express my gratitude for her always coming to my aid. You're correct, Sharon is akin to a mighty goddess amongst simple humans. Yet, did you truly need to share tea with her? Indeed I did. I could think of no better way to show my appreciation for everything she does.
You should have seen the way her face lit up as I presented her with an ornate arrangement of her favorite cookies. She nibbled at them in the most endearing fashion, you know, dainty as a gentle forest creature. You'll not steal her from me, foul temptress! Although it's been some time since I've enjoyed such a respite with Sharon myself. Then I believe you'll be pleased to know that you were one of the few things she could bring herself to discuss. Your courage, your beauty, your kindness. She clearly values your friendship greatly, Oakleys. And while our conversation did wander at times, she only wore the most brilliant smile when speaking of you. Did she now? I mean, yes, of course she did. There truly can be none more charming than her. Very well, you may speak with Sharon however you wish. Don't even think about turning her against me. What a powerful bond they share. Yeah, their friendship, right? Oh, I don't want that one yet. Wait, am I at that one? Wait, no, I'm at Bertrand. East. Oh, that's not east, that's west. Why is it so far from the travel point? You think they would put it near the fort instead? Excuse the question, Bertrand, but I've noticed you gazing at the sky quite often as of late. What is it you're hoping to catch a glimpse of? In this holy nation, the great expanse is rife with angels such as yourself flying one way or the other. I can't help but wonder if one of them may deliver my son from the heavens he now calls home. Ah, while it's true we angels can convey the unwinged in flight, I fear that only applies to those still among the living. I'm well aware, yes. In battle, you and your kin shepherd us along paths we otherwise could never hope to tread. It's a boon I'm truly grateful for. Whatever must be done for the sake of our victory. Though, even we have suffered loss. Our Holiness Pontifex Errant slain at the hands of those accursed Zenoirans. Forgive me the outburst. If only I had realized sooner what fate would befall him. Perhaps I could have taken to the sky myself, swept him to safety before it was too late. But I suppose such fantasy only exists in the pages of fairy tales. I see even divine messengers are powerless before such wistful thoughts. Yet that fancy is simply grief given material form. And my shield, the steadfast wall to ensure none will suffer our agony again. Mine as well. I've heard tell of your deeds, Father Senatio. And while I'll never be able to condone such actions, I can at least understand why you chose to take them. But now that you've joined our ranks, you have a fine opportunity to distance yourself from your work with the Orthodoxy. To simply rest a moment rather than prattle on about duty and sacrifice. I'll do no such thing, Oakleys. I only walk amongst you to aid Lady Scarlet in fulfilling her sacred charge. Though I'm aware you have all been too keen to abandon your obligations to the Church. How dare you imply such treachery? I would never. Oh, then allow me to share with you a few missives penned by your own hand. I hereby decline my transfer to Espar Church, that I might remain here at Ronmort. After the ceremony at Isle Church, I plan to forego the banquet and return to Ronmort straight away. I have plenty more if you wish to hear them. My one attempt at offering sympathy, and this is what I get. As you know, your task lay not merely in gathering divine shards. Nay, you were meant to be deepening the bonds between the Church and its adherents throughout every land of Fevrith. Yet you ignored your directives in favor of a single humble priestess. Would you perhaps like to make a confession, Oakleys? Watch your tongue, Father. Sharon has nothing to do with this. And on the matter of duty, I believe I owe an explanation. Why was it you wanted us to gather divine shards in the first place? I still yet to hear one good reason we were sent out scouring Fevrith for them. Well, there was one, I assure you, and there still is for that matter. To ensure they never fall into Zenora's evil hands again. Oh, where did your air of superiority go, Father? Have I touched a nerve? Let's find out, shall we? Tell me more about this divine shard. Stop this at once, Oakleys. Furthermore, you've no right to berate me in such a manner. Not until you repent for your abhorrent behavior at Ronmort. Gah. I asked you first, divine blasphemer. You take that back this instant. Wait, it just ends like that? They just keep arguing forever? Okay. Be nice if they found a way to reconcile. The shade off. Oh, here comes Melisandre. Well, look who it is. Such striking blue hair, such vibrant skin, impressive as ever, even from a distance. It feels like almost yesterday we were at war with each other over this very land. Though it didn't last especially long. Not with the way he charged towards me, absent even a hint of fear in his eyes. Is that you, Melisandre? Oh, Elaine, I just happened to be passing through the area. I wasn't watching you, if that's what you're wondering. Oh, I'm surprised you didn't call out to me, were that the case. What a luxuriant mane, and how enchanting his gaze. Must you stand so close, Melisandre? You're beginning to terrify me. I'm sorry, I should know better than to stare. By the by, how would you feel about a little sparring match? Now, I don't see why not. I'm glad to hear it, and this way I can look at you all I want. Now let's begin. You seem rather motivated by this, Melisandre, but know that I'll not hold myself back either. Nor would I want you. After all, none can pique my excitement quite like you can. I'm surprised Melisandre doesn't get 3 conversations with Elaine, and she only gets 2. Thanks for the sleeveless redeem, Sai. Oh, thank you for the stretch as well. Very good call. I really needed that. You guys too, make sure you stretch. Huh. Ha. That should be good for today. There's just enough time to head back to my tent before breakfast as well. Oh, Elaine, how long have you been standing there? Only a moment, in truth. I'm surprised you didn't notice me sooner, Melisandre. Ugh, you're not supposed to see me like this. My hair's a complete mess from all the training. Apologies, I only meant to practice the blade myself, but you were already here by the time I arrived. In that moment, Melisandre, I found myself utterly captivated by your beauty. You did? Indeed, the dance of your swords calls to mind the most elegant ballet I could ever imagine. A sight made all the more magical by the amber hues of the morning sun glistening on the fresh laid snow. Oh, Elaine, he's an even greater charmer, I'd realized. But this only means I'll have more rivals for his heart. Melisandre. Sorry, I was just taken aback by your compliments, even if they were little more than gratuitous flattery. Please, I meant every last word I said. The same thoughts occurred to me when we met, as well, despite your allegiance to Zenora at the time. You have a keen skill and limitless beauty, unlike almost any I've seen. There's no surprise you felt confident enough to announce yourself at our camp entirely alone. I didn't think you would have noticed that at all. How could I not? With those swords in hand, there could truthfully be none more talented than you. He is really sweet-talking her, man. What am I supposed to say to that? Melisandre, forgive me, I didn't mean to offend. You didn't, it's just that kind of praise is a special thing. All my life, I've been expected to be the best, whether it was military strategy, academics, or simple etiquette. I studied every day and every night in hopes of attaining that goal, of proving myself worthy of leading House Mie. That must be a painful memory indeed. It would have been if it wasn't for naturally gifted. To me, school was just like another chore like any other. Not a challenge and certainly not compelling, that is, until I started learning the blade. Everything about it captured my imagination. It was then and only then I wanted to be the best at something, not for my house, but for myself. And to hear you say I actually am is the highest honor you could possibly give me. But I'm glad I decided to speak the truth. As am I, Elaine. A kiss on the cheek? But why did you... Just my way of saying thank you, and to remind you to do your best too. Now I really should be getting to breakfast. Hope to see you there. How am I even meant to respond to that? Oh, Elaine, you charmer, you. That's gonna get you in trouble. That's gonna get you in trouble. And there's another one. Nobody told me the men of the Liberation would be so handsome. He's nothing compared to Elaine, of course, but far more beauty I expect from a simple mercenary. Lady Melisandre of Cornea's esteemed House Mie. You've been watching me for some time now. To what do I owe the honor? Apologies, sir. Aramis, was it? You carry yourself quite unlike your peers, with more refinement, more elegance. It makes me wonder where you hail from. Is it a noble family, or royalty, perhaps? By the heavens, no. I've simply learned common courtesy so as not to offend the lords and ladies I serve. Though I admit I've always had a fondness for the stage, if you think me well suited to it, I'd gladly accept the compliment. Then would you be able to play the role of a bandit instead? Or barbarian, if asked? Of course, should one of our tactics require such a ruse, or should my employer will it. Strange. For a sellsword, you don't seem very motivated by money. If anything, you're more like a heroic prince, one who hides his noble standing in order to fight for justice. You think too much of me, my lady. My heart beats for gold and nothing else. If you say so, either way, I have a feeling we'll be spending plenty more time together. I'd love to hear more about your mercenary work, what battles you've won, who taught you those manners. And I, the same regarding the illustrious House Mie. Farewell, my lady. She has a keener eye than I thought. I'm not used to being caught so unaware. I'll have to watch out for her moving forward. Again, another conversation I think would be interesting if they had more. Actually, I'm surprised she only has 2 conversations with Colm. I mean, I know very few characters have the 3 chain, but still. Wait, she can talk to Senatio? That's interested to see what they talk about. Is this really what this stuff's supposed to taste like? Is something wrong, Liza? I've never seen someone grimace while enjoying a nice cup of tea. That's just the thing, actually. You mind trying a sip for me? I've barely ever had it before, to be honest. Got no idea if I even made it right. And where exactly did you get these leaves? This is one of the finest varieties in all of Feverith. Magellan gave them to me, said they were some kind of payment for a job of his. Pretty sure he didn't know what to do with them either, though. Let's try it then. How horribly bitter. How long did you steep this for, Eliza? I don't know, a few hours maybe? Figured it'd be better strong, so... Well, that explains it. Here, allow me to brew a proper cup for you. Feels weird having a noble lady make me tea like this. Isn't this the kind of stuff you have servants for? Colm does tend to prepare for me, yes, but I'm more than capable of doing it on my own. See, doesn't this look far more elegant than the murky stew you served me earlier? Maybe, but looks aren't everything. It's gotta taste good too. It will, I guarantee you that. Now drink up. Yeah, this is just water. Huh, I suppose it is a bit weak. Yet again, I find myself unable to escape Colm's all-consuming shadow. I'll have to ask him to make something nice for us later to apologize for wasting your leaves. Wait, the conversation just ends there? No, like, conclusion or anything? Is that you, Monica? It feels like it's been ages since we last saw each other. Good day, Lady Melisandre. I heard your house has aligned itself with the Liberation, but I never expected to see you march amidst our ranks yourself. I'm no lady with you, just an old friend. Though I'll admit it's hard to think that 10 years have passed since the banquet at House Nordheim. A lot has changed in that time, of course, but I'm glad to see your hair is just as radiant as gold as always. You remain much the same as well, Melisandre. How do you mean? Even in our youth, I was obvious you were never quite like the other nobles. While you may have struggled with decorum at the times, you bore a keen eye for seeing matters as they truly were. Did I now? Tell me, do you recall what happened the eve of that banquet? A thief found his way into the manor proper, past every last one of our skillful sentries. While the rest of us strive to understand how, your gaze never left a quiet young gentleman in attendance. At the time, it seemed as though you were simply infatuated with him. Yet later, it grew clear he was the one who had helped the thief inside. Somehow, you suspected the man from the very beginning. Had I can't say I remember it myself. And though I welcome the praise, we both know what happened afterward. I sided with Zenora rather than defend my home. So please don't act like I'm some wonderful judge of character. If you insist. Okay, we're almost there. Oh! Colm! There's an ambush, my lady. You must escape. And abandon you to die? I'll do no such thing. I'll not be far behind you, I swear it. Now go while you still have time. I beg you, don't waste your energy on me. I'm not leaving you here. You must. There's no knowing what numbers the enemy brings. Cease this complaining at once. I'll stay with you, and that's final. Just as you stood by me when House Mie was on the verge of collapse. Now we're making back together, Colm, even if I have to carry you myself. Persistent little pests, aren't they? What incredible skill, my lady! You deflected their arrows as they were child's playthings. You're awfully chipper for someone who's just been shot at the leg. Does it hurt? The true wound here is to my pride. I've placed you in great danger, and yet... And there. That's the bleeding stopped. Come, we should be out of their sight if we can just make it over to that ridge. Very well. It's funny because... It's ironic because according to their character classes, Colm's class is Vanguard. His very purpose is to deflect arrows. While I'm certainly grateful for the aid, my lady, you must never put yourself in such peril. Especially not for the sake of a mere servant in your employ. Should a similar predicament ever arise again, there should only be one proper course of action. Forsake me and see yourself live on. Colm. What is it? You're hereby forbidden to die before my wedding day. That's an order. I understand, my lady. And no more talk of me abandoning you either. As you wish, I'll not depart this world without first witnessing your happiest of moments. Glad to hear it. As for me... Well, I'm simply honored to serve such a wonderful woman. Aw, that was sweet, but it feels like the ending of the conversation was kind of rushed. Is she gonna be sassy to Sinatio? I want to see what their conversation is gonna look like. 'Tis here I shall take my leave, O savior. But of course, you have my thanks, Sinatio. I can't bear to watch another second of this. Oh, might I help you with something, Lady Melisandre? You can, actually. I've noticed you've been spending a lot of time with Elaine lately. But if you're going to follow him around, at least have the decency not to look so miserable while you do so. You think my countenance is miserable, my lady? It's not your face that's the problem, it's your attitude. Ah. People can only handle this talk of absolution and duty for so long. Keep it up, you'll soon find yourself all alone without a single friend in the world. If such is my fate, then so be it. None shall ever sway me from my sacred path again. Even if I have to walk that path alone. Ugh, you're just as unsociable as I thought. That expression was so funny of hers. Though maybe that would change if you fell in love. Pardon? Fine then, I'll instruct you in the time-tested courtship rituals of House Mie if I must. I never asked for your tutelage. For you tutelage, nor is a sinner such as I deserving of the charity. It's not about deserving it, the heart wants what the heart wants. And I'm sure no one would fault you for finding a soulmate to share your burdens with. You better be careful, Melisandre. What if Elaine falls for him? Tell me, what is the reason for this sudden concern? Isn't it obvious? If you turned your gaze to someone else, I'll have Elaine all to myself again. Ah, I suspected as much. You are nothing if not stubborn, my lady. Say what you will. Now, as for the courtship ritual... Yes, about that, I fear I'll have to decline the offer. Hey, get back here. I'll do no such thing. But before I go, I have to wonder, have any of these techniques proven effective with our savior? Well, Elaine is rather impervious to my advances, but... please let me finish my sentence before you go running off again.
Allow me to thank you once more for granting us refuge in your army, my prince. 'Tis nothing that demands gratitude, Colm. Your aid is most welcome boon in these difficult times. And what of Lady Melisandre? I pray she hasn't given you too much trouble. Not particularly, no. Ah, that's a relief to hear. Strange. I would have expected her to pursue him day and night in search of a marriage proposal, or even a mere lover's tryst. Is it concern for the prince which stays her hand, or perhaps an uncharacteristic bout of shyness? Colm? Whatever the case, it's best I not interfere in the affairs of her heart. Pardon me for saying, sir, but I trust you'll treat my lady with all the love and kindness she deserves. I could manage no less. You do mean in my role as her commander, yes? You are a fine attendant indeed, Colm. 'Tis plain to see how deeply you care for her. I'm certain such loyalty proves or provides great comfort in her times of need, much as Joseph does for me. Ah, how I wish that were true. While I may still stand in her service for now, Lady Melisandre is already a woman grown. Demands every ounce of effort I have to ensure my counsel does not come across as intrusive or overbearing. I wonder if Joseph bears the same worries regarding our relationship. Thank you, Colm. I shall speak with him tonight, allay whatever concerns he may be carrying. This is a wonderful idea, my prince. I'm certain he'll be pleased to know how you feel. Thinking on it now, I suppose my lady does the same for me at times. Perhaps it is that shared kindness what makes her and the prince such an ideal match for one another. Colm should have a conversation with Joseph. I feel like they would have a lot in common. Or maybe even Athelion. Where are you, my lady? And how many times must I warn you not to pester Prince Elaine? Are you out here, Terras? Your tea is growing colder by the minute. No, what if she's been hurt or abducted by bandits? Ah, Lady Rallinor, are you searching for your liege as well? Indeed I am. I'm sorry you have to see me in such a state. Please, you needn't worry yourself over it. It would seem we're both held captive to the whims of our superiors. The last time Ter Rosalinda ran off like this, she was beset by a brigand most fierce. Naturally, her own ferocity far surpassed his, and she dispatched the man with relative ease. It was only later, when peace fell upon the region, that we learned he was in fact the leader of a local bandit ring. A welcome surprise, I'm certain. Interestingly enough, my lady once did something rather similar herself. I'd only taken my eyes from her for a mere moments, yet she found time enough to eradicate an entire camp of thieves. Though of course I can't say whether it was a sense of justice or simply attraction to their leader, which first drew her interest. Melisandre, never change. I understand the feeling. And excitable though they may be, both of our masters clearly bear immense skill and wisdom. We've some luck indeed to be able to serve such fine women. Now then, I should really be getting back to my search. As should I, though I suspect neither of them have any need of our help. Okay, just Monica and Tatiana left. That was rather impressive sigh there, Monica. Is something the matter? Apologies, my prince. I didn't expect anyone to actually hear that. Yet I'll have you know, it's sometimes best to leave a woman to her misery. Forgive me. I merely thought to offer my help if you needed it. That's very kind of you. As it so happens, I've received a letter from my grandfather. One which details every last aspect of the very machinations Clive mentioned earlier. He wanted to thank me, and to apologize as well. Needless to say, I've already come to terms with the reality of the situation. But if he truly thinks a letter is enough to redress his failings, he's dearly mistaken. I can see your point, yes. Despite his impulsiveness, my grandfather's surely well-intentioned at heart, if not a little too cunning for his own good. Sadly, he and his ilk are an increasingly rare breed among the nobility of our nation. As far as I can remember, the man has cared more for card games and horseback riding than inheritances or decorum. And as thoughtless as he can be at times, he's always ready to risk his own well-being for the sake of others. Just as he did when he chose to fund the liberation behind Zenora's back. In all honesty, it's a miracle the old fox has lived as long as he has. I think I understand the reason for that sigh now, Monica. It was one of concern for your grandfather's safety.
Enough about the sigh already. Oh, and I appreciate if you kept this matter to yourself while you're at it.
Have you ever heard of asking before you touch someone's mane, Monica?
My apologies, Morard. I scarcely even realized I was doing it.
I'm not sure how I see that's possible.
Well, it's merely that your fur reminds me of a house cat we used to keep in our manor.
This war must be taking some toll on you if you're mistaking a lion like me for a simple kitten.
Indeed it is. Ever since I joined the Liberation, it's felt as though life has been nothing more than one battle after the next. In truth, I often find myself wishing my old cat were here to jump into my lap, ease my troubled heart. In any case, I should be going now.
Wait.
What is it?
I might not be the nimble little house cat you're used to, but if touching my mane can bring you some comfort, then you're welcome to do so whenever you want.
You would truly grant me such an honor?
As long as you remember to ask first.
Then might I pet your mane for a moment, Morard?
Go right ahead. I just hope it helps you relax a bit. Aw, he's so nice. What a gentleman.
Wait, where is this one? North? Sorry about earlier, Monica. I could have sworn you were a bandit coming to stab us in the middle of the night. Please, if anything, I should be the one apologizing for startling you. Though you did give me quite the scare in return when you trained your crossbow on me. Yeah, and now your fancy armor's all covered in dirt because of it. Not exactly the look I expect from a noble. Perhaps yet appearances mean little amongst fellow soldiers. Each of us are but equals, united as one beneath the Liberation's banner. Anyway, what I'm really wondering is, what were you doing out here all by yourself? I was hoping to gaze upon the stars for a moment. In my youth, I was often forced to cover my face in the finest makeups, garb myself in extravagant dresses. It was all rather constricting, as you might imagine. Yet at night I would return to my room and stare at the window in the dark expanse which looms over the world. Compared to the endless stars which dot our sky, my problems felt trivial. Such a realization brought me great comfort indeed. As it still does to this day. I guess being a noble's not as easy as it looks. I always used to be jealous of people like you know? But hearing what you went through makes me glad I grew up in the desert. I was free, even if it meant struggling just to survive. It's a privilege I long yearned for myself. Yet now I've attained such a life, nothing could dampen my outlook. Not even being covered in dirt from head to toe. Hey Monica, let's go to the Oasis together next time we're in the desert. A place like that you won't need any fancy makeup or expensive dresses. All you gotta be is yourself and nothing more. Same as when you're looking up at the stars. That sounds lovely, Liza, but I fear I've never learned how to swim. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm a great teacher. Have you heard the rumors, Ramona? They say a local witch is selling handcrafted love potions in town over there. Oh, I hadn't realized you take an interest in such frivolous topics. There's not an effect which draws my gaze. If anything, I fear this potion conceals a tonic with more wicked purpose than we're led to believe. I suppose it's possible, yes. Perhaps we should take a moment to investigate, I would very much appreciate that. All in all, seems to be little more than cheap liquor, distilled with a few harmless ingredients. As such, it elicits a sense of elation and peace with the world. It does not, however, produce feelings of love for another. It is merely the alcohol making people believe it does. I suppose in a sense, love is its own intoxication of sorts, predicated upon a blind faith in someone beyond yourself. Should the potion truly yield such a fierce emotion, perhaps it's not as deceitful as I first thought. Do you speak from experience, Monica? I've known the allure of love on one or two occasions, yes. Though I can't say it ever came from a drink in my case. And what if the potion did as it claimed? Would you have used it? Never. A vow of love spoken through unsober words would always ring hollow compared to one from the heart. Perhaps so. Genuine affection must come from a place of mutual understanding, not heightened moods and garish tinctures. Huh. Well said, Ramona. Okay, that was kind of a weird conversation. Okay, lastly, Tatiana. Well, she's only got 2 left. Who are you people? Well, well, looks like we found ourselves a rebel. Just the lucky break we've been waiting for. About time something went our way. You intend to kill me then? Very well. It seems I'll be reunited with Lord Ghislaine sooner than I expected.
Just stand still and I'll make this quick. Hope you know it's nothing personal.
Tatiana! What were you thinking, leaving camp alone at this time of night? I thought I told you to stay away from me. I want nothing to do with the man who murdered Lord Ghislaine, or a fool who decides to live and dies on pure impulse. I can't deny I took Ghislaine from you. I cut him down with my own 2 hands. Yet those he sacrificed were not nameless victims. They had families, lives, people who cared for them. Just as you did for him. Huh. He no doubt believed his deeds to be a necessary evil, but I refuse to stand and watch while your lord made unwilling martyrs of his own citizens. You know nothing of the horrors that plague brought upon us, nor could I claim to. All I knew was that I had to put a stop to Ghislaine's transgressions. If you wish to call that mere impulse, then so be it. I have taken the lives of countless enemies in the name of this war, lives that would have otherwise endured to see another dawn, each of them with family and friends who care deeply for them. While I wish I could protect everyone who calls these lands home, I fear that's not within my power. Yet once I become king, I'll no doubt be forced to make even crueler decisions regarding the fate of my people. So hate me if you will, Tatiana. It doesn't change what must I feel be done. I am certain Ghislaine bore much of the same resolve. You imply that you and he are alike. Lord Ghislaine would still live had I only worked hard to finish that cure. But looking at it now, I realized that deep down I was holding myself back. I knew that once our research was complete, my lord would have no reason to keep me at his side. And to me, there was no thought more terrifying than that. Thus I hesitated, unwittingly brought about his death rather than fulfill the dream he so desperately yearned for. My hatred for you is purely a way to deflect my own fear. The fear that I could have prevented my savior's demise. Then hate me all you want on Lord Ghislaine's behalf. I would rather that than request that everyone in this army adore my every action. As you ever need to ask, I wouldn't forget what you did so easily. What is it? The shell of a lunas clam. It has a powerful medicinal effect, but only when first bathed beneath the light of the moon. Ah, so that's why you were out here. Tatiana? I really believed I was ready to die when those soldiers first surrounded me. But I realized then that I want to live. A notion that grew even stronger when you came to my rescue. Nobody deserves to be sacrificed, even for the noblest of causes. We all want to keep living, and yet... Forgive me, Tatiana, for not giving Ghislaine that chance. You should get back to camp. I still have a few more shells to find myself, and no doubt there'll be any further patrols tonight. Go, please. As you wish. Be careful, Tatiana. I pray you can forgive me, Lord Ghislaine. All I had wanted was to stay at your side, but now we stand separated by the veil of death. While each new day brought you deeper into madness, I did nothing to prevent its monstrous advance. But I swear on my life I'll rid our world of that foul disease, just as you always dreamed. Farewell, my lord.
That was actually a really good conversation.
I mean, I like Tatiana because I think she's an interesting character. Plus, I also kind of like the gloomy girl, mad scientist kind of thing she's going on, but And also, she's one of the very few people that joins your army with like a very interesting reason to hate Elaine being your enemy at first, unlike a lot of others. So I think it was really interesting to see how our conversations went. And again, it's a shame that she didn't get more. Hey Hakaze, welcome to the stream. Thanks for dropping by today. Hello there, Wyvern Knight. I see the fate of Ompalast still concerns you deeply. Ah, Tatiana, was it? That's correct, and I have something for you. What is this? Oh right, I forgot, Hilda's town had a disease too. The cure that Lord Ghislaine and I labored so tirelessly to complete. My men back in Cornea finished producing it only recently. Now, as you may know, the plague which torments this town is almost identical to the one which laid waste to my own. Thus, I'm rather confident our remedy will work here as well. Do you really mean that? Forgive me the outburst. I'm merely thankful is all. If only we'd had someone of your skill here sooner. Perhaps these people wouldn't have suffered the way they did. I doubt that very much. Our cure only came about through a great deal of sacrifice, a great deal of pain as deceased friends and loved ones were experimented on in the name of science. None can be spared the suffering of disease. Even still, Tatiana, I've done horrible things over the years. Yes, but only because you had to. 6 years ago, refugees from the war came to live in my town and brought this cursed plague along with them. In truth, we weren't even aware it existed until many of our residents grew sick and eventually succumbed. Much of my own family among them. Before long, we learned the source lay here in a rampant outbreak ravaging the region. Chaos has seized Umpalast by the throat and had the deadly disease itself. Their lord had fled, their citizens rioted, and though I was but a mercenary at the time, I took it upon myself to restore order to these lands by any means necessary. A feat which earned you a place in Zenora's ranks, not as a soldier, but as the keeper of Umpalast, one who would ensure the plague spread no further. And that's correct. It was then that I imposed a strict quarantine on the town and the lives of those suffering most, and I did it with my own damned hands. You did what you felt was right to combat an ailment which seemed unstoppable. If none had dirtied their spear as you did, countless more would have fallen victim. All the same, your work here was not yet finished. The quarantine must stand until this pestilence is no more. Though rest assured, I'll instruct the local clerics how to go about producing the cure themselves. You have my thanks, Tatiana, for your kindness, your wisdom, and the renewed hope you brought to Umpalast. See, that's a really interesting conversation too, because they were both exactly in the same position. I would have liked to see those two become more friends as well. Man, we've been reading for 5 hours. I haven't done this much reading since we did Umaneko streams. Can't believe it's been almost a year since that. We got a good chunk of these done, though. I mean, I quickly realized I wasn't going to be able to do all of them today in one stream. According to the scroll bar, it looks like we've done less than half of them, but I'm sure we've done more than half of them because they seem very front-loaded. Like a lot of these early characters, Scarlet, Lex, Joseph, Chloe, had some of the most conversations in the game, and plus, like keep in mind, like if for example I do Scarlet's here, right, with Unifi and Rhaenys, and Eumerus and Sinaccio, and Rosalinda and Eltalinda and Fedokia, those take away conversations that we need to do down here as well. So a lot of the characters down here have very few conversations left for us to go through because of that. Oh, somehow we actually finished all of Jeremy's by doing that. I also can't believe, I mean, I can believe, but I'm just reminded, because it's been so long since we started this game, how front-loaded the cast is. Like, all the way up to Tatiana are characters that we got from Cornea. And that also means that all the characters here are available in the demo of the game, although it's unlikely you'll reach some of the ones by the end, because the demo is time-gated, so it kicks you out of the demo after a certain amount of time, so you probably won't be able to get all these characters, but that's a lot of characters that are available in just the free demo. Crazy. And so many more left to go, too. I didn't realize, because as you go through the nations, you only get a few of them for each nation. Unlike Cornea, where we got so many at the beginning. It's easy to forget just how many there were. But these conversations are pretty good. You know, I said before, I was disappointed that not everyone gets 3 conversations with everyone they have reports with. And it's probably a budgetary thing that they didn't get all those. But the ones that we did get were still pretty good, even though a lot of them feel like they could benefit from a second or a third conversation afterwards. But still, I think they did a really good job with most of these. And, like, you know, I really like Fire Emblem, but ever since Awakening, a lot of the characters feel like they almost have just one personality trait, and they're just one note for all their support conversations, while here, it feels like the characters actually have a couple different facets to their personality, even though a few of them seem to be clinging to just one thing, like Colm only talking about Melisandre, for example, but still, it feels like a lot of the characters here actually have like a few different things going for them, and the reports are actually kind of interesting in that some of them involve characters that are not part of the conversation. Like sometimes third characters, fourth characters would come in and add their 2 cents. There'd be like dream sequences, there'd be flashbacks, there'd be NPCs involved that we haven't seen for a while. Like some of them are kind of a little bit more involved. I kind of wish that Fire Emblem would take note and, you know, kind of do a couple of those things to kind of mix things up and keep things kind of fresh and interesting. Anyways, that was really fun. And unfortunately, again, I apologize again that I wasn't able to finish Unicorn Overlord before leaving on the trip. That just means we'll have more to do when we get back. When we get back, we'll do the rest of the support conversations in Unicorn Overlord. We have to get married in Unicorn Overlord as well to get the best ending. Then we can finish the game, and then we can do the post-game stuff. So at least 4 more Unicorn Overlord streams. Actually, I think at least 3 more streams, but maybe 4 more videos if you're watching this on YouTube. I might separate the wedding stuff into a separate video just to make it easier for stuff, but we'll see. But I really appreciate all you stopping by. I know it's just a lot of me reading, but I'm glad you guys are enjoying seeing some of the characters as well. Don't forget, also, because while I'm gone, I did not have time to queue up any videos on YouTube in the meantime, but I do have a backlog of a lot of different things on the channel, so if you want things to watch in the background, feel free to check them out. Or go check out some of my friends, like Kieran, who will still be streaming and is amazing, and provides a lot of really cool content. Yeah, thanks guys, I really appreciate it. Like, I'm happy to go on vacation, but I've never gone on a vacation this long before, so I'm like, I kind of want to come back sooner, but I guess we'll see. Let's find someone to raid. Perfect. You know what? Let's raid Curtis. He is doing some chatting, and I will see you guys in August. Take care, guys. I really appreciate you being here. Have a great rest of your month, and I'll see you later. Bye, froggy friends.